Okay, and it looks like we're live. So as usual, there may be a bit of a wait before the first game. So if you guys are watching on the VOD, best option is to go to the video player and just skip ahead to the first timestamp to get to the first game. For anyone who wants to stick around, you get the joys of watching me advertise my stream for the first few minutes and then jumping into my tournament match, which is actually already set right now. So I'll need to contact my opponent in just a second. But first of all, let's get some advertising going so people know that I indeed am streaming today. Oh boy. So hopefully this is a decent tournament run. I'm not entirely sure if I'll be able to make it far, but I have actually been doing relatively well in practice games that I've been working on recently with my clan. So I think I should be in pretty decent shape, regardless of whether or not I win or lose. Alright, and my opponent is contacted. The advertisements are out. Let's go ahead and jump right on in. Alright, so we got what appears to be either a newer player or maybe an up-and-coming one. I don't recognize Moreover Lord, but maybe they played StarCraft, who knows? Ah, I see. This is his second tournament ever. Well then. This should be interesting. Hey, Biblington. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Now, yeah, so we got a newer opponent. This is a My Son tournament. So one thing that happens is the actual map selection is pretty interesting. We get to select our own maps from the pool. So that should be pretty fun. Hopefully there's a nice flat one for us to choose from. I'm seeing Prague. Oh hey, he knows me. Oh, would you look at that? Well, let's grind him into the ground now. Hey, Butcher Bird. Hello and welcome. So let's see, who's picking first? I think you can pick from any map. Yes. Let me double check. Top bracket picks a faction and a map, and then bans two. So looks like yeah, that's gonna be the case. We'll get ready to select whichever map he is looking to play, and then see if I can counter pick correctly to defeat whatever factions he plays. Now, all right, looks like interesting. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was trying to open up some files. My PC crashed just earlier today. All right, Swamp of Terror. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and set that. Man, I can't wait till they add a search function. That would make it much easier now. Cool, so he selected Swamp of Terror. Now we wait for his main picks, and we'll see if I can get some counter picks going. I've been working on my matchup selection for counters. So it should be good. And it's looking like it's going to be a Beastmen first pick, banning the Counts and the Coast. Interesting. So, Beastmen, not a faction played extremely often. And this would be a time for me to either play the Tomb Kings with their terror, or the Lizardmen with their huge single entities. Minotaurs are probably going to be the biggest problem. Let's see, no matter which faction I play, really. But you know what, I'll go Tomb Kings. It should be fine. Tomb King's an undead faction. Usually, what you want against the Beastmen. One of the main downsides, though, is that they will be quite used to playing against undead. So you gotta be a little bit careful here. I definitely will be trying not to underestimate my opponent. So, fingers crossed. All goes okay. Now I also need to set my screen blocker up. Just one moment. Where is it? Is it in pictures? Ah, there we go. Here we go. There's the bracket, guys. Go ahead and resize that. And then jump into the game as soon as possible. First match and you're already rooting against me? Yeah, this guy's playing Beastmen. That's something for sure. Not a lot of Beastmen players, honestly, but they're not a terrible faction. They can definitely pull their weight, and with some good micro, their cavalry can be really punishing too. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think, honestly, oh man, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what I want to bring here. I'm expecting Mogre, probably a lot of cavalry on the Beastmen side. That's almost a given. For me, I need to decide what I'm going to do about their infantry and their monstrous units. Beastmen, they don't really have a ton of single entities, so that's much less scary for me. But Minotaurs are pretty beastly for sure, and their infantry will grind through mine. They have a wide selection of abilities to shut down the majority of my forces here. So I probably won't be relying on infantry too much because of that. Let's see. It's an interesting choice. I'm just taking a look at some possible single entities I could bring here. And of course, maybe some monstrous units of my own. Could be a possibility. One thing that is really good about this map, though, is that it is quite large. And there are... I don't think there are any vanguard positions here. So that's actually quite good for me. And I can probably use that to my advantage. For sure. I'm honestly not sure. I play against Beastmen so little that I don't even know type of army I want to bring exactly. I sort of like what I have going on right now, though. Although, you know what? Do I want to make a cut? Oh man. I'm so not used to playing against Beastmen. Honestly, almost no one plays them. But I think with a few adjustments to this base army, should be more or less ready. I imagine actually a lot of Tomb Kings units should do well against the Beastmen. just because of all their terror. Infantry probably wouldn't be too much of a problem, I would assume, on the beastmen side. And as for cavalry, I think Nehakara horsemen should probably trade decently here. I don't think they'll be amazing. You generally don't want to bring low armored units against beastmen cavalry. But you know what? I think I have a good enough working build. So let's let them know that I am ready. Then we'll be jumping right on in to see if we can win this first best of 3. Alrighty. So I know the Warhammer World Cup is going on right now, right? I'm pretty sure that is running right now, which puts this tournament at a bit of a strange time. Or maybe it's not running right now, but it might be later today. So we might have a bit more of a quieter stream. You have me all to yourselves, chat. Okay, looks like this guy's also working on his army selection. That is a big plus for me. Means that there's slightly less stress. The worst thing you could see is if your opponent selects a faction, instantly has a build ready and locks in. That's usually a bit worrying. But fingers crossed this all goes okay. It looks like he's almost done, and then after, I'll probably be playing Vampire Coast on good old Prague, as it is a very flat map. Gives many options for me. And that'll be the consistent theme for this. Being spoiled. Yeah. Never before. So much attention for you guys. I still won't be able to read chat in game, sadly. But maybe one day I'll have so much skill that I can cross my eyes or split my eyes and look at the monitor and chat together. I wonder if that's ever been done before. I imagine it's way too much concentration, and splitting your eyes doesn't mean that you're exactly seeing twice as much, but I like to think that that has happened at least once. That would be quite the skill for casting, that's for sure. Ooh, all right. So this is actually the first game of the day too. We'll see if I'm sluggish at all. My build is pretty simple. You got a bunch of skirmish cavalry. Great against beastmen who have very short range skirmish cav. And then just a ton of low tier infantry with a single elite Kepler guard for the late game. They can just clean up all the infantry. I expect they should do well. For the Casket of Souls, it's going to be nicely sandwiched in between my infantry here, and it's going to be killing any elite beastmen infantry. Now, as I am worried about being rushed, I will be deploying a bit further back, not so far back that I am white line camping, and just stay closer to this sort of defensive structure over here. Cavalry will be up front and center for that skirmish. And I also have a unit of Ushapti Great Bow to take out any high priority targets. Maybe cavalry, but honestly, I'm not too worried about cavalry in this situation. I'm much more worried about minotaurs. So let's hope that the Ushapti can take them out. And then if anything routes, I need to be chasing them off with my cavalry. The goal for the cavalry is to make sure that they avoid engagements in melee. I need them for the late game for cleanup. So CJ, hello and welcome. I hope everything is going well for you. Is anyone here excited for the Warhammer World Cup, by the way? I think I saw that it was later today, like in 30 minutes or something. How many people are gonna ditch for that? I honestly didn't even know that that was happening today. I sort of am really out of the loop when it comes to Warhammer World Cup stuff. I'm not sure why. It's one of the biggest events ever, but I've sort of just been more mild about it. Yes, it does. It is coming up later today. It should be pretty exciting. But here we go. Moreover, Lord is ready. Game number 1 gonna be the Tomb Kings against the Beastmen. Pretty standard counter pick, going with an undead faction. And to start off, we're seeing that he has actually bought the Eye of Morslieb. All right, ROR Cygor, elite artillery piece, and we'll have to see what it decides to actually throw rocks at. I can dodge with my cavalry if it does chuck some stones that way, and in the meantime I can begin skirmishing out the beastmen. Looks like rock number 1 may be thrown, and there we go. So immediately when we see it get launched, we turn with the cavalry, it misses, and that's a dandy old time for us. There shouldn't be too many vanguard shenanigans to worry about, as the map deployment is fairly square, and we're seeing where most of the army is. It's going to be a lot of archers. This is actually great for the Casket of Souls, and my cavalry can reveal most of these guys for the casket to do its work. So no need to advance. I have artillery firing, and now the onus would be on the beastmen to shut down that casket. Maybe the Eye of Morslieb would be able to do something, but it is quite far away, so I imagine the casket should be getting some pretty nice hits. I'll be targeting the Gore Herd, since the archers actually aren't revealing themselves too much. It can make it a bit hard to target them correctly. And I'm going to turn off fire at will on the casket, so it doesn't just keep shooting these Ungor spearmen when the beastmen do enter stealth. As for my cavalry, I can be a bit more active with them. I might as well. And Cetra too actually can move up. The beastmen formation is fairly wide, and I can punish that by overloading one of the flanks, getting in a bit of cycle charging, and that should be pretty good. So okay, Cetra coming on in, getting in towards these archers. He's not too worried about archers. Worst case scenario, if he gets shot, I can give him his missile, no, not his missile resist, his physical resist ability, and that should keep him fairly safe. The Gore Herd have taken quite the beating so far too, and here we go, the archers are now firing, etc. He will be giving himself those buffs to keep him alive. As for the rest of the archers on the flanks, I'll be hitting them with my cavalry. The beastmen don't have that much counter skirmish, so I'm not especially worried. And there are some minotaurs on Cetra right now, but they're not too much of a problem. I do have to be a bit wary because of course he is taking a lot of damage from them. I will have to disengage with Cetra, but he shouldn't be taking too much damage on the disengage. I'll be slamming into some infantry too, using his AoE, and already we're seeing the beastmen are having a pretty hard time. The Ushopti too now are going to move up. I'm going to hit up the Minotaurs, and once they're down, I'm going to be feeling very confident about this situation, as that's basically the biggest threat to Cetra right now, aside from the archers, and the archers can be pretty easily shut down in general, as long as I have single entities. So all in all, things are still looking pretty good. My cavalry has taken a bit more damage than I would have hoped though, along one of the flanks. But the Casket of Souls is still firing. It's getting in a lot of damage. That's going to be very good for me. The rest of the units of archers should be going down soon. And it looks like the Minotaurs are nearly falling too. So I'd say this game is looking very much to go in my direction, although the balance of power says otherwise. So maybe I do have to be a bit more wary than I would have thought. A lot of that could just be in the Centaurs, or not the Centaurs, but the Cygors. So let's be a little bit more cautious and definitely not throw away our cavalry. Cetra 2 actually gets locked down by the snare from the Eye of Morslieb. But he's still in fairly good shape, as it looks like these Chaos Spawn won't even be pinning him down, so that's actually quite good. And now, it's just killing off these single entities. Like this Chariot, I'll need to get some way of dealing with that. And of course, the Cygor. Now, the Cygor can be dealt with Cetra, so that's not too much of a problem. The single entities too shouldn't be too troublesome. Although the Chaos Spawn will be able to shut down my Ushabti for a period, which allows the Minotaurs to get some work in. But otherwise, the infantry of the Beastmen is pretty battered. I'm also turning off Fire at Will on my Skirmishers, just to be a little bit more effective with them. So that in the late game they can shoot out these Cygors and hopefully win that way. With Cetra, I'll be giving him his buffs for anti-large. That's what happens when you overcast the Cursed Blade. And with that extra anti-large, it looks like that Bray Shaman of the Wild should be going down. Now my Ushabti, they are getting compromised. Let's go ahead and pull them into a safer position. Use my Ushabti summon right on top of the Minotaurs, my biggest threat at the moment. And then Cetra will chase off that Bray Shaman. Now, I do sort of want Cetra to be closer to the mainline fight, just to support the rest of the army. But, yeah, just a bit of a misplay. I did forget to use my cavalry to chase off these, the important routing units. But it doesn't look like that should matter too much, as I do have quite the lead. Although, the Ushabti are down. So it means that Cetra is the new single entity killer here along with these guys. Why take the ROR Tomb Guard? They are really good at killing Beastmen infantry, as they are quite elite. They're really nice to have as an anchor unit in the late game. But yeah, you have to be a bit careful though, as if they do eat a bunch of AoEs, it can get pretty rough for them. Alright, so this Bray Shaman's continuing to run away. I'm actually gonna, you know what, I'm gonna keep chasing him with Cetra, just because he's already committed. It obviously would have been much better to have my cavalry actually support that engagement, but just in case, because I know I'll be able to win it with the rest of my army here, I'm going to have Cetra chase him off, just so that there aren't any surprises when it comes to that Bray Shaman rallying. I definitely don't want that to happen, and then have him use some crazy spells to turn the tide in the Beastmen favor. And now it's about time I bring in my horsemen to kill off this Cygor. The method in which I do that is just going to be shooting them with the rest of their ammunition. And then I think we'll be good to go. Who's this Mogre? He's not especially scary now that he's used all of his summons. The Chariot is now off the map, so Cetra can finally come back. But this is actually a pretty big misplay. You definitely want to be using your skirmish cavalry to chase off units. But looks like we'll be just fine. Now, it will take a while to actually kill off this Cygor. It is fairly tanky, but as soon as Cetra comes back, then that should be a done deal. How do I keep all the units highlighted? If you hold space over here on the right side, you can highlight your units. It's very nice if you're using the debug camera, as it will make the units much more readable. Now here we go. Cygor has engaged. It has no support, but I am running out of ammunition. But it looks like I'll have just barely enough ammo to kill off the Cygor before my before he can really, or yeah, I'll have just enough ammunition to kill it before running out. So honestly, it's not too worrying here. And I think really these Nehakar horsemen, horse archers, just normal horse archers, got a ton of value. Oh, whoops. Yeah, they were basically able to use up all of their ammunition and chase off some units, which is basically the best thing that a skirmish cavalry unit can hope for. I kept them relatively safe, although I did send them in to take out some of the archers. But yeah, just looking at their values, they carried pretty hard, even more than the casket, which was shooting for most of the game. And if we take a look at my cavalry, yeah, they did pretty good too. All in all, quite good. Yeah, and in the case of this build, really having so many raiders was a pretty big problem, as he wasn't able to defend them against my cavalry. So definitely a rough matchup for my opponent. Nice. All right. So that changes the score to 1 win for myself. And now we move on to the next match. It's gonna be Prague. I'll go Coast. And then go with my usual bands. Okay, I'll go VP on Prague. Ban the Wood Elves and the Dwarves. Pretty standard bans when it comes to Vampire Coast. Dwarves, as they have very high leadership and a ton of shields, makes them very hard to shoot to death. And Wood Elves, because of their new update, making their rushes much more scary. All right, so with all that set up now, we have we have Coast. We gotta wait to see what he picks. He's gonna go with Lizardmen. Wow, the Mad Lad. All right. Now, this is actually a pretty bad matchup for the Lizardmen, but not impossible for them to win it. We have seen Call Harmon do pretty well, actually, as the Lizardmen here. So I'm interested to see what Moreover Lord has to bring to bear against the Might of the Coast. And yeah, I think I already have a preset army ready to go, so just gotta ready up. Okay, I got a preset. Good luck, have fun. Ready. So yeah, I actually have a couple builds to choose from here. Yeah, but Lizardmen, they really don't enjoy getting shot at, as Saurus warriors are pretty slow. And if they go for a more mobile build, like with Skinks, they actually get routed off pretty easily. So, yeah, we'll see what he has. Scattered to the winds, saying good luck today, thank you. Hopefully I can get a decent ways away into this tournament. My hope is I'll be able to make it to the finals, of course, to qualify for the playoffs of my son HW. But yeah, Loopy, late to the tournament again, man. Except this time you didn't even know that there was a tournament. Yeah, it's a my son tournament. Apparently they were thinking of even canceling it, but yeah, one thing that I noticed in the actual upcoming tournaments section, my son HW isn't posting to Turin's channel anymore. So that's where I would go before to see the tournament posts, but yeah, it's just running dry. So I actually had to unmute his Discord channel and pay close attention to his announcements to know about this. All right. But yeah, I think I should be able to do at least decently today. If we look at the big names of this tournament, what we got: Iron General. I recognize Dark Phoenix. Let's see, I recognize Hero of Rome. Grombrindle is in here. The green one. Ulrich Wall, Iskandar, but I think probably the I got some hair in my mouth. The scariest player I would say for this tournament is probably Ulrich Wall, by the looks of it. Iskandar can be pretty scary too. Grombrindle has defeated me in best of threes previously, but it seems like I should have a pretty nice, pretty smooth tournament run. Tutorial is playing? What do you mean by that? Are you calling this entire tournament a tutorial, or do I have something running that I am unaware of? But yeah, I think I should be able to do okay. Unless there's some sort of upset. I'll have to beat, after this, probably Grombrindle next, followed by Iron General, I would assume. Or perhaps Talcor, I know they are pretty proficient also. So we'll see. And there we go, Ulrich Wall already winning his best of three. Pretty scary. Oh, Tutorial is a player. Tutorial. Okay, I see. Are they, I haven't actually seen them too much. Are they, how are they? Are they like, some hidden gem in the rough? I imagine it could be pretty scary. Like, Alfredino just came off of, my son HW's Fresh Recruit League. Sort of out of nowhere. And just started stomping players, so I gotta keep a close eye on all the up-and-comers. Is there a link to the tournament challenge? Indeed, there is. Wow. I can't even sign in into my I can't sign into my own chat. Wait a second. Why can't? Okay, well, there we go. Sure. Here we go. Yeah, let's yeah. I have to open a whole separate browser just to type in chat, guys. But yes, the link that I just posted is the challenge link. No, he's been playing for quite a while, really. As someone who's been playing quite a while, I haven't seen Tutorial very often. Gotta be honest. But yeah, there's a challenge link. Things are progressing nicely. We, 2 best of 3s are already done by Talcor and Ulrich Wall, 2 of the players that I'd be more worried about. So should be good. Should be good. There is gonna be some competition. And in the finals, I think it's a best of 5 against Ulrich Wall. That's gonna be a bit scary, but we'll see how it goes. Now for my build, it's standard Vampire Coast. No real need to divert a lot from my usual playstyle here, as I am fairly confident I should be able to do well. This build is one of the lower risk builds for me as the Vampire Coast, so I believe I should be okay. One major thing to worry about is that my deck gunners will get engaged on. So I'm actually going to put them a little bit closer to the center of the formation this time around, with the cannon in the back to act as a sort of blocker for my deck gunners. One thing that I also don't want to be running into is going to be large amounts of cavalry for the lizardmen. And to deal with them, I need to screen with my zombies, use the dogs to support, same with the sirens, and then as per usual use my many guns to try and rout them off nice and early. So that's going to be the game plan. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see how well my opponent does in this match. So glad I'm back. Yeah, James, yeah, at the moment I'm just streaming the tournaments right now, but as I do have a job offer that's looking pretty good so far based on the interview process. Things are a bit up in the air, but as soon as that's done I might be able to stream regularly again. We'll have to see. Now into the game. My opponent is ready, And taking a look at his army size, it's fairly small. So it should be pretty good. You're already filled in. You're still glad. Well, wonderful, man. And here we go. We're seeing a double Bastiladon solar engine play. That's pretty good. The front line is a couple Saurus, mostly Skinks. I need to send my dogs to make sure that the vanguard position is held. There may be a few chameleon Skinks over here too. I need to be a bit wary with Luther. But immediately the cannon shots, ripping into that Slann Mage of Fire. That is one of the main reasons why Vampire Coast can be so painful against Lizardmen. Because their Slann will take huge amounts of damage from the artillery, and it can be fairly difficult to actually dodge the shots. As for the double solar engine, they may be picking away at my deck gunners, so I have to be a bit careful that no lengthwise shots really tear into them. But so far, things are going pretty good. There's no signs of chameleon skinks either, so I'm actually going to use Luther to kill off this Slann. And once he's down, I am in a very good position. Double solar engine fires at Luther. Dodge from him. Looks like it works out okay. I dodge half the shots, which is nice. And now the goal is to use these bombers to clear out the skinks, the handguns for the Saurus warriors. The deck gunners do reduce the shields, the actual blocked damage on the Saurus, so that should work out pretty well. Now the Slann does manage to make it to safety. He does survive the onslaught of Luther and the cannon, and Luther, actually getting ambushed by a few chameleon skinks now, is going to be taking a bit more damage than I would have hoped. As for the cavalry, I'll be turning my guns specifically to deal with them. Deck gunners too, and then scurvy dogs at the ready to charge them in the back to get them to rout as quickly as possible. The reason I don't have my guns facing the front line is because I'm actually not particularly worried about my front line getting shut down. It will take quite some time before that happens, so I think things should be going just dandy. And with the left flank secured, I now turn my deck gunners to the right flank to take care of the next unit of cavalry, thus defending everything fairly well. Now, my dogs, they need to be chasing off these skinks now, as the cavalry is mostly dealt with. Sounds like someone's trying to break into a car outside too. Just a car alarm going off. This is a very common thing in my neighborhood, so I'll just tune that out. Hopefully it's not too loud on stream, but yeah. Back to the game. We have both flanks secured now. The Slann Mage is now out due to the cannon fire. A very rough fate, but a common one when it comes to Slann. And with the Lord now dead for the Lizardmen, leadership issues are going to be kicking on in, which is actually a perfect scenario for my dogs to start jumping on top of everything. And with 2 units of them, they will be pretty effective at shutting down these chameleon skinks. Definitely a much higher priority than chasing off normal skinks, as normal skinks are already so beat up. Their leadership won't really be able to hold going into the late game. As for Luther, he has taken quite a bit of damage so far. I'd be a bit worried about the solar engines finishing him off, but he's in a good enough place where I'm not extremely worried. In fact, I'm confident enough where I can send him in onto this Saurus Scar veteran. And once he's down, that's going to be the majority of the Lizardmen bounce of power off the battlefield. And then I should be good. And there we go. My opponent taps out. That's going to be game 2. And pretty good. Nice and clean first 2 games. Sweet. So, taking a look. Yeah, that artillery piece. Cannons. Brutal against the Lizardmen. The solar engines couldn't really pay for themselves against Coast. The game just didn't really go on long enough this time around. And you need a lot more cavalry if you want to overwhelm this type of gun line. Usually, if you want to rush the coast, you take a lot more cavalry and a lot more pterodon riders as your main core of the army. So GG. And that's gonna be it. Thanks. GG's. All right. So let's go ahead and report the scores, and we'll be taking a look at chat now. By the way, Intensity joined my game yesterday when I was playing with Showtime. That was you? Ah, I see. Yeah, just try not to do that too often. A lot of the players don't want their builds to be they don't want their builds to be shown off. So it's pretty sketchy, especially during these times when there's big tournaments going on. You definitely don't want people just hopping into your lobbies. Let's see, good luck on the interviews. Yeah. Hopefully I won't need it, but man, are there a lot of interviews coming on up. Also for the bracket, let me just show you guys an updated version real quick. Should be, let's see here. Let me try that again. Yeah, it looks like Rom Brindle just finished their best of 3 too. So in about 30 minutes, we could be facing them. Hey, that looks like Flying Taco. Moved to YouTube from Twitch. Indeed. I'm going to be on YouTube for a bit, at least while things are a bit in turmoil. If I were to go back to a consistent streaming schedule, I feel like I might want to do that on Twitch instead. Just for that consistency, but right now it simplifies things a lot for me to do it on YouTube. Although I do miss a lot of the Twitch features. Yeah, Twitch has a lot going for it. But yeah. Of course, I'm also trying to grow the YouTube channel a bit too. Sort of farming with different crops, really. Like it has to step up his faction ban game. Well, usually early on, a lot of people will play factions that they're just comfortable with, rather than focusing on counter picks. Just because counter picking involves knowing a lot of factions, it can be really difficult. I know it took me a while to get past, you know, playing just dwarves. You have no idea how YouTube streams work. Oh, you know, it's similar to Twitch, just with fewer features. So in a sense, you already know how it works. But yeah, you know, there's a chat, but yeah. The plus side though is that it does consolidate the viewer base. Yeah, just people that come into the stream and people that watch purely on YouTube. It can help grow my brand a bit faster, I guess. Greetings from Italy. Hello. We're right now just waiting for Grom Brindle and Artisan to finish up their match before I jump on into the next one. What emote you use for LOL? Yeah, it's all gone. All the emotes are gone. So one thing that I'm noticing already, because I'm not streaming consistently, talking for more than an hour is already a lot more taxing than it used to be. Oh man, I need to make sure I stay hydrated. Yeah, in fact, I might get a water refill while we wait for Grom Brindle to finish up. So I'll actually just step out for like 2 minutes, grab some water, and see what's going on in chat while we wait for this, plus the Warhammer World Cup, of course. Oh, wait. And I'm back. I'm back. By the way, Intisti, why were you playing as Chaos against Petonia yesterday? Didn't know I play Chaos. I play every faction. I'm practicing my my counter picks. So yeah. But yeah, seriously though, don't don't let too much stuff out, as you know, people are. I don't really mind showing off my builds on stream and publicly, but I know a lot of other players don't want what they're practicing out there. Same with their builds, so careful, man. At Anticity, any reason you're streaming on YouTube? Yeah, I mentioned earlier, it's just because the with the whole work process, things are in turmoil. I can't stream consistently, so YouTube is a much easier streaming platform, just because as soon as I'm done the stream, I don't have to re-upload to YouTube. It's already there, so a little bit more convenient, and also just to consolidate viewers while I'm streaming less often. But yeah, I'm just feeling it out. I might go back to Twitch. I might stay on YouTube. I could do both. Who knows? The future is unknown. Okay. So you do have some what are they called? Emotes, I guess. Virtual magi. Cool, but cool. Yeah, it's gonna be a hot minute, guys. You know, like I would reckon maybe 30 minutes before we get our match against Grombrindle. So I'm actually just gonna set a 30-minute timer to put somewhere while we wait. Hey, there we go. Let's see, where do I put this? There's no good place for this timer. Maybe right here? How does that look? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I'll have that timer ticking down. It's not a hard set timer, but yeah, good enough. Ooh, Warhammer World Cup is starting. Ooh, exciting. Now, let's see. It's not Turin's stream, right? Let's see, Warhammer World Cup. From which channel is it being streamed? I don't think I can restream it unless it's from Turin. But I will be putting up a link for anyone who's interested. By the way, Anticity, do you know when the next faction war will start? I do not. I'll have to ask Turin about it, but at the moment I think he's probably a bit busy with the, you know, World Cup events. It's Total War. Alright, let's look that up. Total War. Hey, there we go. So they are streaming here. Okay, sick. This is their main YouTube channel. For anyone who doesn't want to wait too long here for my match, check out this link. Boom. Yeah, you can go there to the Total War stream. Take a look at the tournament going on. If you want to hear my mild commentary, you can hang around here. But yeah, should be good. What's it? There's quite a few ODM members that are actually playing in the tournament, so I hope they do well. Although I don't know, I'm honestly less committed to the World Cup event than I would have expected. Hey, nice, and it looks like Turin is casting it. Wonderful, wonderful. You here for the commentary? Well, right now we're staring at a splash art of Franz and Archaon the Ever-Chosen. Two factions that are played, honestly, not very often in the Warhammer meta currently, but very nice centerpieces for splash screens. It's very unfortunate though. Right now the meta is there's quite a few greenskins. Whether they're strong or not, it is undeniable that many people are playing greenskins. And if we look at the players, we're seeing Lotus Moon, Showtime, Alfredino, and Evenstar, with quite a few elves being favored by a lot of these players. Evenstar, though, more of an undead focused player. Lotus Moon, more of an elf focused player. And of course, we're seeing greenskins, a pretty strong faction in the meta right now, being played pretty often. So we'll be expecting quite a few of those games. Pretty exciting. And 50% of the remaining players are ODM. Absolutely amazing. So all in all, pretty good. Are there any Tomb King players? Yeah, we got Evenstar. He plays all the undead factions. I actually played against his vampire counts and his vampire coast, which he was able to win quite handily. So I think Evenstar is a really good player, but we also see Showtime and Alfredino, training partners of myself. And one of the things that I help them with is, as one of the main undead players in ODM, it's really nice practice for their Vampire Coast practice. So, yeah, I think they should be able to do fairly well in general. You know, play some counts to Vampire counts. Alfredino's familiar with undead also. In fact, he actually does enjoy playing Tomb Kings, so yeah, I'm excited. And it looks like there's 2 opportunities for ODM to get to the finals. So if we get an ODM Civil War, that would actually be pretty funny. Would really be good promotional material for good old ODM if we get 2 of them in the top 2. That would be absolutely insane, but not unexpected given how much Showtime and Alfredino have actually been practicing. They've been going at it almost daily for the past while now. Basically as close to professional players as you can get. I'm sure Evenstar and Lotus Moon too have been going hard on the practice too, so I'm expecting some pretty exciting games. Fingers crossed. All right, now I'm going to save my energy a bit before my throat just absolutely explodes. And yeah, just take it easy, chill with chat, wait for the next match. It's a bit of a shame that a lot of Warhammer tournaments involve so much waiting. But there's not too many things you can really do to remedy that situation. And it doesn't matter as much as long as you're not streaming it, because then it gives you time to recuperate between matches. Oh boy. So how about you guys? Do you think Showtime's gonna win it? Alfredino, Lotus Moon, or Evenstar? I'd like to know what the community perception is. But I believe if I had to put my money down, oh man, I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure at all. Is ODM the only clan that is left? No, I think Evenstar is in clan VM. And then Lotus Moon is unassociated, which is pretty crazy. Usually clans are a really nice bed to practice and to improve. So sort of not having that is pretty crazy unless they're practicing with, you know, just buddies. You kind of like Lotus stream, so you're going to vote for him. Nice. I haven't actually seen much of Lotus Moon, but I know they're a very good player. I'm excited to see how they do, especially since they play a lot of elves. And of course, everyone loves some underdog factions. Yeah, VM is there with Even Star. Whew. Very exciting. Shame Falcon got knocked out. Yeah. Honestly, pretty surprising, but there's a lot of people now that are playing extremely well. So even though Falcon is one of the top players in the world, I think he actually finally has some competition nowadays. Lotus Moon is he/him. Ah, okay. Cool. I will stick to that then. I default to they a lot when it comes to talking about people online. It's just habit at this point. Gonna go see the World Cup. Go get him, Loopy. It's gonna be exciting. Gotta cheer on for the ODM. Oh man, and it's Showtime's Beastmen against Even Stars Greenskins. Wow. We're seeing Beastmen being played in game number 1. Oh boy, that's gonna be exciting. Yeah, perfectly reasonable. Now, yeah. Now, people say Beastmen are actually pretty good against Greenskins. I feel like the reason we don't see so many Beastmen players is that the skill floor is relatively high, but the faction as a whole generally does pretty well whenever people play them. So I feel like it's okay. Where are we watching World Cup? I posted a link earlier, but since it's actually started now, you guys can follow this link to see what I'm talking about. I'm not restreaming it as it is Total Wars content. I have permission to stream Turin's content to restream it, but I don't want to do that without permission for sure. Who do you think is the best Total War Warhammer player? I have no idea. Whoever wins this tournament, there are a lot of good candidates when it comes to that. And here we go. Oh man, we're seeing what, Grom? Grom's doing pretty well. I'm actually interested. For anyone watching the VOD right now, right? Someone watching the VOD would have to open up the other stream and then look at the VOD of that stream and try to sync it up with what I'm talking about. What's the timer? It's expected time before Grom Brindle finishes his best of 3. Which could be a while from now. Oh my goodness, that AoE. That's real bad. Alright, guys. Alright, showtime's out, guys. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, that was disgusting. That was huge. Brutal. Let's see. Yeah, Beastmen are really strong. Just some bad matchups that make them look weak on a tier list. I think so. They have a lot of good matchups. Really, their biggest weakness right now is that they're lacking in single entities, which play a pretty large part in on the battlefield, and just not having access to that can be quite rough. Beastmen seem one-dimensional at first, but there are different things you can do. Indeed, you can go heavy on the cavalry, monstrous units, focus on infantry, archers, variety of lord and hero selection. It's not bad. Sadly, they lack half of their army. So sad. Yeah, but you know, if you look at dwarves, they are also missing a lot of key units in their roster, so it's not unprecedented. And it's not like they can't be used as a decent counter in some situations. Also, that's not Grom, that's actually a Wurzag. That's very interesting. But yeah, honestly, right now it's looking pretty rough for the Beastmen. Losing so much of your mobile cavalry is really bad. You need them to throw axes at the Arachnarok spider. Oh man. But yeah, if someone's watching on the VOD though, I gotta say, congrats on you, but you should totally be skipping up ahead. And right now we're continuing to wait for Grombrindle, so yeah, there's not much else to do other than watch the World Cup while we continue to wait on. We have some people in chat that were cheering for Lotus Moon. I think Lotus Moon is probably one of the players that I just haven't really played against. One of the top tier players that I've never really faced before. It's pretty surprising, honestly. But rip, oh man, Showtime already down one game. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. That's gotta hurt a bit since, you know, you're bringing Beastmen, you're trying to counter the greenskins, but man, is that rough. Now that XMT is out, you're rooting for ODM. Nice, nice. Well, it's off to a bad start, Taco. But I think, you know, there's a lot of space to come back. What is this, like a best of 5 or something? Usually Lotus is drunk during his stream, so you don't even know how he plays while sober. Yes, it's his limiter. You know, as soon as he sobers up, he's just a god among men. You feel like greenskin players are super used to the matchup now? Versus Beastmen, really? I don't feel like Beastmen is a common counter pick to greenskins. Seems a bit strange. I'm honestly a bit surprised that Beastman build fell so quickly. It seemed like they should have had a pretty nice cavalry advantage there. But yeah, what can you do? Yeah, best of 5, alright. So there's loads of space to work it out. Alright, so what do we got? Grombrindle's still playing their match, so we continue to wait. You're seeing it all the time now? Really? I feel like greenskin mirror matches would be even more common than the Beastmen one. Beastmen is a super common counter to greenskins, and greenskins is a common counter to Beastmen. Is that how it works? You know, I haven't been keeping up with tournaments in general. I actually don't watch as much Warhammer as would be better. But yeah, I sort of got the impression that, you know, people would be picking other things for greenskins, like, you know, Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast, mirror matches. That's a bit strange for sure. Oh my goodness, why am I so tired? I guess I didn't get that much sleep last night, but I have just enough juice to play this tournament. I'm surprised that apparently Beastman is a common counter to greenskins though. Greenskins have a lot of tools. Warzag is quite strong. Big spiders, the Arawar, or the Lord, and Azag. And of course Grom, big gun spam. Yeah. Greenskins, they got a good amount of updates. They have variety. And a bunch of units that are very powerful in specific circumstances. It's a very dynamic matchup, and it comes down to mobility control. I assume you're talking about greenskins versus Beastmen. It also means you don't waste your stronger factions that you can use in the best of 5. Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense then. Because usually you wouldn't have reason to bring Beastmen otherwise. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering though, wouldn't Norska work out as sort of just a better Beastman though? Like you have mammoths, you have your skirmishers. You know, skin wolves I feel like do better as a cavalry unit against the greenskins. So I feel like Norska should have a pretty good chance there. But we haven't been seeing a lot of Norska either. To be fair, it's an even matchup. It's like how Wood Elves and Empire is becoming even. Wait, it's like how Wood Elves Empire is coming even. Though it's even, you suppose. That sentence is throwing me in for a loop. If Greenskins is prepared, you think Beastmen has to outplay them. Which means Beastmen is not really a good pick, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, I haven't really played that matchup too often, so I don't really know what counts as preparedness there. No Vile Tide. That is true, but you have Burning Head. And honestly, Burning Head is pretty nice against the low armored greenskins, the goblins, and so on. Yeah, Norska has the boat. You can even take Burning Head and Pendulum and the boat to just really stack the AoE. Of course, against better players, they'll be dodging, but I feel like it's alright. Norska has a better matchup spread later. Yes, yeah. But of course, yeah, Flying Taco bringing up the actual best of 5 meta, where you need to make sure you have your factions available for counter picks. And in this case, Beastmen would be a really nice choice for greenskins to make sure that you can play greenskins yourself and that you have Norska for counter picks also. You also feel like it's a little bit worse. Cool. That's interesting. But why would it be a little worse, if you don't mind indulging? I would very much like to know. Whoops, I accidentally changed my sound settings, but I think it's back to normal now. Sorry for blowing my nose all the time. It is allergy season over here in Canada. Everything is growing outside and it is killing my sinuses. But I'll make it. It's very mild allergies. I've been blessed with that. Anticity, do you know why people randomly started to counterpick greenskins as Tomb Kings? Tomb Kings are undead. They historically, with their terror, would be able to really punish greenskins. So I feel like that's basically the gist of it. It's just nowadays greenskins have a lot of immune to psychology abilities, which really put a damper on the usual Tomb King style. Plus the regeneration means that Arc in the Black and Spirit Leech spam is much less effective. You meant to say common, not coming. Oh, I see. Matchup. You like how Wood Elves versus Empire is becoming more common. I see. It all makes sense now. You mean you think the Beastmen versus Greenskins is slightly worse than Norska versus Greenskins? Oh, okay, I see. Both matchups feel even to you. I see. So in a best of 3, yeah, I think I would probably go Norska. I'm a bit more comfortable with them. But in a best of 5, I might go Beastmen. Fortunately, you can't spread COVID through the internet. Indeed, because I am talking a lot. And my microphone and video camera are less than 5 feet away. Or I think it was 6 feet. I don't really go outside, so those numbers don't even apply to me. I've just been locked in home for the past while now. Alright. Now, quick double check to see if Grom Brindle has done his game. Not yet. The timer is still ticking down over here. So looks like my estimations are still working out fairly well. But hopefully I'll be able to play a game today. We've played one best of 3. It has been an hour and 30 minutes. Such is the way of tournaments. You getting the vaccine next week? Hey, that's awesome, man. Yeah, vaccine rollouts. Things will slowly go back to normal, guys. The beginning of the end is nigh. Just make sure you stay safe. Yeah, I think, what's it? I probably won't be getting vaccine for a while, just because of age range stuff. I'm much less at risk than many other people, so it's not as important to me. But obviously, when it becomes available for me, I will definitely be getting it. Get vaccinated, people. It's important. I usually don't go political on here, but I don't think it's a political issue, so we're good to go. Now, on to Warhammer, though. We're seeing, what's this? Showtime's Greenskins against Even Stars Chaos. Seems like a similar strategy to the Beastmen. Chaos usually isn't a counterpick to many factions, but it's it would have been useful for a Bretonia counterpick, possibly. But we'll see if Even Star is able to beat Showtime's Greenskins here. That would be really rough. You just finished your games, Biblington. Nice. Seems like a lot of Eastern Asian players here today. So lots of different builds. Ooh, that's exciting. Let's see. Well, I don't really recognize most of the players, so I wouldn't know, but that's pretty cool, pretty cool. If you missed it, I played against a very new player. I think you didn't miss it. I feel like you were here. But yeah, earlier today, guys, we played against someone where it was just their second tournament ever. And I did not hold back. I went all in. It was pretty brutal, but that's what you got to do. Bone Zone is hurting the Greenskins, looks like. Yeah, we're seeing Even Star doing pretty well. Honestly, I'm not super surprised. Even Star is, he's a very formidable player. Yeah, just in my own experience playing against him, it felt like his micro is always very much on point. And you know, just because of that, I never really felt bad losing to him. It always felt quite deserved, I must say. Still though, balance of power is it's close enough where I wouldn't count either player out. And that Arachnarok spider is going to be quite the beast to take down. You were kind of here, but you missed most of it since you were in your games. I see. All right, what do we got? Oh man, Grombrindle, come on. To beat your opponent already. I want to face you in the battlefield. Alright, so we're seeing what, the Azag actually getting surrounded. I feel like the Greenskins, this could be it, unless there's a huge terror route on those Chaos Knights. The Arachnarok Queen is also taking quite the beating too, but then again, it's doing a lot of damage to Sartorial. And if Sartorial dies, it's basically over, so I'm not sure, but come on, I really want Showtime to win it here, as he is a clanmate. At Anticity, the problem with the Greenskin Norska matchup is that Beastmen suffer less. Let's see, is that Beastmen suffer less of is the Greenskin mobility. Whew, parsing words. Let's see, Beastmen can more cost effectively deal with Greenskin mobility. Yeah, that sort of makes sense. You know, you have Vile Tide, which is more of an instant cast. I'm sure you have many methods to deal with the mobility using magic and of course other means. But wow, we're looking at Chaos taking out the Greenskins here. Even Star, what a beast! Looks like he's been practicing quite a bit. Showtime is not an easy player to take down by any means. Looks like Showtime will lose, yeah, but you can't count out a reverse sweep. He's played Greenskins and he's played Beastmen. Even Star has played Chaos and Beastmen. No, Chaos and Greenskins. So they're both down some good factions, but now Even Star has his entire undead roster to counter with, and I feel like that might be the downfall of Showtime. He's going to be eating a lot of counters, and some really nasty ones too. So yeah, it's going to be scary, but still, I know Showtime is a very strong player. Meanwhile, for the My Son HW tournament, The bracket remains. Not much has changed since we last checked. So we continue to wait. Darn undead, yeah. Even Star's undead is quite scary. He can take down, he took down my Vampire Coast too, I think before the nerf. So, yeah. Very scary player. Alright. Now, if Showtime gets taken out, it means that the last of the ODM lies on Alfredino. And his ability to... his ability to, you know, play against a Lotus Moon. A very elf-favored player. Of course, Greenskins, very proficient there. Skaven, a little bit less so. Empire, maybe even. It could go either way. You've been practicing Chaos into Greenskins. It seems to me like they have a better chance than most factions. Interesting. I know Chaos Skirmishers are relatively cheap. And one of the nice ways of dealing with cheap Skirmishers is to have slightly more expensive cheap Skirmishers. So Chaos is in a good category to do that. A lot of their units are shielded. They won't take a lot of damage from being skirmished too. And in a straight up fight, you know, if you're worried about stone trolls, Chaos is one of the best factions to have their infantry run into a straight up fight. So all in all, I wouldn't be too surprised. And it seemed like Evenstar was pretty confident about it also. So maybe there's something there. If he gets Chaos as a meta counterpick to Greenskins, that would change things up quite a bit. It would give people less of a worry when it comes to Greenskins, as they will have a nice handful of counters. Ooh, but yeah. Does Evenstar have a YouTube, Twitch, etc. channel? I don't know of one. You'd have to look it up, but yeah. You don't think he does? If he did, it would probably be in Russian. Yes, that's true too. Yeah. It's interesting to see how big Warhammer is in different languages, by the way. Like, I know Spanish and yeah, like a lot of Spanish channels, they are quite popular. The stream, I think, in China earlier with Han. I think it's like Han Samurai is the player. In one of the tournaments, there was a pretty big stream there also. I think it was the Warhammer World Cup actually. But yeah, the viewership is insane, which is always very exciting. I don't know about Russian though. Yeah, no idea how big that is. But I do know that we do have quite a few players from that region. Very exciting. And of course, with all these players and viewers, you have many other play styles that come into effect, different metas to explore. It's all very exciting. Also, by the way, for anyone tuning in, the stream that I am talking about can be seen over there in the chat. It should be showing up in just a second. That is, yeah, it's just because I don't want to be restreaming stuff from Total War, as I did not ask permission, but there's not much else to do, so that is what I am filling the time with while we wait for our opponent, who should be done pretty soon. Do you think Total War Warhammer got a big spike in popularity in China after Three Kingdoms came out? Ooh, that'd be interesting. I'd love to see the graph. Have you guys seen that video where it shows the player base of all of the games as they come out? And it's just insane. Like, you see, yeah, like when you see Warhammer 3 come out, just like huge player base. And when Three Kingdoms came out, like hundreds of thousands of players on at the same time. Very exciting video. I forget what it's called though, but you can probably look it up. It's like it shows it's like a bar graph that adjusts with some music to back it up. When I explain it like that, it seems super not exciting, but it is. Trust me. Whew. Now, looks like yep, the games are still being played. Oh, I'll just sit back and relax then. Enjoy the stream with you guys. Let's see what we're heading into the what could be the final game between Showtime and Even Star, right? I don't think I saw a game 3. You ready for Warhammer 3 to be really fun? Yeah, honestly, I don't think they can screw it up that bad. Even if Warhammer 3 was exactly like Warhammer 2, but with extra factions, I would still enjoy that quite a bit. It'd be a bit disappointing not to have all these possible new cool features, but like just a bigger map and more factions is already very exciting. So which tournament am I playing in? Yes, I am playing in my son HW's tournament. One that sort of went under the radar for some players. But if you follow the link there, you can see the challenge page. And yeah, I am in the top 16. Nothing too impressive yet. But hopefully with the lower player base today, with all the good players either playing in the World Cup or watching it, maybe this is my opportunity to snipe the tournament and get into the qualifiers. Maybe. Now, what we're seeing now is Showtime's Bretonia against the Vampire accounts. Oh boy. Question is, will Showtime be able to win it here? Maybe. It looks like Even Star prepared a lot of flyers in this situation against Showtime's more ground-based army. So it means that the air-ground game won't really be contested. And it's just going to be how scary those fell bats are against the Bretonian archers. In my opinion, I feel like it's always pretty hard to jump on top of to shut down Bretonia as a vampire account, but I'm not a vampire accounts main, so I wouldn't trust my opinion too much. And here we go. How do you guys feel about the builds? I posted a link to the actual tournament stream in the chat. But yeah, we're seeing Foot Fae Enchantress and Foot Paladin against the vampire accounts here. Now there is a dragon that will have almost free reign, plus all of those bats means that the archers will probably be shut down. I'm honestly a little bit worried for Showtime here, especially because this is one of Even Star's strongest factions. He also brought a black coach. Very interesting pick. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but Showtime's army should have quite a few Grail Guardians, I believe. So honestly, I'm not sure. You know, Even Star's actual infantry army is fairly thin. It's actually very thin. So, you know, without a lot of infantry support, the vampire count would also have a bit of an issue. Just based on that, I think Even Star would be aiming to end the battle fairly quickly as soon as the fighting gets started. But we shall see. Let's go ahead and double check to make sure I'm not missing my match against Grombrindle. I am not. That is very good. Whew. And yeah, armies sort of just repositioning. Vampire counts are just trying to get us around here, so it's gonna take a hot second for them to reform their ranks, really. No one's really casting any magic, it's just sort of vying for a position. For the Bretonians, though, this is actually better for them. Getting into the center of the map, because it means that, you know, if your Fey Enchantress routes, she has a lot of room to come back onto the battlefield. So it's sort of a better position for Bretonia, but the Vampire Counts, of course, can set up basically a full surround here. Not that that's super scary, since they don't have a lot of infantry anyways. So yeah, we wait to see how it plays out. These Fellbats are going to be real scary though. I can feel that already. The Fellbats essentially have free reign over the Bretonian formation, but if they get charged by cavalry, they'll be dying pretty quickly. Okay, another quick check. Grombrindle, are you there? No, he's still facing off against Artisan Tech Priest. A long match. Perhaps it's gone to the ace match. Who knows? Oh man, so this reforming of ranks is taking a while, but it happens. You know, Vampire Counts are infantry isn't particularly fast, so you can expect the beginnings of these games to take some time. And now it begins. The armies, they march towards each other. Alright, now it all really depends on how well these archers do. If the archers get completely taken out, Bretonians in a rough spot. They'll only have their cavalry left, and they need to find a way to deal with that Blood Dragon Lord, I feel. Even start with a nice cycle charge onto the Bretonian peasants too. Some nice chip damage, but value-wise it's not a lot. He's just trying to break through the front line. And man, this is really scary though, because the Vampire Counts do have the entire air game secured. Yeah, the Corpse Cart dodging. Indeed, Corpse Cart Micro. For anyone on the VOD that wants to follow, by the way. Oh no, there's no timestamp for the Warhammer stream. Okay, here we go. I'm at 42 minutes in. So if you want to match my commentary with the tournament, open up the Warhammer World Championship and skip to 42 minutes. All right, and we're seeing yeah, the dragon is probably going to be the scariest part against all these knights. They want to be cycle charging too, but having air land directly on top of you can be pretty rough. And you know, we're already seeing a lot of the elite cavalry getting routed off. Blood Knights charging on in have a pretty rough time too. And yeah, already this is looking pretty bad. Although a lot of the archers on the flanks are doing pretty well. So, you know, I wouldn't call it over yet for Bretonia, although they did get some pretty heavy losses on one flank. As for the Vampire Counts, you know, they're moving in with their bats now to shut down those archers. Nice leaving the reserve bats so that they can fall in and do that. But oh man, look at that Vargulf play, taking off into the air. Possibly looking for a charge onto the backs of the knights, but they're actually just flying away. That's a bit strange, but now we're seeing them charge in. And that's going to be super bad for these knights. They are essentially done for now. Their leadership breaking almost immediately. And that might be it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, even start just really showing that proficiency as the Vampire Counts. Oh man, that is real rough. I can imagine Showtime is not having a great time right now. But still, 4th place in the world. Not a bad place to be. Although I do think this match is effectively over now that all the cavalry is gone. I know from experience his build is really relying on the cavalry to do well. Yeah, we're seeing Evenstar win with some pretty underrated factions too. You know, Vampire Counts and Chaos. You know, you don't see them super duper often. They're not regarded as super strong. And he took out Bretonians and Greenskins, 2 factions that are regarded as pretty strong. So that's really showing that if you have good enough play, you can still defeat these factions quite handily, even with their non-counters. Boy, man, that is rough though. We are down to a single ODM left, unless Even Star has a catastrophic failure and he just stops microing his entire army. That would be the best case scenario. But even then, that would be a bit unfair, of course. Man, the just really securing that Air Force, though, is a huge boon. You can really tell how much having the air really helped him here. And the archers just really were not able to shut it down. Wow, GG. Oh boy. And now it's going to be Alfredino against Lotus Moon. Oh man. That'll be something. For sure. Yeah, Blood Knights and Vargulfs. And then Fellbats to take care of the infantry. And he managed to pull it off with only 4 zombies and 2 skeletons. Even Star's a really good player, but you wonder how much of it is from him figuring out how to play against those factions. And how much of it is from his play. Like you mean his actual micro? From my experience facing Even Star before, I know his micro is super on point. It's a lot better than most other players. So I feel like his actual micro helps a lot. Of course, you need to figure out how to beat different factions too, but that's something that he enjoys doing also. We've seen Even Star openly face up dwarves as the Vampire Coast and win. So he likes to tinker also. Showtime didn't have enough anti-large. That's a very meta Vampire Counts build too. Good to know. Whew. That is rough though. It is real rough. And now it's Lotus Moon versus Alfredino. Yeah, what anti-large would be good? Like what, double paladin or something? Double paladin, maybe some flyers of your own. I'm not sure though. I guess you could have the cheaper knights, Knights of the Realm, could do well. He's basically best of both worlds. Well, you need to be good at both to do well in these to play at the highest level here. Just more cavalry, don't rely on pole arms. That makes sense. You predict it's going to be Lotus Moon versus Even Star. Wow. Not a lot of faith in the ODM, good sir. I've seen a lot of Alfredino play. I haven't seen a lot of Lotus Moon play, so I can't really make a decision. Of course, I'm cheering for Alfredino as he is ODM. Oh man, as we continue to wait though. Oh man, for yeah. It's a good thing that people will be able to skip around when this YouTube video comes out. Because man, what this video is gonna be like, it's 2 hours long so far. And there's been one best of 3. You put the what's it? Your man Alfredino is gonna bring the sauce. Ooh, we got some confidence here from Flying Taco. I think I feel like I'm not sure. The thing is, Lotus Moon plays a lot of elves, and that is one of the fan favorite factions in ODM. So Alfredino would have a lot more practice there than if he was facing up against undead factions. So I feel like he should be in a pretty good place. You had to make yeah. You had to make the sauce pun. Oh man, that actually went over my head until you pointed it out directly. Surprisingly enough. It's one that I've thought of before, but one that I have always refrained myself from speaking aloud. Oh yeah, you didn't even do Alfredino, you just went full on Alfredo. Well, Now that I've successfully buried that, I think he should be able to do pretty well. These matchups he should be quite practiced in, and he actually played greenskins before they were cool. A true hipster himself, not a bandwagoner. He has a lot of practice with greenskins, so I think he would do pretty well there, especially against the elf factions. And yeah, basically that. He likes to play Skaven too, but they recently got nerfed, and I don't feel like they're as good against elves, nor do I think Alfredino actually picks Skaven against elves. So I'm interested to see if he actually runs them. And he also plays undead, one of the infrequent undead players of the clan. He goes for vampire counts and tomb kings, neither of which are really good against elves, so I don't think that'll help him here. But if he does win, it will surely help against Evenstar, I believe. First, it's gonna be Lotus Moon, seeing if he can win it out there. And while we wait, let's go ahead and check on Grombrindle. And Artisan, Tech Priest, Wizard. No, Tech Priest West. What a name. They've been duking it out. Oh, and Grombrindle, he did it. He pulled out the victory. Guys, we have a game to play. Oh my gosh. Brindle, hey, all right, let's go ahead and set up a lobby. Oh my gosh, we're in. We're finally in. All right, he's asking me to host. Let's invite him to the lobby. Set the scores and then jump right on in. Oh boy. Oh boy, we finally did it, guys. We have a match. Who's picking first? Looks like Grombrindle's picking first. Oh, wait. Oh, man. I am getting more and more tired by the moment because of these long waits. So I'll have to channel the energy back into myself to play this. Karak Buffdar, Dowie, Ban High Elves, and Skaven. All right. Here we go. Where is it? So he's asking for a Beastman pick. That's pretty standard. Where's the map? Let's see. Karak Buffdar. Here's the map. It's pretty standard, and now I have to figure out what to take against dwarves. Now he's asking for a Beastman counter. I think I probably will give it to him, although I could go for Dark Elves also. Dark Elves, a faction that I'm fairly comfortable with against the Dowie, but it's been some time since I actually ran them. And I'd be wondering if Grombrindle has a special build there too. But honestly, I feel like Beastmen are probably my best option here. Just double check. Yeah, I'll go Beastmen. Alright, sweet. Now I just have to set up my build, and then we can jump right on into it. Now, Beastmen versus Dwarves, traditionally thought of as a terrible matchup for the Dowie. But the metas change. The Dwarves, always looking for different ways to win their games, will be, yeah. You know, Grombrindle's going to be a lot more practice in this matchup. So I feel like there's a high chance that I could just get run over here. You know, I don't play Beastmen super often either. But still have to see if he actually has what it takes here. I do know a few things about Grombrindle and his playstyle, which should be able to help me out, but I don't want to rely on that too much, as of course you don't want to out meta out metagame yourself and just go the completely incorrect direction with your builds. You got to be very careful about that. So with all those thoughts in place, let's see if I have what it takes to win it. Let's see. First things first, the actual army. I have an idea of what my baseline build is, but I am missing a little bit of what I want here. Let's see. Yeah, this all feels okay. And the question is, do I want this? I'll need to think about this a tiny bit. Yeah, this is actually a matchup that I haven't played in a while. Now, the Beastmen, the thing that makes them good against dwarves is that they can shut down gyrocopters pretty well. Slayers aren't too much of a problem. Boxes can be dealt with, although you still have to be a bit careful. So we'll see. You know, I have a preset build already. Let's just try running that and see how it plays out. The biggest threat here, probably. Honestly, if Grombrindle goes all in on some of his styles, I might be caught unprepared. This build sort of tries to be ready for everything, and that makes it weaker against everything. So it sort of makes the matchup a little bit more even. But it's still a pretty strong build, and I think Grombrindle, I'll be able to give him a hard time here. However, I gotta make sure that I'm playing at tip-top shape. Otherwise, very minor misplays can cause a whole host of issues if you're not careful. There's a little bit of a forest here too. I would expect some shenanigans about to go down there, so I'll have to be a bit careful. And for my abilities, I've brought a Cygor summon. I don't have Amber Spear, which could hurt a bit. I'm more so going to be relying on my Cygors to deal with the more elite infantry of the dwarves. Just trying to pepper them away. Against gyrocopters, I have many harpies, and their job will be sort of acting as dogs too. For the actual punch of the army, the armor piercing, I'm going to be using minotaurs as my core, and they'll need to just cycle charge as much as possible to break through into the dwarven lines. Some chariots on my two casters will help. Watch him go for a full Slayer army. His army count is 669, so maybe that's a really small army. Full Slayers would be okay against this, honestly. So we'll see. Of course, I do have a lot of infantry, and cycle charging can still be pretty brutal. Of course, Mogre also with the summons. So we'll have to see. It will come down to micro and my maneuverability, I guess. But honestly, it'd be a tiny bit scary. Of course, Brave Scream with the AoE, very nice against dwarves. You got the armor piercing there too. And yeah, just a whole host of summons to deal with single entities. So good luck, have fun. And we'll be jumping in just a second. Now, our army sizes are fairly even. It looks like he hasn't gone for a full Slayer army. Disappointment across the board for many of you, and it's going to be 2 cannons, 1 unit of Slayers by the looks of it, ROR, Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, and the mighty Iron Breakers. That's where most of his money actually went into. So the Iron Breakers, they're not too troublesome. I don't have Amber Spear, which sort of sucks, but I will be able to summon Cygors on top. So I expect that to go fairly well for me. The Minotaurs will be able to do really good here too. And if I can get Mogre to just throw down a Chaos Spawn summon, I believe that should be able to go alright. been seeing Gyro spam with an Elite box plus Gotrek and Felix lately. Yeah, well, this is just a Thane and Grombrindle with a Master Engineer actually. So it seems like he's actually not super well suited to deal with what my army has right now. So I think I should be okay. Just the Minotaurs really need to get a good engage on top of everything. Of course, I want to get the Cygor summon to start hammering the Iron Breakers as soon as possible also. So I just need to get my Lord to get nearby. I'm just positioning my army so that they have a nice angle of attack, but we're also going to be testing my my ability to dodge cannon shots, which is historically quite bad. So just moving on in. My Beastcaster Lord will be weaving, dodging the shots as best as he can. The Minotaurs can't really dodge the shots, but that should be fine. My archers will be getting into position to shoot at the Slayers. It looks like the cannons, they're going to be aiming at my caster, possibly. Let's just get into position. Try dodging the cannons as best as I can. Of course, some Minotaurs will be harmed. And I want my caster to start throwing down some spells onto these Iron Breakers. It's not much Grombrindle can really do to punish that. And then the Minotaurs will just be cycle charging as much as they can. So let's go ahead and throw down the AoE onto the Iron Breakers. Really nice damage right off the bat. And then I can summon a Cygor right in their face. And then use that to throw rocks at the at these guys. I expect that should go fairly well. The Harpies are just gonna go right on top of the cannons. Shut them down as quickly as I can. And then the Cygor will start pummeling away at these forces. So let's go ahead and throw down that Chaos Spawn summon to get some disruption going in on this madness. The Harpies need to fly in quickly as they can. Then I'll get another Bray Scream over here onto the Iron Breakers, as I do want them to rout off as quickly as possible. Slayers will be a bit of a problem, and of course there are more Iron Breakers to deal with. But we've already done a good amount of damage to some of them. We've routed off a few of these troops, and the goal is routing off Iron Breakers and then chasing them off. That'll be the main priority here. How's Mogr doing? He's still alive. That's very good. And as for the Iron Breakers, they're on the verge of routing, but they're still a ways away. This unit of Dwarf Warriors can be picked off, though. That should work out very well for me. And now I'm looking for opportunities to throw down my Bray Scream. One right here should hit up most of the Iron Breakers and get them pretty low. My archers are still shooting up the Slayers. That's very good. And the hero squad I'll be ignoring mostly, at least for a while. I also want to keep away from these Slayers for a good amount of time. And now that we actually have some dwarf units routing, I can begin chasing them off. Minotaurs just cycle charging as much as possible. Same with my Chariot Lord and the Minotaurs on the other flank. So let's go ahead. Harpies will continue chasing these guys. Butchers of Kalkengard are doing good, but this blob in the center here is going to be a little bit scary. However, I do still have 2 chariots up, which is absolutely huge for me. And let's see here. Yeah, it looks like we routed off another unit of Dwarf Warriors. That's very good. But there are still quite a few Iron Breakers to deal with. Now, of course, I have another Bray Scream at the ready. That'll be my main way of victory here, as the Bray Scream just has so much armor piercing damage. It should work out pretty well. The Slayers are still healthy, however, so I got to be a bit careful. Let's see here. My Harpies too need to be finding some targets to land in on top of. I guess I'll shut down the Master Engineer and get Mogr there also, while using my my chariots to continue cycle charging as much as I can. Looks like I've successfully chased off most of these dwarven units. The Butchers of Kalkengard can come on in and then begin cycle charging this large group of dwarves. The Slayers looks like they will actually be a bit out of position. I'll be able to pick them off fairly easily. And then all these Minotaurs should be able to do well too. Now my Chariots, they don't want to stay in a fight against Slayers for too long. In fact, that mass increase not working out in my favor too well. Mogre actually getting slowed down. Not the best case scenario, but I do have all my Minotaurs here to help. So I think I should be fine over there. Now my Chariots can move in and then engage over here. Now this blob is really nice for another Brave Scream. I don't have one yet. But all in all, I think I'm in a fairly commanding position. Especially if I can get these guys to rout sometime soon. Grombrindle too is a little bit isolated with all of these Minotaurs on top of him. And I think my goal right now is actually just going to be routing him off. A big Brave Scream over here onto these Iron Breakers is going to be huge. And there we go. Absolutely massive shot damage on top of them. And that's likely going to be it as the rest of the Dwarven army routes off. It's just going to be the unbreakable troops left. And that's going to be it. Hooray! I defeated the dwarves in the favorable matchup. In this case, though, the build was really nice for me. Brave Shamans doing a-okay. Quite good for themselves. Chariots, of course, the bane of the dwarves. And the Iron Breakers just not really paying for themselves. This build is more tuned to deal with Bestigors and much less so Minotaurs. These guys basically full HP for the majority of the game. And I had enough left over to take a few Harpies to make sure I didn't get cheesed in the air game. So not bad. GG. And now we're going to see what his pick is. Never mind, it's my pick. So I'm going to head on over to Prague. BP on Prague. Ban the oh, I don't have to ban the dwarves. How amazing. Wow, what a blessing. That means I can ban the Wood Elves and the High Elves. Or leave Empire up. But I know Grombrindle likes to play Empire. So I'm actually going to ban them. So that I force a High Elf pick out of him. And give him a little bit more of an issue there. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Force him to play a faction he's slightly less comfortable with. Or just run into a worse matchup. Indeed, the cows take game number 1. Beastmen, the best faction in the game. They have a lot of good tools, honestly. They're just really glass cannon-y. Super, yeah. It can be super sketchy playing them. One misplay can really lead to some pretty horrendous downfalls. But if you don't run into too many mistakes, it goes pretty well. Now, game number 1, Alfredino against Lotus Moon. I had to check. Alfredino looks like he's actually going to win the first match. That's a very good start. We'll see if he actually manages to get to the finals. That would be insane. Be very excited for that. I'm also going to eat a bit of orange if you guys don't mind. Alright. So it looks like Alfredino won. That's very good. Meanwhile, in my tournament, I'm up against Grombrindle. And we've defeated his Dowie. That's basically the final boss. And it looks like he's gonna go Skaven against Coast. Will you really? It's an interesting matchup nowadays. I'm really wondering how he would play Skaven against Coast, as I haven't seen him really pick it before, at least in recent memory. You do mine now because you want an orange. Thanks. Well, hey, you know, oranges, a really nice source of vitamins. Yeah, they're good. Grombrindle covering Silostra's faction. That's very interesting. Cool. Well, yeah, here we go. We have a Vampire Coast mirror match. Now, this is a matchup I actually have practiced before, because in the past, in the past, this was something that you had to worry about. People suddenly noticing you don't have any oranges. How could you? But yeah, this matchup is actually one that that was an issue before, because Coast was so strong, people would resort to just mirror matching, much like the greenskins today. But an interesting thing about Silostra's subfaction is that she actually has paladins that are ethereal. Single entity ethereal units, as per usual, are quite scary. You don't want to be, definitely don't want to get run over by those guys. So I'm gonna have to pay particular attention to make sure that I have some way of dealing with that. Aside from that, though, things are fairly simple in terms of how the matchup is actually played out. I just have to make sure that I don't make any major misplays. All right, so let's see. I think my army is more or less ready. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I think my army is more or less ready. There are a few thoughts of what Grombrindle might go for here. I'm feeling decently confident. Actually, I might want to change up my build a tiny bit, so give me a hot second, guys. Oh man, I actually have quite a bit of extra gold, strangely enough. Let's see. But yeah, this matchup is really interesting. It plays out nothing like any other matchup in the game, really. Yeah, it's quite different for sure. And I think I haven't played it since Vampire Coast got nerfed. Grombrindle really throwing in the surprise matchups today. It's making it real exciting, that's for sure. But I think I have a build that I am fairly happy with. Let's see. There's a few things that I am a bit wary of that I don't want to get screwed over by. With the new possibilities of this matchup. So that's why I'm just taking extra care to make sure my builds are set up correctly. Let's see. Yes, I definitely want to do something like this. Maybe another one of these guys. If you win this, I get to play versus Bruce right away. Ooh. Well, that's some pretty nice incentive to finish my match quickly. Let's see. I believe my army is mostly set up. Could run one of these guys. Oh man, it's dicey. It's real dicey. Alternatively, one of these guys. You know what? Yeah, I like this idea. I like this idea a lot. So it looks like my army is more or less set up, which means I can ready up in just a second. I have one extra gold left in this build, but it's a scary one for sure. I'm feeling fairly confident about my chances here, but we'll see. Alright, so anyone know about Bruce 1990? I don't think I've ever seen them before. This tournament is a lot lower stakes because of the World Cup going on. So I wouldn't expect Bruce to be too scary, of course, as per usual. I won't be letting up at all in my matches. We'll still be playing as hard as possible to make sure that I don't have any upsets. And then after that, I guess, who would I be most worried about? I guess Tutorial, or maybe Kark. And if I can beat them, then I'm in the finals. Easy peasy, just like that. So all that must be done is some victories. Now, for my build, Grombrindle has gone for Silostra, but I have also gone for Silostra. Put her on a crab to make sure that she's a bit tankier. Don't want her to be taking magic damage and dying instantly. Of course, I could have taken a normal Lord on a crab too, but Silostra does come with a Night Summon, which can be quite good against the Vampire Coast. Ethereals, they do a lot of damage here. I've also taken 2 Gunnery Wights in this situation as my alternative form of magic damage, and if we see any damned Paladin Knights, well, I have the Spiteful Shot on Silostra right here. You put that on the Gunnery Wights and they will kill Paladins like no one's business. It is an absolutely brutal affair. So with all these effects, of course, Scab Scrath also, I have enough magic damage to really secure my my ethereal killing power. As for the artillery, I have a single carronade, or a single mortar unit to shoot at some handguns if they do show themselves. And yeah, if any bats come in or if I need to kill any zombies, I have scurvy dogs. So all in all, I feel decent. And heading on into the game, we're seeing no ethereals from Grombrindle, but what I do, oh no, he does. He has the 2 paladins. Yes, that means that he has effectively counterpicked himself, as I do have my 2 Gunnery Wights. Or he didn't counterpick himself, but he's in a really bad situation. He's gone for a full ethereal army, and my mortars are going to be shooting his 2 handguns. The reason I do that is because the mortars, they're really good at killing zombie handguns, and once they're down, Silostra will have free reign. She doesn't have to worry about too much in the way of getting shot to death. The Sirens will hopefully just run into my forces here, and they'll get bogged down by the zombies for quite some time. They should do pretty well. My scurvy dogs will move into the back and clean up all of these handguns. They are quite proficient at doing that, so I think I should be in an okay place. Let's see, who's this? It looks like a normal Vampire Lord. She's not especially scary, as already she takes some pretty good damage against she takes some pretty scary damage already. But what is a bit scarier is that now the Sirens are coming on in. Silostra, though, she can give the Spiteful Shot to these bombers. And that's going to make them absolutely obliterate these Sirens in no time. My Gunnery Wights, they won't be able to kill the Paladins for some time, but I have zombies to sort of screen. And now the scurvy dogs are moving on into the back, and the Gunnery Wights are just going to be continuing to poke away at that Vampire Lord. Scurvy dogs now moving in. Handguns will be getting dealt with fairly quickly. And my Gunnery Wights, they just have to move back to make sure that they don't die prematurely here. The bomber is actually not doing that much damage to the Sirens, a lot less than I would have expected. But Silostra with her spells should be able to clean out the rest here. Let's go ahead and move the dogs into a better position. Get my zombies firing away. And then I need that Spiteful Shot on my Gunnery Wights sooner rather than later. That's just so that I can get the magic damage on them and actually take them out. Oh yes, the Gunnery Wights, they have Scab Scrath. I need to remember that. Let's go ahead and throw those down, take out as many Sirens as we can. And then once they're down, I'll be feeling a lot more comfortable. Scurvy dogs need to continue bouncing around though. As for the Vampire Lord, she is very low at this point. That's definitely a good sign for me, and the handguns are just shooting away at whatever targets they can find, really. Let's see here, the two gunnery whites, so they are quite lit, but Spiteful Shot is back up, which means that diving in on top of these paladins should be much more effective. Let's go ahead and throw down that Spiteful Shot. The scurvy dogs are still bouncing around, causing havoc in the lines of the Vampire Coast, of my enemy, that is. And now the Spiteful Shot getting in a lot of damage on these paladins. They're gonna have to disengage. Wonderful time for a night summon, as a lot of the units here for Coast are in trouble, and the gunnery whites for another 48 seconds are gonna be demolishing these paladins. They don't really have much in the way of dealing with that, and with the handguns sort of dealt with, there's not a lot to really kill these gunnery whites, so I'd say I'm in a fairly nice position. Let's throw down some more AoEs where I can. Scurvy dogs on top of the handguns, absolutely great. Gunnery whites duking out against the paladins are doing decently. And you know what, Silastra should probably be killing off this fleet admiral now that I think about it, as she's actually fairly low. And once she's down, there won't be any more healing for these paladins. Spiteful Shot still running on the gunnery whites. What an absolutely amazing ability. And let's see, it looks like the paladins will be able to survive, but not before taking a good amount of damage from the gunnery whites. Scabscrath is back up, which means that I can melt down the rest of these bombers. And then these sirens shouldn't be too much of a problem, as I do have Silastra here to carry the situation. One of the gunnery whites, so he does get really low. And I'm gonna, ooh, I just barely don't get to use his Scabscrath in time. That's actually a little bit rough. However, I do have some more spells from Silastra to remedy that situation. The dogs have killed off most of the troops. The fleet admiral is nearly dead. And I can get another Spiteful Shot on this gunnery white, so he can actually finally finish off these two paladins. But that's going to be my last unit to throw Spiteful Shot on, unless these handgun mobs manage to survive. So it could be a bit scary actually finishing off these paladins unless the gunnery white does well. Of course, I have a bunch of zombies too in Silastra, so it's not super duper scary. These sirens too, from all the magic damage, have had a rough time. Silastra with her ability recharge supports in this situation a ton too. So I think I should be okay. Yeah, that's correct. The ability does indeed last forever. Spiteful Shot. It's it will last like just a minute basically. And it also gives magic damage to your melee attacks. It's absolutely great. Now just a couple more sirens to finish off. I have the Winds of Magic to do that. Let's throw that down. Ooh, and it looks like I do actually whiff on that a tiny bit. The double paladins will actually kill off my gunnery white by the looks of it. I'm not sure. He will be surrounded by zombies, which should actually keep him pretty safe. And I'm actually going to use Spiteful Shot just to shoot at the paladins instead of going into melee. Just because I don't want my gunnery white to take too much damage. But the sirens are down. The Morin Gulls will be going down shortly. And unless these paladins manage to pull off a miracle, I think I should be okay. Even though they are ethereal, Silastra, she does still have a ton of HP. So I should be alright. Let's throw down another Overcast Spiteful Shot on the gunnery white. Oh, but he dies immediately. That's actually pretty rough. However, I do have a ton of zombies here to support Silastra. Her wind ability actually causes an effect where it reduces my cooldowns and it does a bit of damage to the enemy units too. So just throwing that into the ground gives me that advantage, and I managed to pull in a victory. 2-0 against Grombrindle. I did have a pretty nice counter build, but I feel like I misplayed in a few parts. The magic damage on the bombers was not useful against sirens. I should have double Scabscraft from the start, and that was a bit of a major misplay. The gunnery whites though did amazing as always. 3,000 damage value, much more impressive than the two paladins. And Silastra was a raid boss herself, very hard to take down. Scurvy Dogs too, an underrated unit, extremely good at killing off zombies. And that's yeah, that's basically it. It all worked out pretty well, not to forget the mortar also paying for itself. So sweet. In fact, this build is so good, I might save it for later. This is an updated version to an older build. And this is probably the variant you want to go for if you don't want to run the risk of sirens. So let's see, where is it? Where's my VP versus VP list? Is it gone? Alright, well I can't find the list, so I guess I'll just make a new setup. VP versus VP. There we go. Sweet. So now I can go ahead and message my next opponent. And we can get underway. So that's 4 victories today for me. Not bad. Alright, and it's gonna be Bruce, 1990. Okay. Ready. Let's let him know that lobby is up. It looks like they are someone that I have never played against before. Why use it on the gunnery whites instead of Silostra? The Spiteful Shot, you can only cast it on units with missile attacks. It's weird like that. That's a lot of damage. Saw in the middle. Yeah. But yeah, this feels pretty good. It's like a no ethereal vampire coast build. It's not bad. Spiteful Shot on gunnery whites, also very good against the Green Knight. Actually quite amazing there. It's what makes Bretonia have a really rough time. Alright, so we just gotta wait for our opponent to respond. It looks like they're showing up as offline right now, but we'll give them a few minutes to respond. Yeah, Spiteful Shot's really weird. I guess if you could give it to melee attackers, that would be pretty strong. And then again, you know, the lore of the deeps does need to be stronger. If they gave Spiteful Shot, you know, cast on anything, you could give it to Scurvy Dogs and have them annihilate Sirens. It would make them, yeah, it would make this lore of magic just super nice for its magic damage. VP versus Brett is easy even without the spell. Yeah, although Green Knight can be harder to deal with if you're not ready for it. The alternative is to use breath attacks on them. And you know, a lot of people will go for mass archer builds as Bretonia. So you have to be a bit careful when playing as Coast there. That makes a very niche spell. That makes a very niche spell that is very strong. Yeah. The thing about magic damage shots though is that a lot of times people can just ignore it. The good thing about Spiteful Shot on Silostra though is that it lets you spam this ability. -10 ability recharge. So what you do is you throw Spiteful Shot on a unit, and then or you tide call Spiteful Shot and then tide call again. It's a lot like Arkan the Black's ability, except it gets activated when you use abilities. It's great. You can do the same thing for her Song of Enthrallment. It makes this basically a like a 60-second cooldown ability. So it has an uptime of like 30% if you use enough abilities. Really nice because it slows too. Arcane Conduit spam, so you have enough Winds of Magic. It's a pretty nice kit. The downside is that Silostra is really expensive and can get sniped out by some builds, but honestly, it's a good time. So I'm still waiting on Bruce 1990. I haven't yeah, he hasn't responded yet. Hopefully he comes on soon, otherwise it might have to be a disqualification, but we have some time until that's needed. Let me actually update the bracket real quick. just to show the current situation. Yeah, if you look at the bracket, wow, that is not well cut. But if you look at the bracket, even if I play this guy late, it's gonna be a while before the next opponent actually shows up. Whoopsie daisies. So we don't have to worry about playing it too quickly. He beat Ulrich Wall 3-0 in the World Cup. Are you kidding? That's insane. Well, then I'll have to be really careful then. Oh, there we go. Here he is. All right. So it looks like you can't see it. I'll send him a friend code real quick so that he can jump into the lobby. I believe he's picking first, which means the stress is off me. I get to sit back, relax, and counterpick, which shouldn't be too difficult of a task. But if this guy can 3-0 Ulrich Wall, I'm a little bit scared, as that is a task that I have not achieved myself. So, yeah, we'll see. Alright, so while he gets that set up, I'll be back in a quick second. Oh, yeah. I just need like 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and open up the countdown. And... yeah. And then we'll be back real quick. Okay, so, yep, the invite is sent. He should be here soon. See you guys in 2 minutes. Okay. Hey, I made it in time. That's amazing. All right. Sweet. Sweet. Now, he should be coming in a second. Maybe he's just opening up, I think he's just opening up Warhammer, probably. Yeah, I think he's opening up Warhammer. Says counterpick, but we all know he means VP. Maybe it's a Bruce Wayne. Oh no, not like this. Ooh. Yep. Actually, I'm trying to learn how to not counter with Vampire Coast, because it's so important for me to actually do well. because I don't have many other first pick factions that I'm super confident with. Wood Elves is an option, but I'm not good enough against all the factions to really do well there, so it's gonna be scary. Meanwhile, in the Warhammer World Cup, open up your tabs, guys. Alfredino is 2-0 against Lotus Moon. Nice. Alfredino crushing it today. And somehow he managed to get a Vampire Counts pick against Tomb Kings. Now, that's about the best matchup he could probably hope for against Lotus Moon. Lotus Moon plays a lot of elf factions too, so I feel like Alfredino is pretty comfortable here. He mains Vampire Counts, or if not mains, specializes in them. So I feel like Alfredino is... he might 3-0 this one, which would be pretty crazy. Let's see, did I send an invite to this guy? Apparently I didn't send an invite. There we go. My opponent should be in just a second now. Alright. Hey. Looks like your pick first. Alright. Now let's see what map he decides to land on. Hopefully not Prague. I need that for Vampire Coast. You think you remember Alfredino from my stream? Yeah. He's really good. Most of my practice sessions end in continuous losses against him, with really my only victories being Vampire Coast a lot of the time. Bro, how can I master Skavens and know what the heck to counter the units? Best option is to go for the classic Skaven box build with Poison Wind Mortars. And then once you start losing with that, you can experiment with different types of builds. But that's like the most standard meta way to handle it. Altdorf Outskirts, Greenskins, banning Vampire Coast and the Vampire Counts. I will go Lizardmen. A very common counter pick to the Greenskins. One that I've actually practiced recently, so I'm fairly confident here. Although, let's still be careful. Have my army set up. Yep, this is the one that I'm familiar with. And yeah, we'll just jump right on in. This guy's playing Greenskins against Lizardmen. This is why I'm not too worried about Greenskins. I managed to really... I have a good feel for their counters. I played Coast, Lizardmen, Vampire Counts, and some other faction. I think, what, Tomb Kings was my other counter? It's not a great one, but... yeah, it was Tomb Kings. But Lizardmen, Vampire Coast, and Counts is a really nice lineup if you want to beat Greenskins. Is it winnable against every faction? It's definitely really good against every faction. It's the most common build, so if you just need a starting point, that's where you start. And then, you know, whenever you lose games, that's when you adapt. But you need to have a really nice baseline army if you want to do well. Nice way to handle it is, you know, get the classic style with a few rat ogres and so on. You'll be basically good to go. By the way, I hope you guys can't hear the screaming children outside. This neighborhood does occasionally get busy with cars being broken into, screaming children, the works. Of course I'm not being serious, but... oh, looks like a car is being jacked again. I really hope you guys can't hear that. This microphone should be able to cut out most of it, so... yeah. Alright, so now I'm in the game. And I want to change my sound settings, but I'm afraid it's gonna ruin my camera settings, so... I'll have to save that for another time. This army revolves around the idea of using your chameleon skinks to do 1,000,000 damage to the forces of the low armored greenskin units. River Troll Hags will have a very rough time. And yeah, I have single entities to fight against anything that the greenskins can bring. If they bring giants to try to duel my single entities, that'll be a really bad situation for them. As of course I do have a million skinks here to support. So we'll see if Bruce has what it takes to pull out a victory here. These guys are so important for their ammunition and burst damage. I'm actually going to turn off Fire at Will on them. The goal at the start is to get Mazdamundi to shut down any high priority infantry units. You can hear it, but it's not loud. Wonderful. So good luck, have fun, and we'll dive right on in. Alright, the defeater of Ulrich Rahl. Can I win this match? We'll have to see. He's ready. We're starting. And wow, is that a wide greenskin army. Almost full cavalry. We are seeing 7 units of cavalry, some skirmishers, and then the Arachnarok spider and so on. So I actually need to spread out my forces just a tiny bit. Go ahead and move up with my own skirmishers to push back these gobos, and then use Mazdamundi and this thunderous one to win some of these engagements. The goal, taking out this river troll hag. She immediately overcast Spirit Leech, takes a bit of damage herself. That's actually fairly good for me. And I'm just moving into a defensive position here so that my skinks are in a bit of a safer place. I don't want them to have too much of a rough time. In the meantime, we're just throwing in some shots in at these Spider Rider archers. And if I can get a big net on them, that would actually be pretty huge. So let's go ahead and maneuver to try and set that situation up. My skinks are along the front line. I can move in with my cavalry now. And here we go. A possible net situation. And nice. So we've netted down all of these guys. And hopefully I can kill off all these skirmishers here. Big old banishment right on top of them. And now my cavalry gonna slam into these cheap greenskin infantry troops to deal with them. The cavalry won't do especially well against Saurus warriors, so I'm feeling fairly confident here. Thunderous One can help terror out. We've chased off most of these skirmishers over here. And now it's this river troll hag that I'm focus firing with my skinks. She'll be taking a lot of damage. If I can throw down a net on her, that would be even better, but not exactly a possibility all the time. But the net should be coming in soon. Over here on this side, we have my red-crested skinks killing off some orcs. That's very nice. Saurus warriors in the fight, doing really well. And the river troll hag having a really rough time. She's already getting routed off. And now the next goal is Skarsnik and this Arachnarok queen. First off, though, I want to finish off that river troll hag. She can be quite troublesome. On the right flank, things are getting a little bit dicey here, even. But if I can finish off this Arachnarok queen, I think I should be all right. So let's get my forces in for that single entity duel. Get in the Thunderous One in on there too. And then use Mazdamundi to sort of just cycle charge around. These red-crested skinks should help a lot in this scenario, but right now the greenskins have taken a pretty scary engagement on the left-hand side. So I'll have to be wary. Some more orc boys charging on in. Definitely not the greatest. Let's see here, Mazdamundi too, getting in a rough fight against this Arachnarok queen, and we are seeing a pretty heavy full surround here on a lot of my forces. I think, in fact, this may even turn out quite badly, as I wasn't able to kill off the river troll hag, but I'll continue to scrap it out, as I do still have my single entities, and we are seeing quite a few routes on the greenskin side. I'll also be bringing in my forces, my infantry, to help in this big fight over here. Mazdamundi just routing off whichever orc boys he can. Getting in a pretty solid charge. Thunderous One coming along too. Ruination of cities to deal with these guys. And if I can get Mazdamundi out of here, that should help me out quite a bit. Of course, I still have my red-crested skinks just constantly poking away. The thunderous one should be able to do pretty good also. If it can kill Skarsnik, that would be the optimal situation. And it looks like my infantry being able to support here is going to be rather large. Banishment on top of the cavalry will help a lot too. And Mazdamundi, he's going to be continuously on the run, just trying to find a good position, but he's taking a lot of heat. The thunderous one hasn't really been able to kill off the Arachnarok Queen, and we'll see how it goes. There are still a lot of terror routes coming on in. Let's see here, some orcs, boar boys that I want to route off with a big old banishment. Thunderous one still doing really well. If I can kill off that Arachnarok Queen, that would be huge. And oh man, look at that. It is actually getting relatively close to routing off. Then as soon as that's gone, I can goon out Skarsnik, and we may have a decent chance here. But the Arachnarok Queen on the charge actually does manage to catch Mazdamundi. Gets in a really nasty hit on top of him. That or Skarsnik. She is now surrounded though. And it all comes down to this. If Mazdamundi can kill off Skarsnik here, that would be huge, but actually nearly... Oh no, he routes off! Mazdamundi, how could you? Off the battlefield entirely. And it looks like that may be it. Unless we get a miracle. No. GG, well played. And some nice cavalry play, overwhelming my forces. The main goal here of sniping out the river troll hag fell apart when I used my net to kill off the skirmishers. That was pretty huge, it did help a lot, but in the end my forces really got overwhelmed. I think Mazdamundi and the thunderous one did good. I probably could have sniped out the Arachnarok Queen with some better micro. I am happy with killing the skirmishers off so quickly. But in the end, that cavalry control, really, really well done. And now I'm on the back foot. Very exciting. First loss of the day. Will I be able to pull it back with the Vampire Coast? We'll have to see. I'm going to go coast. I'm going to set the map to Prague. If it's somewhere here. There we go, Prague. We're gonna go VP, ban the Wood Elves and the Dwarves. Whoops, Dwarves, not Dark Elves. There we go. A little bit of a typo, but it's now fixed. And yeah, you think the Spear Riders were the main letdown. Maybe go for 4 Feral Cold Ones instead. I don't play enough Lizardmen to know if you're memeing or not, but I assume it's a meme. Pull out the strong card, Coast, indeed. Yeah, so a little bit scary. You can see Bruce, he has some teeth. I can see how he beat Ulrich Wall. That was a really nice build. Against large Lizardmen forces, like single entities, you want to have a way. Or Boar Cavalry is actually quite good there, as they do have large AP values. And they can actually give the Lizardmen a few problems. The single entity fight can sort of go either way. You have to be a bit careful there. But yeah, pretty fun. Now, it looks like a possible Empire pick from Bruce. This would be a fun matchup for sure. You thought it would be Falcon or Voidlaws? Get set straight on an evening. Falcon or Voidlaws, like what? In this tournament or in the World Cup? Right. And now we're seeing the High Elves being picked. Yeah. On Frag. My bad. Yeah, so we're on Frag. It's a very flat map. It looks like you might be playing the High Elves. Traditionally, a pretty bad matchup for the Coast. I'm interested to see what Bruce decides to bring to win it out here. Even Star will take it. Ooh, we got some predictions going on for the World Cup. Even Star is pretty scary, but I think Alfredino has a good chance against them. You're voting on your man Alfredino still? Nice. Alright, so we're seeing a High Elf pick. I have a few options for my coast. So we'll see if I can win it. Or if Bruce will be moving on up in the tournament. Alright, so options. Ooh, he's already ready. Bruce with the quick build. This was a pretty common matchup before, so that's not super surprising. Let's see. What do I want to run here? There's quite a few options that you can actually go with as the Vampire Coast. So I'm not super duper worried. I think Alfredino is a stronger player in terms of micro, but Even Star has normally has very strong builds. That seems about right. Alfredino's been grinding out the practice a lot. I don't know how much theory crafting he's done for his builds, but I'm excited to see the match in the VOD because I still have this tournament to play. But if we get knocked out, I'll get to watch the finals. So win-win, honestly. All right. Let's see. I have really no idea how what the play style of Bruce is here. You might know about my play style, which is that's pretty scary. He could bring some counters to my builds, but I think the variety should be able to catch him off guard. So just a final check on my build to make sure everything looks all right. I'm fairly happy with what I have here. I'll make a couple changes and then we can dive right on in. Ooh, all right. Nice. So the army is ready. Bruce, a formidable player so far. Will they be able to defeat my Vampire Coast? I would say the chances are reasonable. I would give them a 40% chance of winning this next match, based on how I feel about them. Unless this is a match that they've actually practiced a good deal, in which case it could be a little bit scarier. Lotus Moon was not liked by the community because of Wood Elf's Kite or Lotus. Yeah, it's sort of weird. Like, kite builds they are a part of the game. They're even kiting was even a tactical strategy in history, so it's sort of weird that that people dislike it so much. One caught in a bad position being kited will look really bad, but it's actually, there's a lot of dynamics going on when you're playing against the kite build that I think is sort of overlooked a lot of times by the community. But here we go. I have my build ready. 2 Sirens take to the flanks, 2 Gunnery Wights killing single entities knocked to lists, summons for disruption, and then a lot of anti-archer. The build for my opponent, Bruce, reasonably sized. Makes you feel like there's probably at least a few archers here. So I feel like I have a decent chance. If there's an Alarielle and she throws down some Tempests on my bats, that would be a little bit annoying. Which is why I'm going to spread them out to make sure that they don't run into too many issues. The dogs will be split up, taking to the flanks to distract as many cavalry units as they can, and using the Sirens as a wall to defend them. That's about the gist of this build. It's one that I've run before, so it does pretty well against archer builds and bolt thrower type builds. Does a little bit worse against certain types of heavy defensive builds against rushes. But all in all, I quite enjoy this. The alternative, if I'm not worried about artillery, would be going for a lot of deck gunners, kill off archers. But I feel like that's a bit out of the meta nowadays, just because the handguns are so much less tanky. Incoming Fireborn, oh, that would be something. Alright, so Bruce is ready. The armies are set, and he has no bolt throwers. It's a full-on archer build with a L'Ariel and 2 nobles. Single entity squad for my opponent, Bruce. I'm going to go ahead and move my gunnery wights onto the right flank for this overload. And keep a close eye on L'Ariel. We don't want her causing too many problems. To my sirens. She has the magic damage item, presumably, indeed. So all sirens are going to have to be real careful around L'Ariel. My zombies are just going to move right on up. And then my gunnery wights will march up and start picking away at a few targets. Let's go ahead and move in with the flankers now. And make sure the sirens stay nice and far away from L'Ariel. Gunnery wights are moving in. I'm going to burn some of these archers. And then we're seeing Bruce actually pull back here. So this is actually a pretty common strategy. You need to make sure that you don't get ahead of yourself when this happens. And then yeah, just continue to let him pull back. The closer he gets to the edge of the map, the better it actually works out for me, as he will be routing off a little bit easier. So I'm actually quite happy about this. And yeah, there's no need to really engage early, as I am just waiting for my zombies to get into position. While this sort of movement game happens, my gunnery wights are poking away at the spearmen, slowly throwing in a bit of chip damage, doing quite well. Now L'Ariel is out of position, means that tempests aren't nearly as much of a worry. But Bruce, he continues to pull away and pivot, so my gunnery wights will just keep getting their value. This is actually a really nice trade for me, as I can just continue maneuvering and then eventually force an engage, I think. The gun bats are now going to move in, hit up the archers since they're a little bit out of position, and hopefully get in some nice damage. A little bit of dodging, just so that they don't take too much heat, will go a long way. And then now that L'Ariel is repositioning, I can move my sirens and have them dive on in. Zombies are now going to move on up, gunnery wights 2, and then the bats will finish off all of these guys. L'Ariel moves on over to deal with the sirens, which means that the bombers will have free reign on this far flank. The 2 gunnery wights are in range now for a double scab scrat on top of the Lothern Sea Guard. They'll be taking a ton of damage. And now the zombies are engaged. Noctilus with his summons should do well. I want to pull back these bats before they take too much heat. They've done their job in distracting the frontline engagement for a really long time, and that allowed my zombies to get into the mainline fight. The sirens can now try to sneak in through, and I'm looking to get my bats into a position where I can heal them up. The archers are sort of just continuously pummeling them, so got to be a bit careful there. And the double nobles have actually engaged in on the gunnery wights now, but they actually do pretty well against the forces of the nobles. I just need to make sure that they stay healed up, and then that should be more than enough. Scurvy dogs just chasing off units. I have so many of them that there's not really enough cavalry to support. And then the sirens in the midst of everything should be able to do pretty well too. So scurvy dogs bouncing around. We've hit up multiple archer units now. And the gunnery wights, I'm just going to pull them back into a bit of a safer position. Now that there is so much chaos going on, I can move back in with my bombers. Gunnery wights are now safe. And the scurvy dogs, they've done really well. The sirens are still harassing the archers too, which is great. And the bombers are actually going to be hitting up the front line a tiny bit. Gunnery wights just hitting up the nobles some more. Let's go ahead and get some more zombie summons. Pull my dogs into safer positions. The bats need to spread out real quick before L'Ariel throws in a tempest there. That would be the worst case scenario. And then I can move them on in to take care of the archers. The 2 nobles are having a bit of a rough time against the gunnery wights. This is to be expected, as the gunnery wights are great there. And now with the bomber bats hitting up all the Lothern Sea Guard, I'm feeling decent here. It really depends on how well the fight against the nobles go. Of course, the scurvy dogs have done well, but there's still a lot of high elf units left. We'll really have to see. I do have another double scab scrap. I'll throw that down on top of all these archers over here. That should work out quite well. I still have a unit of sirens too. So I think with the combination of the bombers, the archer force for the high elves will be mostly dealt with. Let's go ahead and give some more ammunition to these bombers too. And then they can go about chasing off all of these guys. The two gunnery wights continuing to fight are doing absolutely great. And then a zombie summon on the archers just to make sure that they're really finished off. The nobles too, they're on heal cap now, which is great. The cavalry is distracted by the dogs. That is exactly what I need. And now that the archers are shut down, the goal is to get the bats and to kill off these spearmen that are bothering my gunnery wights. But the two nobles alone won't really be able to assist much there, as the gunnery wights, they hit like absolute trucks. And with these spearmen down, I believe this should be a pretty good game. Still, let's not let up on the pressure. Another big heal from a L'Oreal drops. I'm gonna need to heal up my gunnery wights in turn. We're both just keeping our single entities alive here, but noble number one is out of the picture. He's out and routing now. I can chase him off with my bomber bats before he gets any heals. And then the two gunnery wights will be able to clean up the rest. You can see the scurvy dogs, the importance of keeping them alive. They've been able to distract the cavalry for the majority of this game. This noble is heal capped and out of the battle. Absolutely wonderful for me. And I even still have a unit of sirens to chase off these archers on the far sides of the battlefield. A L'Oreal is looking like she'll be in a rough place. Cavalry has to stop chasing my dogs just to try and pull this fight together, which means that the dogs can go and chase off the noble now without having to worry about the cavalry. Just a bit of threat overload helping me out a ton. The two gunnery wights with the huge double scab scrath actually misses. Does hit the spearmen though, so they will be routing. And then the bomber bats, I'll give the last unit some extra ammunition just to finish off the rest of this army over here. The noble off the battlefield now, dogs chasing off the rest of the infantry, as is their job. Bomber bats clearing up the left flank. I think we'll be good. I'm surprised there wasn't a Tempest on top of my bomber bats. That definitely would have helped a lot, but perhaps all the winds of magic was going in on the nobles. As for this fight over here, it's just spearmen, no silverin. That is very nice for me. The sirens will be very hard to kill off. I'm not worried about them at all. And a L'Oreal I can now focus on actually chasing down. Gunnery wights sort of just pushing through the spearmen to engage into combat with her. The two gunnery wights have so much armor that they're not worried in the slightest when it comes to high elves. That's what makes them quite good, although they have taken quite a bit of damage. So let's see if they can actually finish off a L'Oreal here before I get too excited. Looks like she does take some pretty nasty hits. It's great for me, but one of the gunnery wights will be going down. We'll use his last breath to provide more ammunition to the bombers, as is what he would have hoped for. And there we go, with my single entities still strong. It's going to be army losses for the high elves. And GG, although very hard fought for sure. In the end though, the bomber bats, absolutely great. I feel like he bought Tempest, but it never dropped, so maybe not. It's a bit strange. I was like really sure he had Tempest though. But yeah, if we look at the values here, dogs did pretty well, sirens not bad, but the bombers, they only did okay. It was the gunnery wights that carried 5,000 value between the two of them. They annihilate nobles like no one's business, and that's why I love them. They are one of the strongest single entities for Vampire Coast, if not the entire game. Just they have really good abilities. They're sort of like White Kings. It's good. It's real good. Now, the final match is going to be the ace match, where I select 3 factions. Yep. And I have to pick a map. Oh boy. So, my map. Let's see, what does MP Peak Pass look like? It's a very large kitey map. Now, it depends on what I'm actually playing. that would be good here. But that's not bad. Let's see, what are my main 3 picks that I was looking at the other day? What? Greenskins, Wood Elves, and Bretonia. Ban Lizardmen. Yeah, that's good for a big map. So this map, Greenskins, Wood Elves, Bretonia, ban Lizardmen. Bruce has already played Greenskins, so that would have been another scary option to run into. But since they're already out, I have a pretty nice lineup, or I feel decently confident. Yeah, Gunnery White too strong, please nerf. They're the last hope for Vampire Coast. You don't know if it calculates the explosive damage correctly on the bomber bats. Really? That's interesting. I haven't really examined it a lot myself, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's not the first time the end screens can be a bit janky. They did really good though, especially the one throwing bombs for the entire game. That was really good. Honestly, a single Tempest would have been a bit of a problem there. Of course, I was sort of actively avoiding it, keeping my bomber bats away from a L'Oreal until the late game. But yeah, helped a lot. All right. So he's gone for the dwarf pick. All right, showing that he does know a diversity of he has a large diverse faction pool if he's willing to play dwarves here. But I feel like Wood Elves have a pretty nice run against dwarves. I have a couple builds that you can go. You can go Kite or Rush. So I feel fairly confident here. Let me just see if I have my build actually saved. Yeah, this looks like the build. All right. So I have my build ready. Looks like Bruce is ready too. It's on a huge map, which is nice for me. So we'll see if we're able to punish the dwarves a second time, or if they will be the end of me. Von Brindle would probably be proud if the dwarves are able to pull out on top here. Oh man. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. This is a build that I haven't run in a while, but you guys have seen it before. It's a classic Wood Elf style of build. It's a crazy kite build against the dwarves. I have a lot of Way Watchers, Sylvan Knights, War Dancers. Gonna be hiding away in the forest over yonder. Same with the Sylvan Knights. Just acting as a unit to chase away any dwarves that start running over to my range units. I have my Lord spam out missile attacks to take out any artillery, and a Way Stalker to do the same. Go ahead and position these Way Watchers in a little bit of a safer position in case we do have a crazy Vanguard going on. In fact, I'll even deploy a little bit back in case of that Vanguard, even though I think it is fairly unlikely. This build relies on being super efficient with your ammunition and trading as effectively as you can. To make sure that you trade well, I need to make sure that the artillery doesn't cause too many issues. But if I can manage that, I think I'll be okay. In the end, once everything is really beat up, the Sylvan Knights and the War Dancers can do insane cleanup. And they will likely be the hard carries in the late game. In the mid game though, it's all going to be on the Way Watchers. And I'll have to be really wary here. Just really focusing on that artillery mostly. And there we go, looks like he's ready. So let's dive right on in. All right. The real plus side, though, is that this map is huge. It is just absolutely massive. And oh my gosh, we're seeing... Are we actually seeing no artillery for the dwarves? That is insane. So it looks like a build that was more ready for a rush, with 3 Slayers, a Master Engineer, and a Rune Lord. And a bunch of miners with blasting charges. That is not what he wants to be running against so many archers. These miners are going to get kited out real hard. And already I feel like this game is going to be pretty well in my favor. Now the Master Engineer can shoo away my Lord. So I'm just going to give her stock and unspottable. And then just position her to shoot at some dwarf miners. That should work out quite well. Just right down the pipe, and then hopefully getting some pretty good initial picks. In fact, I don't really want to shoot at the dwarf miners. I might shoot at these longbeards instead. And we also have some rangers along the flank that I'm gonna have to worry about just a tiny bit. This Waystalker, he wants to be very efficient with his ammunition, shooting at the this Master Engineer. I don't want to take too much damage on him. And there we go, the first bolt. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of damage right off the bat. Already a very nice game. Waywatchers firing on these miners. They stop moving, they take a huge volley. It's absolutely brutal. And this is gonna be just a crazy old kite game for the rest of the battle. I'm gonna bait them over towards the forest too. And that should work out pretty well for me. Some rangers do reveal themselves. And I'll need to find a way to deal with them for sure. Master Engineer sort of poking at my Lord isn't great either. But these Longbeards are going to be in for a rough time. I'm essentially now starting to pull the dwarves apart with this build. Blasting charges may go down on the Waystalker, but those miners are as good as done with that final volley. And let's see, we got a couple rangers over here, but most of them are actually split along the flank. And what that actually does for me is that it means that my Sylvan Knights and my melee troops over here on the flank are going to be doing really good. Going to be doing insanely good against the dwarves, as they'll be charging in and finishing off these Longbeards quite quickly. I have the rest of the map to kite away. And then it's just keeping my Glade Guard away from these Rangers, really. These guys are more or less dealt with. I can use an Arrows of Kurnos to hit the other Longbeards now. And then just continue to kite back. The Waywatchers are going to be in a position behind the Dwarves, which is a really bad place. For the Dwarves, that is, as he won't really be able to use his Rangers to block them for very long. This Waystalker 2 picking off the Master Engineer should be able to do pretty good. Some of my guys do get slowed, so I will be losing a couple of these guys, but they're not especially important here. It's more so important that I keep my melee troops alive, and of course the Waywatchers. My Lord actually does get slowed, I think. Looks like some focus fire might be coming in towards her, but instead shots coming in on my Glade Guard instead. Does mean my Lord can pretty easily escape. Now, there are a lot of Slayers here that I need to worry about. And I'm just going to ignore them for now and bring in my cavalry. And just hit these miners in the back now. The infantry being split up from the rest of the army is going to be great for me. And now the Waywatchers are going to have a field day against these Rangers. My Lord can come in and support too. Let's go ahead and get the cavalry in onto these miners. And then pull them through before they take too much damage. My Lord will be disrupting the other guys, and these Dwarf Warriors, they shouldn't really be able to catch my Sylvan Knights, really, as long as I'm a bit careful. They'll be getting in a lot of damage, saving ammunition. Like I said, ammo is extremely important here to conserve. And with the Sylvan Knights now collapsing in on these Rangers, I'm feeling quite confident. My Lord can heal up the Sylvan Knights too. They are extremely tanky. And then we're just going to continue running away from these miners. So not too worrisome. My Way Watchers, let's get another volley off onto the range units of the dwarves, as they are the most problematic here. And then the rest of my army is just gonna be kiting away. Oh boy, the Way Stalkers are gonna, no, Way Watchers are gonna have to be a bit careful too. I don't want them to get caught up by any long beards, that's for sure. And let's see, I'm gonna have them kill off the rest of these miners and then bring in my war dancers to finish off that situation, actually. These Glade Guard are gonna be moving back on this absolutely enormous map. I'm gonna loop around and then finish off these Longbeards. They really shouldn't be too much of a problem, as the miners are now down and war dancers trade extremely effectively against them. Glade Guard, sort of just continuing to run away. I do have a ton of space here, so I don't have to worry about microing them for too long. And then working on the Master Engineer, I guess, is the next order of to deal with. So let's go ahead and deal with him. There are a couple Rangers here. I need my Way Watchers to get in and support. The Sylvan Knights will be there too, so that's not too bad. And yeah, let's just ride them in. Way Watchers are getting into position. The Rangers have revealed themselves, so perfect time to send in a volley towards them. My Lord with a Soul Quencher. Come on. No, wrong ability. Oh man, slight miss micro, causing a couple issues there. But Soul Quench does drop. My Sylvan Knights are slowed. They'll be having a bit of an issue. And really depends on if I can kill off these Rangers here. Some Slayers actually do catch my Sylvan Knights. I'll need to heal them up. Of course, they're very tanky, so I expect them to do fairly well. Let's just continue to pull them through. Use my Lord to deal with these guys. I will be losing some of my melee troops. That's really bad. But I do still have the Sylvan Knights, so I think I should be fine. So we'll just continue running away. Working on that micro. Sylvan Knights, we routed off one unit of Rangers. That's very good. And this unit of Rangers can't really support at shooting the Sylvan Knights because I have the Way Watchers nearby. And if they do turn to fire the Way Watchers, we'll be able to take them out fairly effectively. Another heal on the Sylvan Knights works out really well. And here we go, we're seeing they do turn now, but that is exactly the time when I will be sending in the Way Watcher volley, absolutely annihilating those Rangers, and now it's just chasing them off. We'll pull away with these guys. My Lord is safe. She's going to come in and help against these Dwarf Warriors. The Way Watchers with the ammunition still high are fairly confident. So cool. Here we go. My Lord, she's now going to move in. Let's go ahead and deal with the rest of these Rangers. That should be no problem at all. These blasting charges are getting a bit close to my Way Watchers. We definitely don't want that. Let's get my Lord over there to disrupt them. And then, let's see, the War Dancers even come back. Now, they are really low and beat up. There's not much I can really do to assist there. But there are many dwarf units split up on areas of the map where I can actually pick them off with the Sylvan Knights. The Slayers are a bit of a bad option, but some miners on the flank. I'm excited to go and deal with them. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll clear out these miners with the Sylvan Knights. My archers are still doing well, shooting the Slayers in the back, just kiting away. And then my Way Stalker is going to be picking off the Master Engineer where he can. The really good thing about this kite too is that while you're running away with your Glade Guard, they're shooting other dwarf units in the back, and that definitely helps out a ton. So those miners are nearly down. Can bring in my Blade Singers now to take care of those dwarves. Ammunition is still very important. You still got to be really careful not to waste ammo here, even if things look like they're going all right. You have to be super wary. Still though, I need to finish off these miners, but most of the work is going to be done by these Sylvan Knights, I think. A few Slayers over here, I'll need to finish them off also. It's too bad that the War Dancers took a bit too much damage, but I think I'm still okay. We're sort of regrouping on the absolute other side of the battlefield now. So, Slayers, how do you deal with them? Of course, shooting them in the back with archers will make sure that they don't get any of their missile resist. So that's going to be one of the goals. Sway Stalker. It's going to pick off the Master Engineer now. A few of these Slayers will be able to make it, unfortunately. But that's not too bad. And I just need my Sylvan Knights to get in over here to assist in the fight. The Way Watchers need to be killing off these Rangers too. I need to find some way of dealing with them. Arrows of Kurnos will help, but they're not going to take that much damage. My Lord too, actually taking a bit of damage from the Slayers. Let's go ahead and disengage her. And then one volley from the Way Watchers is enough to deal with them. Now I have the Sylvan Knights here. They're going to be assisting in this regrouping over here along the flank. And you know what? There's not a lot going on over here. I'm actually going to use the Sylvan Knights to help clear out all of the Rangers in the area here. They'll have to stay away from the Rune Lord, of course. But they should be able to take out a lot of these guys. Although there are quite a few Slayers, so I'm going to change my mind again and back up using the Sylvan Knights to assist in other ways. Now I need to position in a fashion that gets my Way Watchers shooting onto the sides of these Rangers. I definitely do not want the Rangers to I don't want the Rangers to cause too many issues here. I need them to be shooting at the Sylvan Knights, most likely. And then shooting them in the side with the Way Watchers. That would be the best case scenario. And by sort of setting this surround here, that should help encourage that sort of situation. As for the Sylvan Knights, they can kill just any number of Dwarf Infantry units, no problem. So that's not too worrisome, although it will involve a lot of cycle charging. And I'm sort of just waiting for those Rangers to show themselves so that my Way Watchers can handle them. My Lord is gonna go invisible and try and look for these Rangers so that they don't pop up out of nowhere and give me some problems. But they're probably nearby the Rune Lord right now. But no, they're actually trying to deal with my Glade Guard. I'm gonna have to help that situation. Let's get some Way Watcher fire down on over there. And an Arrow of Kurnos should be able to hit them too. But it looks like they do go invisible very quickly. So let's continue to pull away. A couple long beards here. And it's about time I get my Sylvan Knights to take out the rest of those Rangers for sure. I have more heals in the bag in case I need them. And this Master Engineer constantly poking away at my forces is going to be a little bit annoying too. Okay, so here we go. The slow drops. The Rangers reveal themselves to shoot at these Sylvan Knights. I will heal them, and the Way Watchers will support to take them out. Here we go. Another one reveals themselves. I can shoot them down. And I just got to take these guys out, and then the Sylvan Knights should be able to clear up the rest of the Dowie forces. Yep, we're seeing a huge rout on them now. Those Way Watchers hit like trucks. And as soon as the Sylvan Knights can collapse in on them, I will be feeling much more comfortable. I still have quite a bit of ammunition on a lot of the Glade Guard too. The slow is gone, which means that the Rangers are now all running for the hills. Sylvan Knights will chase them off. And now my Lord can kill off this Master Engineer who's been poking her for the better part of this game. She should be able to kill him off, no problem. Sylvan Knights will be focusing entirely on chasing these Rangers. Master Engineer getting low. It looks like that should be the end of him. Although if he does stay in combat, these Slayers would actually be a bit of a problem. I will have to disengage with my Lord. I know that there's no slow, but man, that's a big hit. It's pretty unfortunate. Let's go ahead and pull away with her. Keep running away with the Way Watchers. And then once this Master Engineer is down, I'll be a-okay. And there we go. He is now routing. Finally. Master Engineer is down. Next order of action. Finish him off. Get the Sylvan Knights to safety. I don't want them dying to Slayers. And then cycle charging the rest of the Dwarf Infantry to death. I have enough I have enough ammo with my Way Watchers to kill off the Rune Lord. In fact, cycle charging with my Lord would be more than enough there. So that should be fine. Let's see here. These Way Watchers, I'm going to put them into position to kill off those Longbeards. The Sylvan Knights are still fairly healthy too. Although there are actually a couple Rangers still alive. I will have to heal up the Sylvan Knights. A tiny bit unfortunate, but not the worst. Alright, now, ammunition is now running so low that I'm going to have to turn off fire at will on everything. So that I do not waste any ammunition. It's going to be super important that that we're shooting the backs of these guys, because if you look at the balance of power, it's still actually relatively close. A lot of my Sylvan Knights got caught by a couple Slayers, and they're gonna have to disengage. This is why you really want to keep the War Dancers alive, but it doesn't mean that we're out of the game by any means. I have archers to shoot at these Slayers. I still have my Waystalker, although he is out of ammo. And of course we have half HP Sylvan Knights, which are one of the tankiest units in the game. Some Rangers reveal themselves. A bit of a wasted volley. I actually shoot with a few too many Way Watchers. That's a bit of a loss of ammunition that I didn't want to use, as there are a lot of Slayers that I need to finish off with my with the rest of my army. So let's get into position first. See, I have my Glade Guard firing, so I am free to cycle charge with my Lord here. Sylvan Knights can move on in. Let's go ahead and slam them onto the sides of these guys and then pull through into the back. I don't think there's too many slows left, so that should be good. And then a huge volley onto the Slayers. We'll get a lot of damage in on them. I will lose a few Sylvan Knights in the process, but I should still be fine. Way Watchers still have a few volleys left to kill off the Slayers, but balance of power actually is looking a bit scary for me, all things considered. The Way Watchers are getting chased off by these guys, so we'll have to be a tiny bit careful. This is just a Rune Lord though. He does do magic damage, which is not great for my Lord. But let's see, I do still have the Waystalker. Let's go ahead and shoot an Arrows of Chronos into this blob over here. Whoa, Way Watchers, sort of changing formation. That's not very good. And it looks like they will be able to escape, thankfully. Alright, so super efficient cycle charging commences. This is why I play campaign. So that we can essentially just cheese out the rest of this army. Got a couple Longbeards over here that need to be taken care of. I should be able to catch them out with these Sylvan Knights, so that should be fine. Sylvan Knights, come on, bouncing on over. Come on, get disengaged. A little bit of a misplay from me. It's a tiny bit scary. These Slayers though are gonna get picked off fairly easily. And although I do lose a few more Sylvan Knights, as long as I have a couple just to provide terror, that's actually enough for me to be in a decent situation. So let's go ahead and finish these guys off. This is gonna be a really long game, guys. But there we go, another unit now picked off. Thank goodness. The Way Watchers, this is why I was so focused on saving ammunition early on. It's because of these games will get really close for sure, so you have to be really careful. This Waystalker, he's gonna be disrupting the Slayers, and then I'll loose a volley of the Way Watchers to help out. So I think that should work out okay. My Lord might even land in there, and I need my Sylvan Knights to get in as soon as they can. So I'll loose one volley onto these Slayers just to get them low. Ooh, that does really well actually. I'll get another volley in on them while I continue to run away. And now they are extremely low. Okay, so my Lord can fly in now, take out a few models while I shoot these other Slayers in the back. Big advantage of having 3 Way Watchers to deal with these guys. Waystalker in a bit of a precarious situation. He's gonna move out, and now the Slayers are getting caught. Let's go ahead and move in with the Way Watchers to fight them in melee, as they don't have any support. So I should be fine on that front. These Slayers, they're going down. We'll give some speed to these guys. Move in with these Way Watchers so that I can finish off the rest of the Slayers. Oh boy, here we go. So they're in position. Slayers taking a shot in the front. Nice micro, turns them so that they don't take too much damage. But with another shot coming on in and a charge from the Sylvan Knights, that should be it. Okay, so those Slayers are now down. They got a bit ahead of themselves to chase down the Way Watchers, and they're going to be out of the battle now, which means that all that's left is a single Rune Lord against the rest of my army, and of course a couple long beards. Let's go ahead and try and snipe him out with the Way Watchers. He's going to be dodging, which makes him a little bit harder to finish off, but as long as we stay efficient here, I should be fine. If I get a surround on the Longbeards, I can probably get them to rout with my Sylvan Knights. This guy does do magic damage. Wow, the Rune Lord doesn't do magic damage. Who would have guessed? So that's actually really good for me. My opponent sees the end, and that's gonna be game. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't do magic damage. Indeed. Sylvan Knights, 2,000 damage. Actually, yeah, nothing really paid for themselves fully. The biggest loss was the War Dancers. If they stayed alive into the late game, they actually would have easily cleaned up the rest of the army. Master Engineer was also really annoying to deal with here, but all in all, I think it worked out okay. GG! Oh my gosh, what a long and grueling game. That was insane, but barely managed to pull back through in a sweep victory. Oh man. All right. All right, and there we go, GG. So, oh my gosh, that was a long game. So now we actually don't have an opponent right now. Despite how long that series was, it actually didn't slow down the pace of the tournament at all. So that's pretty good. If we look at the current bracket, we're seeing a tutorial coming on up. And we might even be facing Iskandar, Ulrich Wall, or the Green One. All very scary opponents. Hopefully I'm able to win it out in the finals, but who knows? Meanwhile, in the World Cup tournament, World Championship, we're seeing Evenstar with 1 win against Alfredino 0. So Evenstar looking to be doing pretty well. Pretty well for himself. Although, you know, maybe Alfredino is going to make it 1-1, which is pretty exciting. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that Wood Elf Kite game was so close. It's always really close. Yeah, it's always real close, but that's why you really need to keep your War Dancers there alive. Imagine if I just had 1 unit of War Dancers by the end of it. Just yeah, just running over the rest of that army. They would have annihilated. But the Sylvan Knights sort of did that job for them, and that worked out just fine. Yeah, the game was really intense. It was a long one. It was a really long one. All right, man. Have you ever had peeled orange on your table for too long and it just gets extremely dry on the outside? It's like almost leathery, but at least the inside is still good. Now looking at Evenstar versus Alfredino, it looks like Evenstar is just a beast. he's just been running over ODM all day today. but honestly, second place for Alfredino would be sick. Although, you know, let's not call him out. Actually, let's not call the match just yet. Of course, as it is a best of 5, I believe. Maybe a best of 7. Who knows? But yeah, how do you guys feel about the Warhammer World Championship, by the way? Did you guys enjoy the event? It was a really long one. It felt like it sort of dragged on a bit for me. But it is really cool to get all the data and all these top tier players against each other. Best of 7, sweet. Wait, Bilbo, are you saying you enjoy your dried up oranges? That is an interesting, that's a hot take, man. It's a very hot take. But I could see it. You know, I'm not one to hate on people's food choices. A la pineapple pizza. Oh man. Oh man, I can't believe that build worked. Those final shots into the backs of the Slayers, I think might have been what did it. Of course I still had the Sylvan Knights, so I probably would have been fine. But yeah, strangely enough, the dwarves sort of lack in magic damage. Which is why they need an Anvil of Doom with their next DLC, fingers crossed. Oh my gosh, like Anvil of Doom, what? Like, I don't know, maybe it has a global cast range and it gives your guys magic damage. Or other cool buffs. World Cup has been awesome. That's how you got into the multiplayer community. Really? Really? I would have thought that you've been in the community for longer. That's pretty surprising, man. But very cool. Alright, so we're seeing, oh my gosh. This game is super close between the Counts and the Lizardmen. The Vampire Counts, their Lord has like no HP left. What is this? Yeah, there's like... Oh, he is getting healing, but I think Alfredino actually won this game. Dried oranges is justice. I never knew that was actually, that was a thing that people enjoyed. That is hardcore, man. Do you intentionally leave them out? Like you leave them on the counter for a bit? Boy. Oh man. Oh man, this game is so close between Alfredino and Evenstar. I think Alfredino's won this though. It's gonna be 1-1. Oh yeah, he has a solar engine too. Alright. Started in February and somehow got through to round 1. Hey, round 2. Sweet. Nice, man, nice. I feel like you've been in my chat for a while, but I guess I've also been streaming for a while, so it's not too surprising. By the way, for anyone who's waiting for the matches, we're just waiting for our opponent right now. So feel free to go ahead and hop on over to the Warhammer World Championship link in the chat right now. It's gonna be close. Yeah, Flying Taco, I have no idea how this is gonna play out. The armies are forming up. How is he gonna kill off that huge, like, the 2 dinos though? I feel like that's basically, like, impossible. You just eat oranges really slowly? Takes you 1 hour to eat an orange? Or 2 or 3 hours? That's hardcore. I guess you have other stuff to do. So someone messaged me on Discord, but it's not my opponent. RIP. Big RIP. Lord with perfect RNG. I think so. If he lands right behind the dino, that would do it. And then just lands like 5 hits back to back while they miss. That would be the victory condition. Oh, and he lands. He routes off the Source Warriors. You think Alfredino has the edge? Yeah. 2 dinos really makes a big difference here. Oh man. Oh, the Lord, he gets hit in the back, but I think it missed from that solar engine. And now the Mortis engine is getting hit. Look at that. Mortis engine gets hit again. All right, the RNG has come. Yeah, I think World Cup's pretty exciting, but it sort of drags on a lot, at least in my eyes. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think it'd be cool to have another one, but it really takes up a lot of the tournament showcasing, you know. All right, so Alfredino has a win, 1-1. It's pretty good. Oh man, Alfredino is pretty new to competitive Warhammer too. Like not super new, but he actually came in quite a bit after I did. I've been in it for like what, a year and a half now. Alfredino jumped in like maybe like what, half a year ago, maybe a bit more. So I'm pretty, yeah, that's pretty exciting. Oh hey, I think I'm looking at the chat right now. I just saw my name show up a couple times. People talking about the ranked ladder. That's cool. He was playing quick battle for a long time. Who are you talking about? Evenstar? Oh, Alfredino. Yes, yeah. You can actually get pretty good just grinding out quick battle like a madman, but I think it's much faster to get to have a clan or some teammates to practice with. You remember playing him in quick battle when you first started playing multiplayer? Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, so Alfredino's not new to multiplayer as a whole, just the tournament scene. I see. Well, cool, cool. Yeah. Oh man. From the first day Alfredino joined ODM though, he always gave me a tough time trying to beat him. He is yeah, he is one of the top players in ODM right now. I can pretty confidently say that. Very difficult player to take out. His infantry control is surprisingly good, and I think it comes with him playing a lot of green skins, microing his, you know, fanatics, nasty skulkers, and so on. I would say that's his strong suit. Of course, he has a nice mix of factions too. Plays the undead factions and the elves alike. Having that diversity, definitely a huge boon. We're still waiting on our opponent, by the way. Tutorial versus Ruben is still going on. What's it? Yeah, it's kind of suffering from its own success with having so many players and making the tournament take forever. Oh, the World Championship? Yeah. It's really cool, though, to have such a big tournament. The watching Warhammer grow on the multiplayer side of things is really cool. For me, actually, before I got into multiplayer, just as a campaign player, like multiplayer had no appeal to me, especially because I was only playing quick battles. I didn't really see it, but when I finally dived in, oh man. Maybe they had two Dowie versus Wood Elf games. Maybe. Maybe. Like, I thought I was taking a while. Like, we went to Ace match too. Although, I do know there is a thing that happens where people take forever just to set up their armies. Army setup can actually be longer or as long as the battle itself. And that can sometimes eat up a lot of time. ODM has a lot of strong players. A lot of them made it pretty far in the World Cup. Yeah, I think it's just the recruiting strategy, because ODM specifically looks for the strongest players that are super active, and then gets them to practice with each other. That's sort of the method that they use to get to get some of the best, and then to make them even better. Except it does make it super exclusive. Like, Yeah, I've been asked a couple times for people that want to join ODM, but yeah, usually you just have to get scouted out. It's sort of strange that way. On the plus side, though, it is a very different dynamic from other clans. It's a very tightly knit community. Just double checking to make sure my match hasn't come up yet, and it hasn't. So if you guys want to wait, come back in 10 minutes, feel free to. In the meantime, I'll just be breathing a sigh of relief as Alfredino manages to get 1-1. I guess right now I should do some stretches probably. I'll take 10 seconds just to stand up. Gotta make sure, you know, you don't run into any problems sitting down too long. What I really like about the World Cup, actually, I just thought of, it's pretty cool that it can pretty consist, like, it filtered to the best players pretty effectively, I feel. Like yeah, I feel like you got a lot of expected players. Of course there were actually a few upsets, but we're getting some nice matchups for sure. Surprised Alfredino didn't ban the counts as chaos. What happened? What was the pick and ban? All I see in chat is Cathay. Everyone's talking about Cathay. Or you mean as when he was playing as Lizardman? Oh, Even Star. Ah, I see. Oh, so he's playing Chaos and he wants to face Alfredino's vampire counts. Interesting. That's really in line with how Even Star plays, though. He likes to learn matchups that are less practiced, and then just really focusing on it. It sort of baits his opponent into running into a matchup that they're not ready for. He does it with dwarves, and apparently he does it with chaos too. Pretty pretty hardcore. Oh man. But yeah, this is a best of 7 though, so we actually have a ways to go before this tournament finishes. Flying Taco coming in with the predictions. Oh hey, our opponent is here. Sweet. Nice tutorial. Apparently a player that sort of went under my radar, but can be pretty good. I'm interested to see how that goes. So Flying Talker, you say you predict Dragon, Double Hero Manticore, Quad Horsemaster. Seems like a decent build. Feel like that works out. It's a tough matchup. There's probably a build that can work, but since Alfredino is very good at vampire counts, you don't think you would risk it. Yeah, that's a really strange choice. Like Alfredino, he plays vampire counts. You're going up against someone who should know the counter pick. It's just that for sure Alfredino hasn't been practicing that too often. So he's just really trying to catch him off guard. Now, I need to get my opponent in here. Let me just set up a lobby for him. Now I have no idea on what type of player Drunk Tutorial is, or just Tutorial. I don't know if they enjoy elves or undead, cheese, defensive, rush. Who knows? We definitely do not. So I'm gonna see if I can oh, Iron Thunder saying remember to save replays from semifinals onwards. Okay, can do. So what, semifinals onwards? I'm in the semis right now, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna have to send that to my son HW after. Let's see. Tutorial is the best Korean player. Ah, I see. Not sure what his best factions are. Ooh, well, that's pretty scary. I know Koreans notorious when it comes to StarCraft and many other games too. So I'll need my A game. Looks like he's in the lobby. Trusting. And who's picking first? He is picking first. Looks like your first pick. So I'll need to remember to save these replays to send to my son HW. And if I can make it, that would be wonderful. Oh man. Especially since if I qualify, it means I don't have to worry about qualifying later. I forget, are there 16 qualifiers or just the 8? Is this the last chance? I'm wondering. Also, meanwhile, in Alpha Dino versus Even Star, I think we see 6 skirmishers. There is a dragon and an exalted hero. So, Flying Taco, I think you're close, but you just barely didn't have it, unfortunately. It's a lot of skirmish going on, though. Oh my gosh. That pseudo-vindictive glare. Alfredino. Jeez, look at that. He just murdered that Chaos Sorcerer. Okay, so tutorial. So they almost fell asleep because it's 5 a.m. So I think that's a minor advantage for me. Although it's very unfortunate that I won't be getting their A game. Of course, it's a plus side that I'm advantaged, but we're here for the competition. And winning, of course, but also the competition. Meanwhile, while we just wait for him to select his faction, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this game between Alfredino and Evenstar. Because if Alfredino kills off that Chaos Sorcerer Lord, I don't really see what can be done to win the match after that. He's just he's spamming out the missiles to kill him. Excavation site. Ooh, that's a map. Excavation site. I think this one it doesn't have a lot of aquatics. Yeah, it just has one of your flanks secured very hard. A lot of forest, a lot of vanguard positions. Aha. VP, band VP, pick greenskins. Interesting. Not bad, not bad. Is he looking for a Lizardmen game? Perhaps. I'd be interested to get another rematch as the Lizardmen here. Let's see. Excavation site. Band VP, and he's figuring out the other band. If it's not Lizardmen, I have a couple other options against greenskins. So we're not without hope. He bans Wood Elves. Wow. Now that's an interesting ban. I would imagine greenskins are actually good against Wood Elves, but it seems like the meta might be different. So I guess I'll just go for the vampire counts. Alright. So yeah, I guess we just dive right on in then, don't we? So this is like the common counter pick to greenskins. Now, the main thing is that I'm not the most proficient counts player, but I've played vampire counts enough where I feel decently confident against most players using the counts against them. So let's just hope that it all works out. If I have my build ready. And we'll be diving on in just a second. Meanwhile, I think Alfredino might actually take a second win against Evenstar. That would be huge. Absolutely huge. Fingers crossed Alfredino wins. You know, maybe I'll win the tournament at the same time Alfredino wins his tournament. It'll be a perfect double win for ODM. My win being completely overshadowed by how big the World Championship is, but still very exciting. Oh, is that a huge burning head? It is. And it hits most of the skirmish cavalry. That's actually a strange choice, I feel. Oh, and a breath attack comes in. Oh my gosh. Juicy breath attack. Oh man, but enough of that. Vampire counts versus greenskins. How do I feel about this matchup? I feel like it's not too bad. I would be like greenskins. They have a couple tools to help here, but it's not the worst. You missed that misplay on the Exalted Hero is going to be tough to come back from. What happened? Just getting his Dragon Lord surrounded? Or the fact that the Exalted Hero had a rough time? In fact, it might not even matter if this Chaos Sorcerer dies. Because the Vampire Count's balance of power is actually pretty crazy right now. But yeah, for Count versus Greenskins, the focus for me is to kill off their single entities, mostly. The infantry can be dealt with as long as I have a couple mobile units left to cycle charge. And to allow myself to cycle charge as much as possible, I'll be using zombie summons to cover for myself. Greenskins can sort of go wide here, or they can opt for a box. They have a couple options for sure. Wow, look at that. Evenstar. He took a bad matchup and then he lost. Very uncharacteristic for him. GG. All right. Alfredino, come on, you got it. Just 2 more wins. 2 more wins, you madman. This is very exciting. Oh, man. Okay, World Championship. Suddenly getting a lot more exciting for me. Very hype. He landed his hero in the middle of a bunch of dire wolves and instantly lost it. Oh, rip. Did he have 2? Or just the 1? Because I saw 1 in there, but he looked decently healthy. Man. That's crazy though. In the finals of the World Championship, he went chaos and didn't ban counts. What a mad lad. Two heroes? I see. Well then that's, yeah, that's crazy then. It's absolutely insane. Ooh. Let's see, sorry, I'm just muting my Discord so it doesn't distract me too much. Looks like tutorial, still setting up their army. It's fine if they take their time because, well, it's 5 a.m. for them, so no need to rush them. Oh man, I am excited though. Alfredino just has to make sure it doesn't get to his head. If he keeps playing well, I think he's in a good place, but yeah, maybe Evenstar, you know, maybe he's trying to waste all of Alfredino's good factions, and then he's gonna launch with his huge undead play and run over everything. Let's see, I think you've gotta be a little mad to make it this far. Talking about oh, Evenstar. with that play. Yeah, I think it would work against a lot of people, but not Alfredino, and especially not if you make a misplay. But enough of the other tournament. This tournament, we're playing counts against greenskins, guys. There's always the question of how bad is the greenskins? I think the one thing that makes them particularly scary is that even in the matchups where you counter them with your picks, players can still pull out wins pretty effectively as the greenskins. They don't have any doomed matchups. So if they give their bans correctly, they're in a pretty good place. Yeah, even Sarhi baits bad matchups that people know are bad but don't always know why. Yeah, and also ones that they don't really practice much either. Although it falls apart depending on how well informed your opponent is. And of course play too. Micro and so on and so forth. Oh man, but I can't watch that now. You guys are gonna have to fill me in on what happens next while I play this match. Greenskins, the most, like 50% of the time I see a hard box here. The other 50% of the time I see a more wide build with stone trolls. And that's actually what gives me a lot more trouble when it comes to this matchup. My cavalry control could always be worked on. And occasionally you will see the greenskins, they do pretty well going wide actually. The black coaches too, although effective with the advent of Mither and various slows, black coaches can actually have a much harder time than you might expect. And losing them is absolutely devastating. You do not want to be losing your black coaches. So that's why I have them on 1 and 2. Make them very easy to micro. My cavalry all grouped up on 3. It would be good if I could babysit them more, but my micro is limited. So we'll have to see if the control goes well enough. My infantry won't be doing too much. They'll mostly just be trying to set up charges in the back, but I don't really want all my infantry engaging at the same time. It can work a lot better to just trickle them in to allow me to cycle charge as much as possible. As for my opponent, his troop count is very small, only 600. Means that it probably is going to be a bit of a box. Now, this is slightly bad for me because I have the 2 black coaches. But it means that he can't really leverage his skill as much. And it comes down to a test of whether or not I can effectively pick off single entities here. And there we go. He's using the terrain defensively to assist him. And he also has a couple of these skirmishers that'll be poking away at my zombies, presumably. Now, they're not too worrisome. I just have to make sure that their ammunition isn't going in on my cavalry. And then I should be more or less fine. There's also Azag in the air, which is a very interesting choice. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Usually you don't see him. But he's going to Spirit Leech my Lord, get in a little bit of damage to start off with. But my Lord should have regeneration, so I'm not particularly worried on that front. Let's pull him back from the skirmishers though. Of course, you can dodge, but it's a little bit risky at times. And you definitely don't want to get ruined on that front. The army, it's going to be mostly big guns here for my opponent. And let's see if let's see if I can start picking them apart. Breath attacks on the big guns would be good. If there's goblin fanatics, they're actually slightly more of a priority to pick out. So I'll be focusing on that. These skirmishers sort of trying to get into range to shoot at my Lord some more. Let's go ahead and dodge using that campaign practice to make sure that I'm just sort of wasting their ammunition. But the Spirit Leeches are a bit annoying for sure. And I need to get my cavalry into the backside so that these skirmishers can't actually do too much. I can also send in a unit of zombies just to get the fight started. And then, yeah, to set up so that these skirmishers really have no escape. Then it's going to be breath attacks for days. And we'll see if I'm able to secure a victory through that. Now, these zombies, they should take a while to die. That'll be hugely in my favor. The two giants here will be causing a few issues. But as soon as my front line engages, I should be okay. My lord, he takes a bit of damage. Tiny bit of a misplay on my part. And now the zombies, they will be diving on in. So here we go. The battle begins. Black coaches finding just some opportunities to charge into some infantry here. Couple big guns, a nice easy pick, and the first breath attack gets a nice hit onto all these big guns. The spider riders are going to be a bit annoying though. And let's see how this fight goes. I'll have to be a bit careful here with my cycle charging, but as long as I do that, fine. I'm feeling decently confident. No real need to engage with all my zombies either, as I can just focus on yeah, just focus on the cycle charging, really. Black coach does barely manage to escape, and the giant actually gets a bit ahead of himself. I can turn the black coach now, actually getting some pretty juicy hits. The other giant is sort of out of position, and this is actually quite good for me. This black coach has served its purpose. It's used its mass to pin down the giant and can now disengage while my lord takes care of the giant, although a nasty hit from Warzag actually gets in quite a bit of damage. The other giant gets out of position though, and I should still be able to cycle charge this giant and getting quite a bit of damage. Cycle charging on the big guns too will make sure that the giants are actually occupied for a long time. And I want to make sure that my black coaches are continuing to barrel through the formation. Let's go ahead and yeah, just push them through. Try to get them in on the spider riders if I can. And then continue to cycle charge this giant. It's very important to try and pick off single entities one at a time, instead of sort of spreading your damage and going fully opportunistically. I'll still have to be very careful here though. My lord is taking a lot of damage. The black coaches taking a lot of damage too, but oh my gosh, Warzag actually ends up in a terrible position. Might get picked off here, although he does manage to pull back into a safer position. And honestly, I think it's about time I get a zombie summon over here onto all these skirmishers. They've been getting in a lot of damage, and I do not want them to poking away at me for too long. My lord is getting into position for a breath attack. And you know what? These nasty skulkers are going to be nice for that, as they are... Oh man, my lord actually taking a lot of damage. He's getting hunted by Warzag now. Azag, I mean. He's going to have to pull back. Oh man, that's actually really bad. My lord is dying. Oh man, that's really bad. Okay, so a huge misplay on my part. My lord actually ends up getting slowed and sniped out by Azag, but in the meantime I'll be continuing to hit up with my cycle charging. My lord just sort of juking around, trying to stay alive where he can. Let's see, how much life does he have? Not a lot, honestly. I'm gonna need to throw down a zombie summon just to get that extra 50 HP. And then, let's see, just hope that he runs away long enough to get a heal. Oh, but he dies. Wow, that is absolutely terrible. Huge misplay on my part, getting my lord sniped out like that. I lost a black coach too, and that's gonna be real bad. That's actually going to be absolutely terrible, but it's not completely unwinnable, although it is a really bad situation. In fact, it probably is unwinnable, given that the giants are here. And that really goes to show, you got to really make sure that you don't walk into those misplays. Just a single misplay can cost you the game if you are not careful. And in this case, I just let my lord take too much damage from the skirmishers. I could have been much more careful with them, instead of getting too greedy with those breath attacks. Being a bit too hasty there for sure. And wow, that's going to be army losses. GG. Tutorial takes the first game as the greenskins. Brutal. Absolutely brutal, but I totally deserved it. What I needed to do instead, get a summon on top of the skirmishers early on, get a breath attack, break through one of the walls, and then punish the skirmishers. Instead, I was sort of just hammering all sides of the greenskins, and that ended up not working out for me very well. My lord, way too much damage from these two guys, but I'll get better with time. So GG. Tutorial is up one game, but I've reverse sweeped it once today. We'll see if I can do that again. The map is gonna be Prague. Let's go ahead and set the map. Also, I'm going to save the replay in just a second. This map, VP, ban the Wood Elves and the Dwarves. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Yes, the replays. So I'll need to rename that to ent Mr. T verse tutorial 1. There we go, and now we have to see what he decides to bring against my Vampire Coast. Oh man, I can't believe I made such a huge misplay though. That was absolutely brutal. I think I totally had that game in the bag with the 3 breath attacks. Had I just thrown them down on the big guns, that likely would have done it. Tried to get another dwarf versus wood elf so he falls asleep in the middle of it. Brilliant. Brilliant idea. Alright, now it's gonna be high elves. Wonderful. And this is the classic pick. So we'll see if tutorial has what it takes to win this match. All right, let's see. Where's my build? Was it this one? Nope, not this one. Oh my gosh, my voice is starting to go hoarse. Not like this. Okay. All right, so Coast versus the High Elves. It's pretty standard affair for the Vampire Coast. They have a lot of tools to deal with the High Elves. And the biggest advantage that you have is armor. Which is why High Elves will usually run Plague of Rust to snipe out your Leviathans with their archers. But in this case, it's gonna be a little bit it's gonna be a little bit difficult to... Oh man, it's been a long day. It's gonna be if I go for a crab rush, that's a little bit of a risk. You can still dodge it, but if you have enough skirmish elements, things can still go okay. If the High Elves prepare for a rush entirely, that's can be quite scary too. But of course, as Coast, you can go for very heavy gun builds, which will do quite good against the High Elves. Of course, if they bring Elith and Nar, that gives them some options. So there's a lot of back and forth that can go on here. However, I think I have some nice builds that generally work out against the elves. So let's see. I think my army is about ready here. Yeah, I have most everything that I want set up. And we just got to jump into the game. So just quickly reviewing my army, making sure that everything checks out. And I think I'll be fine. Now, so one interesting thing here is that Queen Bess can be quite a beast against High Elves. It outranges the bolt throwers. And if you have some way of disrupting them, Queen Bess can do a lot of damage on the approach. Now, I think the highest level of players will be able to dodge fairly well. And that makes Bess a lot less effective. They can actually approach, and if they have 3 bolt throwers, let's say, it will completely negate Queen Bess's value. So it's a bit of a risky pick. In general, I feel like this matchup got a bit riskier after the nerfs, but I can still pull out some pretty clean wins as the Vampire Coast. We'll see if I can do that now, though, against the very tired tutorial. Fingers crossed. Also, it looks like Evenstar has brought the score to 2-2, so that's very exciting. But we know we will continue to push on through the My Son HW tournament, and just hope that Alfredino is able to win 2 more games before he loses 2. And meanwhile, I have to make sure I don't lose this one. Oh man, I still can't believe I lost my Lord so easily. The most important element as the vampire counts. Gone in an instant. I probably should have been pumping him with heals if Spirit Leeches were being spammed out. But yeah, totally my fault. The finals got to be close for the most amount of hype after all. Yes. Maybe they're rigging the match. They're rigging it so that they alternate wins. The unholy alliance of Alfredino and Evenstar. Oh man, but yeah, it's gonna get real interesting because we're pushing on to their side factions now. I would expect a few more gaps in their game knowledge. Although, yeah, in the best of 7, you have to play so many factions. Like, what, you're playing half the factions, right? Yeah, you have to play so many factions that I think, like, that really starts pushing you to your limit. Even the top players really only know, like, 5 factions and a bunch of counters. So in some circumstances, they could be caught with their pants down. Losing a Lord is an easy mistake to make since most players will try to focus them down. That is true, but it's still definitely a pretty clumsy mistake. You should be able to see it coming most of the time, and then try to prevent it either in the build selection or during the game. Like in that match, I got too close to the skirmishers, and I wasn't healing up the Spirit Leeches as I was overconfident. Still though, I feel like the odds of me winning these next 2 matches are decent. If I can win this High Elf match, I'm in a pretty good place. Maybe I'll be able to bait out dwarves again, like I think Biblington mentioned. It's interesting to see how many players in the top 4 actually enjoy elf factions. Wood elves show up twice, high elves show up 3 times. Pretty hype. Well, at least that's what you tell yourself every time you lose your Lord. Ah, yes. The good old coping mechanism. Always wonderful. Well, we'll see if I'm able to cope myself if we lose this next match, or if that won't be a problem. So far my win rate against High Elves has actually been pretty good. So I feel like, I actually feel like alright about it all. I'm not, like, yeah, there was a point where High Elves sort of, I would have banned High Elves for a while after the patch, but without any nerfs really, it just feels like I've figured out how to beat High Elves again with a different style. You know, bombers on bats and on the ground, Noctilus gunnery wights. The works, really. So I'm feeling a lot more confident nowadays in this matchup. So fingers crossed it all goes okay. I wonder though, against the greenskins, if I take that missile ability on the Vampire Lord, I feel like I might be able to use that to do a lot of damage. And then just sort of avoid healing more. But yeah, anyways, for my actual build right now, it's gonna be a familiar one for sure. It's just gonna be the usual. I have my dogs, my bombers, and a front line of zombies. This time around though, I've taken more bombers on the ground, as they will be quite effective against all the infantry. Most of the cavalry and the archers will be distracted by the dogs and the sirens, and that'll let these guys get in a ton of work. Otherwise, it's more or less the same. Where, yeah, I have more than enough to kill off single entities with the 2 gunnery wights and Noctilus, and then it's just clearing out the infantry, which is not too much of a problem. If Tempest drops, I'll have to worry about that a tiny bit. But yeah, I should still be fine. Being able to figure out how to beat a faction is a very nice feeling. Indeed, it's meta shifting. It's huge if you can figure out how to beat one extra faction that was a bad matchup before. And yeah, it puts you in a really nice position in when it comes to tournaments. It's what Evenstar focuses on. At least one of his focuses. Now here we go. Tutorial is ready. We'll begin the battle and see how we do. His army size is slightly larger than the last time we went into this matchup. And we're seeing a single bolt thrower. Cool, cool. Deployment along the right hand side. We're seeing some Lothern Sea Guard, ton of archers, and let's see. You know what? I might change the positioning of my bats just a tiny bit, then rely on this left flank to do really well. The gunnery wights need to be dodging the bolt thrower shots just by staggering their movement a tiny bit, sort of just running circles around while the rest of my army sort of gets into position. There's a mage of fire over here. He'll likely be burning up a couple of my zombies. Got to be a bit careful there. And who's this? Alarielle, coming in with a Tempest. Now, sort of interesting. Alarielle, she's not the scariest thing ever, as long as I am wary. Now, frontline engagement is beginning. I'm going to move my bats along this flank away from Alarielle, get the sirens on over here, and then sort of just threat overload right now. The gunnery wights will be dancing around, causing as many issues as they can. Then Noctilus with his summons will be doing the same. The goal is to break down the front line as quickly as possible. So that means a double scab scrath right down the center onto the spears. And then, yeah, just using my sirens as a huge distraction for the rest of the army. Noctilus just charging right on in. We're gonna summon some pistol mobs, getting some distractions. Sirens now collapsing in on the flanks, and now my bomber bats are gonna be wrecking all the infantry. So that should go pretty well. There are quite a few shots coming in from all of these archers, but once the front line is down, I should be in a fairly good position. But oh man, that's really bad. My dogs, they get caught by the Reavers. That is actually quite huge, but at least the front line seems like it is getting compromised still. My sirens will have to be a bit careful. Just giving them some heals. And then, let's see here. Yeah, just continuing to push through. Now, a big burning head does annihilate most of my front line, but the spearmen are now falling. I do still have my dogs at the ready. The gunnery wights are now in. And I still have quite a few bombers left. They should be able to do well. Although the Tempest does drop. That's going to be quite scary for them. But the dogs are in. They're ravaging the back line. I have sirens all over. Dogs sort of just maneuvering. And honestly, that Tempest wasn't especially scary to the majority of my bats. They actually survived fairly well. And that's going to be a huge plus for me. Now my dogs, they still need to run away. Let's get them into a safer position. We do lose one of the units of sirens. And let's see here. Really, the main benefit is that most of these archers now are finally compromised. Noctilus, with his heal on the gunnery wights, will be helping them out a ton. And my dogs, they are taking a lot of archer fire, but I think they should be able to survive that. Double Scab Scrath on these archers too. Should kill them quite handily, get them to rout. And there we go. With that, we're seeing the balance of power now shifting into my favor. Another Burning Head almost gets casted, but actually gets cancelled there. Changes position to help out this engagement. That's going to be pretty scary, but yeah, I still have my dogs alive. This one on the far end, just distracting some cavalry with what time he has. Another Tempest does drop, misses most of my bats though. That is huge for me. And how are the gunnery wights doing? They are still very high on ammunition. Their armor. HP. Gunnery wights, their high armor really carrying them in this situation, and now it's just chasing off all of these high elf units with the sirens and the dogs. That should be pretty nice. And one benefit that has happened is that Alarielle sort of wasted all her magic on Tempests, which means that yeah, she doesn't have a lot for healing and everything else, and that's going to be really nice for me. So just chasing off the rest of these archers. I have more sirens coming on in. I still have 2 units of deck droppers, and they'll be receiving ammunition in just a second, which will be making them quite the scary force indeed, finishing off all of the infantry. Distraction on the far end of the map. It's very similar to when you micro your when you have to micro your, like, a Zergling while macroing at the same time. It's just sort of you jump to it every once in a while to micro and then make sure that things go okay there. And my sirens, they are taking quite a bit of damage from the magic damage of Alarielle. I'll heal them up. Use these gunnery wights, give ammunition to the gun bats. Use one to chase off the fire mage, and then use the other to deal with Alarielle and the cavalry. My sirens, they do manage to rout off the the cavalry, which is very good. They won't really take too much damage from Alarielle. And yeah, now it's just cleanup. My gunnery wights are nearly indestructible at this point. And I still have a bomber bat with a ton of ammunition left, plus a unit of scurvy dogs. It's basically everything I could possibly hope for. Noctilus coming in to help this fight against Alarielle too. The fire mage is nearly out of the picture, which means that I can just chase her off with bats, but no, she shatters. That is very huge for me. And I even have 2 Scab Scraths left in case I need to throw them down. So all in all, I'd say things are looking pretty good. Another Tempest would be sort of bad for me, as it would finish off the last of my bats. But I think we'll be okay. These spearmen, a big Scab Scrath on top of them to get them off the battlefield, although they actually do survive pretty well despite the Scab Scrath. As for these archers, I'll hit them with the Scab Scrath just to get them a bit lower. These Lothern Sea Guard will actually die pretty quickly to dogs. They are anti-large, but the dogs, they're actually small sized, and with that, that's gonna be game. Really carried off the back of the gunnery wights this time, as per usual, and working out quite well. Look at that. All right, just take a look at the value. 3,000 damage, very good. The bombers, they did eat Tempests, but Alarielle was using Tempests on units that cost 500 gold, which, although still good, the magic was getting stretched pretty thin, and we saw one of the units of sirens actually pull through quite well. Scurvy dogs did well, although a misplay made the game closer than it had to be. But all in all, I think things worked out about as well as I could have hoped for. After that frontline buckled, it was pretty straightforward. Remember to save the replay. Thank you very much. I will go for the autosave and just rename it and to Steve's tutorial too. Thank you. All right, GG. Well played. I think in the end it was just the build that was really hurting there. So cool. Now I've already played the vampire accounts and coast. So now I just gotta pick the map, and you know we've done this before, so shouldn't be too difficult. I think it was what, MP Peak Pass that I took. Yeah. This map, Wood Elves. Wait, let's see here. What was it? He played the greenskins already. Yeah, so this is very similar. Greenskins, Wood Elves, Bretonia, and the Lizardmen. This is exactly the same as before. I'm gonna give a BRB, and I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Oh. All right, and I'm back. Looks like he's still looking for a faction to pick. Hopefully it's dwarves. Fingers crossed. Meanwhile, for Alfredino, we're seeing match game number 2. Even Star is a bit ahead. It's Bretonia against dwarves. Oh my gosh, Even Star, you madman. You only practice bad matchups. Alright. Let's see. How is Alfredino doing right now? It seems like it's a little bit sketchy for the Dowie. The blasting charges are still landing fairly well, but those foot squires can be pretty scary. Okay, looks like he's taking his time figuring out which factions to play. Is it going to be the Tomb Kings, perhaps? That would be an interesting pick. Now I do have a couple builds against Tomb Kings, so I wouldn't be caught with my pants down. You think Alfredino is getting impatient and advancing too fast? Oof. That's pretty rough. Yeah, with against Bretonia, you have to really worry about getting your infantry pulled apart. It's got to be real careful. Because, yeah, just getting charged by cavalry and so on can be pretty bad. Tomb Kings ban Wood Elves. Interesting choice. That means I have greenskins or Bretonia. Well, it looks like we're playing greenskins, guys. He didn't fall for the bait, but yeah, greenskins against Tomb Kings isn't it's not terrible. You can win it out, but you have to make sure that single entities don't terror out your entire army. And yeah, that's basically the goal. You just checking in from the World Champion stream. What's the status here? Yeah, we're doing okay, but this may be the last game. So greenskins against the Tomb Kings. Where is that build? There we go. All right. I feel like the advent of the new greenskins has really pushed the Tomb Kings quite hard. They've been having not the worst time, but I don't think they're as good of a counter as they used to be for sure. Greenskins come in with a lot of tools to beat the Tomb Kings. And immune to psychology is going to be extremely important here. So let's go ahead and set up an army. I think, yep, tutorial is ready. I still need a hot second to set up. And then we'll be jumping right on in. Should be a pretty exciting match, I feel. All right, and now I just have to review my army. Make sure that it looks a-okay. And then, yeah, just dive right on in. See if I can win it. Let's see, am I missing anything from the build? I think I have more or less whatever, everything I want here. Go for like 3 to 4 fanatics. That's a lot to micro, and they route pretty easily. It's a risky pick for sure. I think they can do well, but it's definitely a bit risky. It's nice versus Tomb Kings, just to annihilate Tomb Guard, yeah. I'll definitely want at least a couple fanatics for sure, but I'm trying to figure out is how I want to set up the last remnants of my army. I think I have more or less what I'm looking for. Yeah, I think, oh man. Oh, it's sketchy. It's real sketchy. Yeah, you know what? Okay, I think this army is fine. We'll ready up and dive on into this match against Tutorial. This I feel like this should be fairly even, but we'll have to see. Meanwhile, in Alfredino land, it looks like the Bretonnians are... It depends on their single entities, whether they're ahead or not. I think Alfredino might actually be okay, but there are some trebuchets, so maybe not. This matchup isn't as scary as it looks for greenskins. Yeah, I don't think so. Greenskins have a good number of tools here. Oh boy. Bretonia still has Fey Enchantress and a Paladin. Yeah, if that's a Rune Lord, it'd be pretty sketchy. If it's something like Grom Brindle, I think Alfredino's okay. He also still has the Quarrelers, which is pretty nice. So that should work out pretty well, but the Fey Enchantress healing really does make things a bit sketchier, doesn't it? If Dowie had Grom Brindle, you think they would win? But with the Rune Lord, it will be hard, IMO. It's a Rune Lord? Ah, well, rip. Well, I can't continue watching that as I do have to play this game first. And what I've brought is a Grom, a Brain Burster, and a Slower. You got Mither, essentially a Rune Lord, 2 Fanatics to deal with any elite infantry shenanigans, and a Savage Orc big on front line to hold down the fort. This is very standard greenskin style. I just have to make sure that Grom doesn't get picked off and try to get a clean engagement on the single entities of the Tomb Kings. My skirmishers need to stay alive until the late game, and if I can pull that off, I think I'm in an okay place. So good luck, have fun. And let's dive on in. Oh boy, fingers crossed. I'm really wondering if these fanatics will be able to pull through. If I can win the infantry fight, that would be rather huge. And I have enough heroes where they shouldn't get sniped out. Even if I lose one, I still have the other. Too few fanatics, you think? Fanatics greater than orc boys? They rout super duper easily though. It's why I have them in the back line. And I wanted to have a bit of chunkiness on my flanks. One thing that sort of sucks though is that this map is huge. On the approach, if I have to worry about artillery, they will likely be hammering these big guns. So dodging is going to be a bit of a priority. And the Tomb Kings also have a lot of space to kite back. One thing that I do have though is that my units won't be routing off the edge of the map anytime soon, as I think this is one of the biggest maps in the pool. I guess a lot of the MP, at least a couple of the MP maps are huge, like Crossroads. So there's a lot of space to maneuver with the skirmishers. The army size is fairly large, mostly skeletons though, which is why Brain Burst can be so good. It's really nice against cavalry too. So with my opponent ready, we'll start up and yeah, just dive right on in. Boy. If I win this though, I do make it to the finals, and that would be quite nice indeed. He did say he was ready, right? Yes, he did give the good luck, have fun, so. Here we go. We're seeing a defensive Tomb Kings build with a catapult, some skirmishers. All right, all in all, yeah, it's a very defensive build, okay? So I need to make sure that I just barrel through as quickly as possible with my troops. I need to make sure that the Ushapti don't get too many shots off on my goblins. We'll put them in the forest, a little bit of a safer position. Some chariots that I'll need to be wary of. But the Screaming Skull catapult, we've managed to dodge the first few shots of it. That's going to be quite nice for me. And now Grom, he's going to dive in onto these chariots. Now Cetra's nearby. I need to be wary of that. And I might even just start spirit leeching him, to be honest. My big guns are taking quite a bit of damage. I need my skirmishers to counter skirmish here and push back these horsemen. And then it's just going to be trying to punch through that front line. Let's go ahead and just blob up with my forces just a tiny bit. It looks like he's not taking the bait, but I will be able to hit a bit of cavalry over here with that brain burster. The goblins will be getting into position, and I just need to make sure that I don't lose too many of my units. My lord actually, my river troll hag actually takes quite a bit of a beating, which is quite scary, but it looks like I should be able to secure this frontline engagement at the very least. Stone Trolls 2 diving in. They're going to move on to Cetra. And then Fanatics to kill off most of the infantry. Now Cetra, he has magic damage. He can be pretty scary. Grom, though, diving in on top of him, will get in loads of damage. The River Troll Hag, though, looks like she's in a pretty rough place. A lot of focus fire is coming down on top of her. But all in all, I think things are going okay, especially when it comes to Grom, who is absolutely mulching Cetra right now. A huge Fanatic Bomb opportunity to clear out the infantry will be really nice for me. And now it's just clearing out this cavalry before my River Troll Hag takes too much damage. Let's see here, a huge Brain Burster should clear out most of this infantry. Cetra won't be able to do too much, and now that Grom has his cooldowns up, he needs to be moving into a safer position. Getting him through the forces so that he can regenerate and get in a better place. That's pretty close, a little bit scary there, but all in all, looks like he's okay. Most of the focus fire is actually coming down onto him, so he's going to be dodging much like the River Troll Hag from earlier. Let's continue dodging with him. A lot of this front line for the Tomb Kings is actually pretty scary. Grom has taken a lot of damage, but we've hit back towards Cetra, so I think he's okay. And Grom's actually doing pretty good distraction right now by dodging all of these shots. Another brain burster, good opportunity over there. I'll just throw it down. We have a wah. And the stone trolls should be able to do fairly good against the Nehekara horsemen with their high armor. I just need to make sure that their leadership stays up. And that is no guarantee. Now another fanatic bomb in 1 second. Let's throw that down. Grom needs to assist in the fight with these stone trolls to get their leadership up. But a big summon of Ushabti looks like it might actually rout off a few of those guys. A little bit scary, and I need to make sure that these stone trolls rally and that they're not off the battlefield permanently. That would be terrible. As for Grom, he needs to be dodging as much as he can. And then I need to get another big brain burster. We'll throw it on top of the infantry over there. Now Grom, he's been taking a lot of fire for the entire game, but I think he's finally weathered the storm. Screaming Skull Catapult shouldn't be too bad now that I'm finally moving in to shut it down. And then the regeneration is going to be coming into play, hopefully saving me here. Now Screaming Skull Catapult, it does get defended by these skirmishers, but my trolls do come back. I do still have these unbreakable goblins, and the Tomb Kings is actually beginning to run out of infantry. I think that might be the key to victory here. But oh man, those stone trolls. Second rout on them. Now that's pretty bad. One more rout and they're actually gone. So you got to be real careful with them. As for Cetra, he's pretty low. I might be able to snipe him out here with the River Troll Hag, but a nice pullback from my opponent gets them into a safer position. I could Brain Burster the infantry, but I'll choose not to because I'm actually going to save it for when the cavalry clumps up. I feel like that might be a lot better. And as for Grom, he's just going to be regenerating. That's that's the name of the game for him. Let's see here, Cetra kind of moving in. I'm looking for opportunities to snipe him out, but oh man, my stone trolls, they break again. And they actually shatter off the battlefield. Now that's going to be pretty bad. However, I still have a good number of forces. My strength is fairly good. And let's see here. Oh, buff up that leadership. Come on. Alright, so it looks like the stone trolls, they just barely managed to keep it together here. These skirmishers are getting occupied, which means that that the Tomb Kings here, they don't have too many shots coming in onto my forces. Cetra coming in to try and fight Grom, but I have my full single entity force here. And with the big Spirit Leech, I think Cetra should be going down. And there we go. Cetra is finally down. It took a hot second. It was quite the scrap. But now that he's down, I am in a much better position. My stone trolls come back too. I'm not going to move them so that they can recuperate their stamina and get back their leadership. River Troll Hag just retreating to regenerate another day. And yeah, just by really making this game long and grinding it out, it has really capitalized on the healing on all of my troops, and it looks like that will pay off with the forces crumbling. And that being game. GG, well played. I will remember to save it this time. There we go. And that's gonna be it. Oh my gosh, that was super scary. The stone trolls getting routed off was super bad. But in the end, Grom taking some nice engagements against Cetra really helped out. Both Fanatics, very good, who would have guessed? Fanatics working out good, and then the big guns just being there to help clear out the front line. Yeah, all in all, I'd say it went all right, although it was a very close game. Let's just take a look at the damage here. The skirmishers, I feel like, were really annoying just because of the terror, but I managed to pull through. Oh man, so there we go. That's 1 win from tutorial, 2 for me, which means I'm now in the finals, up against Ulrich Rahl or Iskandar. Tutorial put up a great fight considering it's 5 a.m. Indeed, I think if it wasn't 5 a.m., there's a good chance I would have lost it for sure. Now, Alfredino versus Evenstar. Do you guys know who won that last match? All right. Oh man, yeah, he had a really nice attitude too. Tutorial seems like a really nice guy. I gotta say, Alfredino won. Yes. Ooh yeah, Alfredino, you got this. You got this, buddy. Oh, it looks like Ulrich Wall is ready. Oh boy, the final boss, Ulrich Wall. Yep. Here we go. Oh man, Ulrich Wall is he can be quite the beast. Quite the beast indeed. Okay, Ulrich Wall saying he wants to finish our final battle a bit later. Let's see, so like 30 minutes to an hour. All right, so Ulrich Wall, he wants to watch the World Championship. All right, so yeah, that's fine. All right, so we're gonna take a quick 30-minute break just to recover, and we're gonna watch the final, what could be the final game for the World Championship, before we play our match with Ulrich Wall. He just wants to finish watching that first before we dive on in. So if you guys want to watch along with the commentary, you can follow the link below where we will be chilling and just watching commenting on the game, chilling. And yeah, it should be good. You would ask for the same, you think? Yeah. I'm less invested in it, I think, but it's still pretty cool. Because Alfredino coming on as basically the best player in the world is pretty nice. That's pretty hype. Oh man, I can say, you know, my practice partner is Alfredino, guys. So, you know, you better watch out. He's like big brother now. It's gonna be hype. And he's playing Empire too. I was joking about Empire not getting played a lot earlier, but yeah, I think this could work out pretty well. Even star. He still needs to win 2 games. Now, that's not impossible. They've been trading wins for the whole day now. And oh man. Oh man, it's gonna be sick. Baguette. Is that the ODM cheerleading symbol? I dig it. Oh man. Man, what a long day it's been. Yeah, it's pretty nice to have the tournament going on, where in between games we get to watch and chill, and then get hype about the World Championship, and then I get to jump into my games in between the championship ones. You think Empire was always played? Was played in both semis? Ah, I see. Baguette always has been. I see. Yes. That is the most common thing that is said in the ODM chat. The symbol of the clan. That's cool. It's nice to have some Empire. When it comes to best of 5s and best of 7s, Empire is a nice pick for sure. Man, my voice though, it is not used to talking as long as it used to be. I'm gonna go grab some water while we wait for this match to happen, and then we get to chill and watch and enjoy the show. It's gonna be hype. All right. All right, what's this? Oh, Dark Elves versus Empire. Sweet. It's been 4 hours. No wonder your voice is struggling. Yeah, but like before, I could stream, you know, almost 3 hours a day and still keep it together. This one, like, I've been like casting pretty casually, I feel. And oh man. Oh man. Oh, it's the age. Nah. You know, it's just when it comes to lockdowns, you don't really talk to a lot of people, so this is the best practice my voice gets. And it'll be good because I have a 7-hour long interview process on Wednesday. So the yeah, you know, really getting the vocal cords nice and jacked. Nice and loose and comfortable. Will Sigmar be victorious? That would be hype. That would be hype. Alfredino's Empire. I don't see him play it a lot, but I know he's proficient with Empire. He's played it before. Yeah, 7 hour. It's a panel interview with 30-minute breaks every hour. So I meet one person for 30 minutes. I have a 30-minute break. Then I meet another person, and then that's gonna go on for about 7 hours. And then by the end of it, they might just be like, you know what, we don't want to have you. And then that'll be like a month-long interview process. Done. Which would be pretty brutal, considering the time sunk in, but I guess they really want to know who they're hiring. I don't blame them. And it feels like it's sort of just meeting the team, but they're still going to be testing me on stuff. It's crazy. Like, yeah, I wrote down there's a few technical questions that they'll be asking. So after this tournament, I have to do a bit of studying to figure out how to answer, you know, QA questions and so on. Your friend had to do one of those? It's crazy every time you hear it. Yeah. But if you think about it, 7 hours is actually just a normal work day. You know, it's like working a full shift. So in a sense, it's not that crazy. And it's not super intense either because of the 30-minute breaks. Honestly, I feel like playing a Warhammer tournament would be much more stressful for me. But yeah, all I gotta do though is just be charismatic. I gotta charm their boots off. You know, make them be like, wow, this guy, I want to work with them, sort of idea. Because I already did the actual technical interviews earlier. Your interviews are normally 30 minutes. Oh, blessed, man, blessed. With these interviews, you're gonna be a pro at interviews. Yeah, and it's only one company too. And then after all of that is wrapped up, whether I get the job or not, that will decide on how much I can commit to Warhammer. And then I can figure out some plans for videos, streams, and so on. How consistent I want to do this. It'll be fun. But a full-time job would mean I can't play as many tournaments outside of the weekends, unfortunately. But that's obviously not the end of the world. Especially after the World Championship is done. It'll be back to normal for weekend tournaments. All right. So, myself and Ulrich we're in the finals of a tournament, watching a finals of another tournament. What a life. And yeah, it's gonna be Alfredino against Evenstar. Oh man, type. Two of, I think, the best players in the community right now, especially with how much they've been training. It's pretty exciting. It's probably been a bit of a long day for them. A very stressful training week too. But yeah, a tournamentception. Yeah, if Alfredino loses in this tournament, I lose in mine. So you got to be real careful. If you lose in the third tournament down, you actually can't join tournaments ever again. You're banned for life. I only know the memes of Inception, by the way. I've never seen the movie, so I could be wildly off, but I think I more or less got the gist of it. Now, Empire versus Dark Elves. It's an interesting match. It's all about the skirmishers, really. Can they can the skirmishers of the Dark Elves win out? Because if that does happen, they can actually really help in the Lord duel, where you know, if you have Franz and Malekith or Marathi dueling each other, if they have ground support firing up, that will very well decide the actual battle. And yeah, the game could come down to that. Alternatively, both skirmishing corps manage to stay alive for a while, and they're sort of just distracting each other for most of the game. And then the lords will be positioning, trying to get into place so that they don't get shot while dealing damage. They want to land to cause terror, to support the infantry, but they don't want to get countercharged. So it's a really big opportunistic type of fight if they both go for the builds that I think they will, focusing more on skirmishers. Artillery can be a little bit common sometimes, more so for Empire than Dark Elves. I think bolt throwers, yeah, usually you don't see them too often, but cannons to kill off Scourge Runner chariots, to force the Dark Elves to advance. That could be a thing. But it does give you a piece to actually defend, and in a battle of skirmishing, anchoring yourself to a single point does put you at a bit of a disadvantage. So there's a lot. There's a lot that can go on. The Dark Elf infantry, though, is, you know, with all the advantages that the Empire has, the Dark Elf infantry is a winner here. They will generally come out on top pretty consistently, actually. And that means that the onus is on the Empire to support the infantry fight in whatever way they can. So we'll have to see if Alfredino can do that. Corsairs being probably the scariest element, but even bleak swords can cut through Empire chaff. And we're in the game. Oh boy. What's it gonna be? We got yeah, lots of infantry, actually really elite for the Dark Elves. Some cavalry, some skirmishers, Malekith, I believe, in the air. I don't think that would be Lokir Felhart. And for Alfredino, yep, we're seeing an air force, cavalry corps, and actually, wow, very heavily focused on his infantry. No artillery, just going to be relying on his huntsmen. So actually a lot less skirmishing coming in for the Empire than I would have thought. Big boy Malekith, indeed. Oh, he does have a cannon. He has it in the like just the way far back beside a pillar with some spears to support it. That's an interesting pick. So far he's trading really well against infantry, getting in a 200 gold advantage off the bat. Now that is pretty nice, but it's not massive. Big swings in this game generally range around 1,000 gold worth of value. So 200, although significant, not gonna be shifting the game just yet, although the cannon continues to fire. But all of these minor advantages don't pay for themselves, and an AoE drops. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. I think most of the huntsmen did still survive though, but Malekith making back the value lost from those sisters getting shot up. And yeah, it just really depends. Can Alfredino defend his cavalry? I suspect yes. No, not his cavalry, his archers. I suspect yes, as he does have a huge numbers advantage on his infantry, but they actually all get soul stealered. Oh wow, but Alfredino has a net. He has a net. He had a light wizard, and Malekith is just getting just steel chaired to steal from Turin. Half HP immediately, but he manages to survive. And that's actually really bad for the Empire. Another Soul Stealer would do it to heal up Malekith, and now the back line is compromised for the Empire. Honestly, it's a little bit scary. They do still have a lot of their guns alive, and the handguns, a single volley on Malekith could do it. Oh man, is that Light Wizard gonna die? Oh my gosh, not like this. What is this game? It's scary. It's scary for sure. The Dark Elves though have so much cavalry. And there's a Soul Stealer, but look at Malekith. He's so beat up. Like if Malekith dies, that's huge. It's just that he'll likely be able to keep away from Franz, and even if he does die, there's so much cavalry left for the Dark Elves. I think Alfredino lost this one. Rip. Oh my goodness, rip, guys. That's it. Even star with the game one. Or not the game one, game number 6. Means that, what, it's gonna be an ace match? Gonna be an ace match where Even Star gives 3 factions and Alfredino gets to counterpick, I think. Which is actually really good for Alfredino if you think about it. Because Even Star is going to be running out of factions at this point, so his 3 picks can't really cover as well as he would have hoped. And even then, we don't know if Alfredino's actually lost this yet, as there was a game earlier where Alfredino looked like he was out, but he managed to pull back through, so no idea. Man, it's crazy though, guys. It's absolutely crazy. I can't believe Malekith is alive, but there wasn't that much burst damage to really overkill him. And yeah, Empire sort of running out of infantry now. You love playing Empire, but you always struggle keeping your front line together long enough to protect your range units. It's hard. Your front line will collapse really quickly to Dark Elves just because they have so much elite infantry. Oh man, and yeah, opting for the Huntsman. It looked like it was going okay at the beginning, but yeah, they got punished pretty hard. And unless Franz pulls out a miracle, there's just so much Dark Elf left. I think yeah. Alfredino, he's gotta win it in the ace match. Wow. That is surprising. I did not imagine that the tournament would come down to this. But I don't see a way Alfredino can make it back at this point. Oh my goodness. That was game 7? Oh yeah, that's a game 7, yes. So moving on to the ace match now. Oh my goodness. So this is probably quite stressful for both players. More stressful than it is for us watching, that's for sure. I'll throw in a GG on the chat. By Sigmar, no, indeed. I'm reading the Total War chat right now. But okay, I think even if Malekith did die though, I feel like the Dark Elves just cleaned up the infantry so quickly that I feel like the Empire still would have lost. Malekith dying, yeah, I don't see a mass terror out from Boris. Although he does have abilities that help reduce leadership, so I could be wrong. But there we go. So ace match now. How do you guys feel about this? I know who you guys are rooting for, but is it gonna be Alfredino or Even Star that wins it? I feel like Even Star. If he has to pick 3 factions and ban 1, that's actually it's such a bad position to be in. Because like, what 3 factions are you gonna pick? It's so complicated to get a right setup. Whereas Alfredino, all he has to do is find 1 counter pick that he wants to play. that does play into the hand of Evenstar, in that he's good with bad counter picks. But yeah, oh man, I'm not sure. Sticking with your boy Alfredo sauce. Now I'm getting hungry. Because I started this right after lunch. I've been streaming for 3 hours now. And I'm about ready to go and grab some actual food after this. But yeah, I only have a best of 5 to finish before I can go grab food, so it shouldn't be too bad. Hopefully, Ulrich Rahl will go for high elves, and then I can mop them up. I sort of don't feel like playing his Empire with my Coast. I've done that a couple times now, and I feel like I might lose this time around. So I'll want to mix that up a bit. What else does Ulrich Rahl play? I think he plays a few elf factions. I think he plays greenskins, maybe? Not sure. I think Alfredino got this because he still has Bretonia up. Ooh. Yeah, I think so. A lot of his counter picks have been non-main factions, so I feel like his counter pick game should be pretty strong here. What the? What's Bob Trush doing in this lobby? Alright, so I'm pretty... Yeah, he's not Ulrich. Alright, Bob Trush giving me the good luck in the battle and then hopping out. Interesting. Kinda rooting for a Beastmen pick, though. Oh man. Playing Beastmen in the finals of the biggest tournament in Warhammer history? No pressure, just play a glass cannon faction. After all these games and all the effort played, imagine if Mogr just like... Imagine if your chariot just gets shot by a cannon and you lose. That would be the worst. I would not be able to handle it for sure. Seems like a lot of pressure, to be honest. It could happen. Oh man, well what's the pick 3? Has it been revealed? I have the stream muted right now so that the sound doesn't spill over. But oh man, I would put my money on Alfredino though. Just because of the counter pick. Beastman mirror match? That would be brilliant. I think that would be the perfect way to end it. And then CA like announces the Beastmen DLC, which has been predicted. But I don't have any inside information, by the way. I'm just memeing, but wouldn't that be a way to do it, right? Just like right after the tournament, trailer drops, and then it's like, look at this. All the new stuff with the Beastmen. They're actually playing on the new patch that already has the DLC. So when they take out Beastmen, we'll actually see all the new units that they've been practicing. Wouldn't that be a dream come true? Oh man, Flying Taco. I imagine you're just gonna crush it with Beastmen as soon as they get a DLC. That would be... I'd be quite afraid of that. I would not want to run into your Beastmen. Especially since you could beat my Coast pretty effectively with them. Hmm. Yeah. Biblington saying that would be amazing. That would be great. Oh man, if only they used tournaments to announce DLCs. But Total War is primarily a single player game. For better or for worse. Feral Manticores. I feel like if they just give Beastmen Manticores, they're already so much better, right? Beastmen, you give them Manticores, they have mobile terror. and then they're done. Beastmen would be broken probably with just the manticores. I think so, actually, because they already do pretty good, and then they can you know, just terror out everything. Yeah, what else would be great? I know people have been talking about like the big single entities for Beastmen. Something sort of like Giants, but faster. What, like the Gorgon? How does that work? Is it like a Minotaur, but bigger? I'm not sure what else, though. I'm not sure. What could they give Beastmen that would really... Like, what new units are out there that would really shake things up? If they get Lords, that could be pretty huge, actually. But the Lord... For them to be used, they'd have to be better than Mogre, and that's a hard ask. The Jabber Scythe would be cool. How does that work? Is it like a Hell Pit Abomination? From the images that I've seen, I sort of just imagine it's a Hell Pit Abomination. Oh man, by the way, this this tournament stream is lasting a really long time. People are gonna come in on YouTube and see that it's a 5-hour stream, and they're gonna just see that like 10 games have been played. That's gonna be pretty surprising, and most of it is me talking about a different YouTube video. You think it's a Manticore with breath attacks or something? Okay, that's insane. Manticore with breath attacks. So sort of like a Terrorgeist is what I'm imagining. I wouldn't imagine it's like a fully fledged dragon breath. That would be pretty crazy. Man, Manticores with breath attacks though, just thinking about it. Just imagine the damage. They would kill single entities so quickly. Effectively Terrorgeists. It'd have to be pretty expensive for it to be not crazy. Or very squishy. Another option. You might be thinking of a modded unit. Like, what was it? There was like an Araby faction in one of the mods where they had manticores with fireballs that were unbreakable, that didn't rampage. Mods are, oh my gosh, mods are insane. Yeah, I remember a while back, myself and a bunch of other top tier players downloaded some mods for Warhammer. I think Turin was helping organize it, where yeah, it was just a ton of different mods. Chaos Dwarves, Araby, just like a lot of sub factions. And then yeah, just all the units were insanely broken. And then you would have other factions that were just terrible. Like there was a Fimir faction with like an 800 gold unit that died to like everything. It would die to like a normal unit of spearmen. Oh man, that Fimir faction. It was so bad. All their units were large too, so you could just hard counter them. And the most broken factions were Halflings and Chaos Dwarves. Strangely enough. Apparently Halflings were the ones to be overtuned. The faction with the most memes. Yeah, that was good. Oh man, just playing that mod made me so hyped for Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves, oh man. Dwarves with monstrous units and skirmishers. Like, what is not to love? Some of the extremely sturdy infantry. and some pretty fun guns. Halfling soup throwers, very OP. Oh my goodness. They were like screaming skull catapults, but I guess maybe more accurate. They did a lot of damage. Crazy AoE. I wonder if you gave screaming skull catapults like better accuracy, maybe a larger AoE area. I feel like that'd be pretty brutal. It could be destroyers of worlds potentially. Man, so this prep for the next match is gonna take a while, I imagine. There's like a few $100 on the line for first and second place, so both players are gonna be trying their hardest to get the correct pick and counter. But it's gonna be a hot second. It means we'll be sitting around for a bit, waiting for the match to play out, but I'm sure it'll be a hype one. Watch, after all this, it's gonna be like a 2-minute match. Like Skaven, and then some other faction that rushes, and they're just gonna walk over them like it's nothing. That would be quite something. Honestly though, I just want Alfredino to win so that I can finish my tournament. Which, you know, still don't know. Ulrich Wall is super scary. I think my Vampire Coast, I forget if I beat his Empire with my Coast or if he barely won. I feel like it was close, but I can't even afford to ban Empire anyway, so it's pretty likely that's going to be his counter. It's a $600 difference. You can't forget about the bragging rights. Yes, that too. Getting the top of these tournaments nets you a lot. It nets you like yeah, just from the community, right? A lot of people want to get into contact with you. Just opportunities galore. Like as a streamer, if I was top of this tournament, that would be insane for viewership. So yeah, just all the benefits. Bragging rights too. You're like super well known throughout the community, but it does run the risk of people really knowing your playstyle and really figuring you out. Because once you become the most notorious player, people are gonna be trying to figure out ways to beat you. But man, $600 on a single game of Warhammer. Oh man, Evenstar has gone High Elves, Wood Elves, and Tomb Kings. Ban Bretonia. Wow. Oh man, he took out Alfredino's Bretonia. Jeez. Has Bretonia been banned yet? If not, that's pretty brutal. Like Alfredino's been saving Bretonia for this whole best of 7, and now he can't play it. Now he's figuring out his faction. What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Beastmen against the elf factions? Like Beastmen is actually pretty good against elves. But I don't know if Alfredino's practiced that. That's more of a Zyphos thing. Could go an elf faction himself. Is he gonna go Vampire Coast? He could go Coast. Okay, if I was Alfredino here and I had Coast open, I would ban the Wood Elves and go Vampire Coast. Wouldn't that be crazy? No clue, haven't been keeping track of the bans. What else could he go? I don't think he's played Tomb Kings yet. So he could go Tomb Kings and face up against a Mirror or the Wood Elves. I don't know if he wants to go Skaven versus Elf factions or if he's already played them. Coast already played by both players? Really? I would not have expected that. Really? I missed both Vampire Coast games? He's played Tomb Kings? Darn it. How about what he's gonna play Wood Elves? Is he gonna play Lizardmen ban High Elves? Oh man. Alfredino. He already played Lizardmen. Oh my gosh. Alright, nice. Admins keeping things together. Just shake it off, man. Shake it off. Oh man. By the way, anyone who wants to know about what I'm talking about, I will post it again. The link to the thing that I'm watching. Okay. What else can you play? Man, like both faction pools are so drained. This is like well outside of the meta currently. I don't think either player would be used to this sort of situation. And now he has to decide, does he want to face up against Even Star's elves, or does he want to face up against his Tomb Kings? I don't know. You know what would be a great pick here? Beastmen. Honestly, Beastmen ban Tomb Kings? That would be insane. That would be like the perfect setup, I think. Oh man. Okay, well Alfredino's thinking we'll chill for a bit, guys. If I pass out on stream, someone hack my YouTube account and close the stream for me. It's been a long day. I will be coming up on probably over 6 hours of streaming. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh man. I'm surprised Batonia hasn't been banned yet by Evenstar though. Mm-hmm. Wow. Hmm. High elves. Wow. Okay. High elves ban high elves. Now that's really strange. I would have thought Alfredino would rather go into a high elf mirror matchup than letting Evenstar play one of his main factions. But Alfredino could just be confident that he knows how high elves beat Tomb Kings. Because this is another relatively bad matchup, but I don't think it's one Evenstar would be like super attuned to. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, and it's going to be a Wood Elf pick? Oh man, that means Evenstar. He doesn't want to play Tomb Kings against High Elves. It means it's a matchup he hasn't figured out yet. Hmm. But going Wood Elves against Alfredino's High Elves? That's not a good... That is not a good pick to walk into. Like, I don't take Evenstar for a Wood Elf main. Sort of what I mean. He might just have to go all in on a build. And just roll the dice. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, regardless, they're both winning $900 regardless, which is insane. But the question is, Evenstar. Oh man, he's making a $600 choice, guys. I would not want to be in either of their positions right now, especially because, you know, I'm more of a my son HW tournament sized player. Not exactly a world championship type of guy. So Oh my goodness, that's a lot of pressure. It's even star we're talking about, so it's a good chance he'll pick Wood Elves. Even star might be going for a full rush or something to try to catch him off guard. I think so. If I had to guess what even star would do, I don't think he's just gonna go for like a full kite build. That would be strange. The map is sort of suited for it, but I think a full-on rush, like tree men, and like, oh man, what's he gonna do? Like, I think tree men and so on. That's gonna be his thing. Tree men, tons of wild riders, but like high elves are. I feel like high elves are advantaged in the Wood Elf versus high elf matchup. Right? I feel like high elves can generally come out on top just because their cavalry is so hard to kill. And the good thing about Alfredino is that this is a matchup that he should be pretty comfortable with. As ODM, they do play quite a bit of elves. So I would put my money on Alfredino here. But I'd say there's like a 40% chance even star manages to pull out the correct build for the situation. The mind games are probably insane right now too. Usually when that happens, I default to what I normally go, and that's usually enough to throw my opponent off. High elves is considered advantaged here, yeah. They have stronger cavalry, I feel. Their archers are shielded. Their infantry is about even. And really the thing that they're lacking in is ranged. The Wood Elves slightly outrange the High Elves. Now Alfredino too, he could go all in on a rush and just try to catch Even Star off guard, which could work. I could see that. It's like just full on High Elf rush. You know, triple dragon princes, silver helms for days, and then just dive in on top of them. That would be really nice if the Wood Elves rush too, because you counter. But the thing about Wood Elves is that they have scary single entities that the High Elves might have a harder time dealing with. Right? Like if there's a single tree man that could muck things up a little. What kind of infantry do High Elf pick here? Sometimes they go for, well, usually it's spearmen, but you'll sometimes see silver. And the reason, they also have silver shields, and their magic damage is really good against some forms of Wood Elf archers and units. So dryads are usually taken to kill spearmen, but dryads do nothing against silverin. 75 armor plus 30% damage resist, because dryads are magical. These guys are insanity. It's great. You know, you could, I'm not sure if white lions are ever taken, but I think these are the two most common. Pendulums from Drycha too. You can silverin will tank them a little bit better. You still need to dodge, of course, but yeah, that's the general gist of it. And then you know, you rely on your Lothar and Sea Guard. That is like super meta. You take Sea Guard, you go for some cavalry. Then you go for get that Silverin and the Spearman. Very, very standard stuff, but is that what will be taken? Been seeing a pretty decent High Elf pick. No, I'm seeing a pretty decent High Elf army lately. 5 Silverin, 5 Losg. Let's see, what starts with L? Losg? What in the world are you talking about? Lothar and Sea Guard. Yes. What's it? Tons of Lothar and Sea Guard, Silver and Archmage, Fire, Eagle with Stalk. Yeah. It's basically a fully shielded army. You can't get shot up to death because you are made of anti-missile. that can work out pretty well. For sure. But yeah. I don't know if that's what Alfredino is going to go for. I think he's going to want to prepare for a rush. When you have an advantage like this, you want to cover as wide of a range as possible to increase the chances of you winning. The only problem is that it will make your games much more difficult to play. The more builds that you defend yourself against. Yeah. So, depending on how tired he is, how tired he thinks Evenstar is, and how well he actually knows the matchup, chances of cheese and so on, Alfredino could go for something crazy, or not something crazy. He could try to focus more on a specific type of build he wants to beat, and then have a rough time versus other builds, or he could go ahead and just try to cover everything. But then if Evenstar goes too far in one direction, he might just barely be able to cheese it out. It's sort of like, you know, if you take a little bit of magic damage, you can kill 2 Sirens, but a full army of 5 Sirens can beat a lot of builds that have magic damage. So it's how cheesy do you want to go? And Evenstar knows this too. If you defend against everything, you defend against nothing. That's how it's often phrased. Isn't that a risk? Yeah, so the more you defend against it, yeah, it gets scarier, but that's the gist of it. That's like a Sun Tzu quote or something, right? I feel like it would be. Ah, David, the White Lizard, hello. From where dost thou come from? We've been in our own tournament right now, facing up against Ulrich Wall, but the two people in the finals of this tournament have decided to watch the finals of another tournament while we wait. Tastosis, actually? Really? Tastosis. That's where that's from? That is sick. Pick Beastman, Sun Tzu. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. I think, you know what? I think Sun Tzu just lost all his integrity. Should stop following him immediately. He finally uncovered his lost scripture, and all faith is now lost. It will be forgotten by history. Do you think that Poison Wind Mortars are viable, or Giselles are a bit better? I would say Poison Wind Mortars are better versus infantry, while Giselles are better against basically everything else. You want to take them situationally, but in terms of better, there are some metrics to it. So if you want to ask which one is more common, let's say, Poison Wind Mortars would be more common than Giselles. Giselles have a bit more of a niche, but I think they are good at what they do. Sun Tzu really knows his stuff. Personally, you think Giselles are a bit more cost effective. Against infantry, I'd say probably not. Maybe if your opponent is dodging like a madman, but against some clumps of infantry, Poison Wind Mortars are insane. And of course, Poisoned Wind Mortars can't hit single entities, but I think both are good. If I was in a random matchup against, you know, with a random Skaven build, I would go for the Mortars, though. Against infantry, you think poisoned and Death Globe bombs are better. They do have less range, but people have been running them a lot more often. Just because the meta, everyone expects Poison Wind Mortars, so they bring counters to them a lot of the time. Apparently Frederick the Great said it. You heard it from Tastosis. Ah, I see. You don't really just come up with lines like that on the spot during a StarCraft cast. Oh my gosh, my voice. My voice, it's being sapped out of my entire body. But the long wait is almost over, because after this match, it's gonna be 3 losses back to back against Ulrich Wall, and then I can sleep. And it will be glorious. Hopefully. How do you like mutated ogres? Let's see, so I presume you mean not rat ogres, you mean mutant rat ogres. I haven't really used them too much, they don't seem too great. I used Gorich once and he seemed really expensive, so I'm honestly not a fan. But here we go, Alfredino versus Evenstar. The match has begun, and what do we see? It's not a rush from Evenstar. Wait, it's not a rush. He has four range units. Alfredino is moving up with his lord. Is he asking to get netted? Who knows? The front line, Silverin Guard, 4 Lothern Sea Guard. This is a very meta high elf build. You have the cavalry, Silver Helms, a good choice, not as hard hitting as Dragon Princes, but it's honestly looking okay for Alfredino. He has a lot of shields. Oh, but a Soul Quench? No, it gets cancelled. Soul Quench almost just destroyed a row of Silverin. That would have been devastating. But now we're seeing the Lothern Sea Guard. They're doing good. They're not trading super effectively, but that's not exactly what Alfredino needs. If the Deepwood Scouts run out of ammunition, Alfredino essentially just wins it with the cavalry. There's not a lot of Wood Elf cavalry here. And the Archmage of Fire, what are you doing? Okay. Oh my goodness, she takes a huge hit. Oh my goodness, not like this. Not like this. She throws down a burning head on top of the Deepwood Scouts. Oh my goodness, that is terrible. Oh my goodness, it's a bloodbath. Wow. Oh man. Oh, that hurts. Alright, chat, bringing in the rips. Alright, so Archmage of Fire is now down. And there are Sylvan Knights on the battlefield. Jeez. Alfredino. Oh my gosh. Yeah, can we get Fs? Fs in chat for Alfredino? That is insane. Oh my gosh, I don't even think if the whole world typed F in chat, if that would be enough to represent how bad that was. Oh my goodness, that is unimaginably bad. But Alfredino, he needs to stay calm in situations like this. He's gonna be trying to micro his heart out. Soul Quench slams into the Silverin. They have magic resist, they don't take that much damage. He still has cavalry, but can he kill the Sylvan Knights? They did get nerfed recently. Deepwood Scouts, so oh my gosh, just hammering the Dragon Princes. Oh my goodness, but the Dragon Princes, they do dive in onto the Deepwood Scouts. The Deepwood Scouts get healed, doesn't matter, they're going to be out of the battlefield. No problem. I guess you're losing my Vampire Lord earlier today doesn't feel as bad. Oh yeah, what Vampire Lord? I barely remember it. My brain has just been bleached by what I just witnessed. Yeah, no, that doesn't feel bad at all. Oh my gosh, that's so terrible. But ever the scrapper, Alfredino. I've had games against him where I can pull an early lead, but he still manages to pull it back. So he still has a good chance, but no magic damage against Sylvan Knights is just impossibly bad. Yeah, it's a big oof. Like the biggest oof. If there weren't Sylvan Knights, it would even feel okay. But those Stag Knights are just gonna run amok in the back line. I can't even go to the ODM chat right now. I just can't look at it. Oh no. Oh my gosh. And anyone who gets to this part of the video is just gonna see me reeling for like 20 minutes. But okay, we gotta take a step back now. We gotta see the situation and decide, is there a way that Alfredino can come back from this scenario? We're seeing the Deep Wood Scouts are routed off. There are a ton of Silverin left. The Silverin have magic resist, which means that almost the entire Wood Elf army right now is ineffective against the remaining Silverin guard. Alfredino with his cavalry played too. He actually has insane cavalry micro when it comes to super late game scenarios. He is super good at bouncing them around and cleaning up infantry. And after all of that is gone, Sylvan Knights, they could get pulled down by the Silverin Guard. There are so many S's going on right now. But there are still Eternal Guard on the battlefield. The leadership is low. I would expect the Silverin to get terror routed. And yeah, let's be honest here. I think the Wood Elf infantry just sort of outnumbers here. Oh my gosh. Alright. Now, let's not forget Alfredino. He did do really well in this tournament. He secured himself 900 big ones. And that is huge. But alas, seems like this shall be the end. And honestly, really well played to even star too. What a scrap. This entire tournament. If Alfredino wins this, he will be the greatest comeback ever. I think that would really put him in a good place for sure. Based on how well the fight is going right now, despite him not having his lord, I honestly think Alfredino could have won it if that hadn't gone the way that it did. Cause like he would use Burning Head to clear up the infantry, Flaming Sword to kill off the Sylvan Knights, and then it'd be done. Oh man. Yeah. He also played semis today as well. So that's a lot of hours of Warhammer. Yeah. I don't blame him for the misplay for sure. Yep. All right. Well, that's encouraging. Time to play against Ulrich Wall in the best of 5, guys. Oh my gosh, Ulrich Wall just sending me the message. We both know it's basically done. Oh man. So here we go. Yo. Rip. Alright, so time to play a much lower stakes tournament for the grand prize of, I think, $5 at most. It's gonna be me against Ulrich Wall. This battle is gonna determine the next like $1 going either my way or his way, and of course for the glorious spot of qualifying for the bigger My Son HW tournament. So all in all, pretty good. Okay, so I go first, and I will be going on let's see here, MP Crossroads probably as coast. That's probably as good of a coast map as I could possibly imagine. Although it's actually so big, Ulrich Wall could get a nasty flank on me. But maybe a Karak Asgal. Let's see. Where is it at? Ulrich Wall, he just disconnected. Rip. Alright, well it's gonna be MP Crossroads. Let's go ahead and send him another invite. He's back. Okay, VP. MP Cross. Ban the Dwarves and the Wood Elves. Very, very standard picks. And then we'll give him a BRB. So, I'll be back in a quick second. Then we'll jump into this match. Oh boy. All right. Okay, so yeah, we're back. Poor Alfredino. Let's hope even star is sportsman-like to him. Yeah, I think so. Did my Warhammer just crash? Guys, I think my Warhammer just crashed. Show me signs of life in chat, please. I'm gonna have to restart. Hey, man. Yes, I know it's looking for a game to capture. You're seeing the behind the scenes of my video capture software. All right. Test check. Test. Okay, we're alive. We're good. Put Squishy Lord on fastest thing possible. Suicide into entire flanks worth of snipers. Yeah, that was not a good way to go. Indeed. I would say that was rather unfortunate. All right, so let's go ahead and re-invite Ulrich Wall. You can join the lobby. I'm on MP something or other. Crossroads. We're playing Coast. All right, Vampire Coast Band Dwarves, Wood Elves, very standard. Oh man. When you strike it rich, I'm going to give HW money for prize pools. Yep. Massive, absolutely massive. Now, is he playing Vampire counts? Let's see. We will propose the question. And man, so there have been studies where people that play and end up, or people that in tournaments that go to second place generally feel much worse than the people that make it to third place. It's a psychological thing, I guess, where you're just so close, but you just barely don't make it. Yeah, and I feel like that may be the case right now for our poor boy Alfredino. However, it was a good one, and we'll see if we can do well in the rest of this tournament. Ulrich Wall's ready, so match number 1. A best of 5. Slightly lower stakes, I must say. I would say I feel very mellow about the current situation. I was a bit afraid earlier, but I guess I've seen some new perspectives. So loading on in. It's gonna be Vampire Coast against the Vampire Counts. We got a standard cheese army that I like to run. It's gonna be the Lamprey's Revenge, double gunnery white, my new favorite unit. 2 Terrorgeists, a Lord with Helm of Discord, and then just a ton of zombies. The way this build works is that it relies heavily on my units just holding for as long as possible so that the Terrorgeists can go do their thing. With the 2 gunnery whites and Scabscrath, I have a pretty nice run up against the infantry of the Vampire Counts, and without support they have a pretty hard time. They need air support to be cycle charging the gunnery whites and so on, but with the 2 Terrorgeists I should be able to command the skies, unless Ulrich Wall has decided to go all in on a heavy air game, in which case these Terrorgeists will be playing distraction for most of the battle. The Lamprey's Revenge will be providing mass to keep these 2 gunnery whites nice and healthy. My Lord has the Gaze of Nagash to kill off Banshees, and then a few other debuffs for the air battle in case I need it. Curse of Years, minus speed and ability recharge. If I need to goon out a Vampire Count's Lord, it should be good. Now, interesting thing about the map, it is massive, which is completely unnecessary when it comes to the Vampire Coast against the Counts. The build, it's going to be, what, we got 2 Banshees and Isabella von Karstein. Hello there. And a pretty heavy flying style. Now, Isabella, combat stats 50, 60. It's pretty scary. She doesn't have a ton of armor piercing damage, but I don't really want to get in a prolonged fight against her. I more so want my gunnery whites to be poking away. And man oh man, do they do a lot of damage if I can get them in range. So that's going to be the plan. Just sort of marching them up, poking away at Isabella. We want guard mode on basically everything here. And then my Lord is going to be overcasting Gaze of Nagash onto these Banshees. And in just a second, we'll see why I took Gaze of Nagash. Because it's awesome. Look at that, half damage on the Banshees right off the bat. They're going to need to get healed up, and that'll save me a lot of trouble down the line. If I can finish them off with my gunnery whites, even better. Now, I need the cooldown on Gaze of Nagash to come back. So of course, things aren't not completely out of the woods just yet, but Isabella has taken some good damage so far, and that means that my Terrorgeists can actually start looking to take some pretty fun engagements here. Just starting off, they're going to be fighting some Fell Bats. They're quite happy doing that, and another Gaze of Nagash should be coming in pretty soon. Let's overcast it over here. And then the gunnery whites are supporting this fight over here. Gaze of Nagash has dropped. And how's Isabella doing? She's getting absolutely murdered, as is expected with the double Terrorgeist. They are insane in combat. Next up, Scabscrath, very important. Want to kill off those skeleton warriors. And then if I can give some buffs with my Lord, that would be good, but not entirely necessary just yet. Other gunnery white, second Scabscrath, taking out the rest of those guys. And the gunnery whites are going to be finishing off Isabella. She's going to be having a really rough time. And if I can take her out, that would be just great. She'll be fleeing, but the gunnery whites are not being disrupted, which is actually huge in this current situation. My Terrorgeist can land so that it's in a safer position and take off in the center of the army. Isabella is now down, which means that the next order of operations is killing the other Terrorgeist. So bringing in this Terrorgeist so that it can breath attack here. My Lord just moving on in, but it looks like he's juking around trying to escape. However, he'll still be having a pretty rough time. The two Banshees are heal capped, and it looks like this should be a pretty straightforward first game. It's very important too that you keep the ammunition high on the gunnery wights when you have time for it, as that actually gets them real nice and good on the damage. It's a 30% damage boost and is absolutely massive. Now I forgot to save the game, but it does have an auto save. I will be able to do that. And yeah, just absolutely devastating. This build is disgusting. You think that a Terrorgeist and Isabella can win the air battle, but they get run over. It's real good. So let's see here. Ticity versus Ulrich Wall 1. So that's match number 1. And we'll be moving on to number 2 now. GG. All right, sweet. So that's good. Whew. Game number 2. Will I have what it takes? Fingers crossed. We just 3-0 it, and then we're all good. But yeah, this build is disgusting. The gunnery wights are hitting for 300 every shot, and unless you disrupt them, it's basically like you have 4 single entities in combat just constantly. The shot, Gaze of Nagash on the Banshees make it so that most of the healing goes on top of them, and then that means that your Terrorgeists do even better in the air battle. It's good. You're the best around. Scattered to the winds. I appreciate that, but there was literally a world championship airing during this stream. I stopped playing this tournament to watch the world championship. I feel like calling me the best is a little bit too high of a bar, but very much appreciated. All right, now greenskins ban Counts and the Lizardmen. Ah, yes, very, very standard, which means that my standard pick, probably the Tomb Kings, maybe even Norska. I haven't played Norska in a while, but they're not terrible against greenskins. Up against Ulrich Wall, I'd be a little bit worried, but it's a best of 5. I don't see many other situations where I would really want to run Norska. Or alternatively a greenskin mirror match, but that's a bit goofy, isn't it? I'll go Norska. This is a matchup that I haven't played too often. In fact, in recent history, I haven't played much Norska at all. So it's a little bit of a risky choice. But, yeah. He did have an unused Vargulf. Yeah, that is true, but the ground army was just really hard to kill off, really. Whoops, sorry, that's my phone alarm. Reminding me to stretch, which I already did, so. Anyways, Norska. Norska versus Greenskins. It's 2 factions that sort of just slam into each other with some very scary, monstrous troops. They both have extremely powerful infantry, and they are similar in a lot of ways. Norska, they have their skirmishers too. So honestly, this could go either way. The map is Pillar of Bone. I forgot to check. So let's not forget to change that. And then it's just, yeah, just seeing if I can win this fight. Greenskins, they have a lot of skirmishers. They can go for archers here or a ton of single entities. But I think I have a decent enough build. Yeah, I think I'll be all right. So we'll let them know that we're ready. And then we can dive right on in. But given that it's Ulrich Wall, I feel like he's playing Greenskins, one of the most meta factions. I feel like he'd be ready for this type of fight. Everything is fair against Greenskin first pick. Yeah. I can back that. You gotta make sure that, you know, you're playing to the meta. Whoops, it looks like he's ready. Let's ready up then. All right. He throws in the have fun. Now, Greenskins. Of course, Grom, the usual pain to deal with. In this matchup, I feel like he's not as threatening. The thing that makes him scary is his armor piercing damage and how tanky he is. But Norska can keep him in combat for a long time and Norska's more of an HP based faction, as you can see by Wulfric, the Wanderer. He has a ton of HP. Grom won't be killing him anytime soon. Now what will be dangerous for Wulfric are of course the archers and skirmishers that I need to deal with. They're going to be a bit of a problem, and my goal for dealing with them is going to be my skin wolves, trying to micro these guys as best as I can. They will obviously win a straight up fight against skirmishers, but getting just chasing them around all battle is definitely not the way I want to go there. They'll also be good against archers if you run into them, and to try and secure the frontline engagement, I'm going to be using 2 spellcasters with AoE wind spells to clear up any big guns. And then at that point it just depends on how well Ulrich Wall can dodge, which he can do pretty well, so I have to be quite wary about how I use my wind spells. But if I can manage that, I think I'll be okay. So good luck, have fun. Looks like Ulrich Wall is ready. His army, relatively large compared to mine, and we're seeing a lot of skirmishers along the flanks. Gonna need to pivot my army, and I'm gonna have to start dodging like a madman. The infantry is much less important. Azag, not too scary. And I just have to make sure that my berserkers don't take too much damage. The skirmishers firing away, we're dodging, negating most of that damage, and this is pretty nice so far. Let's go ahead and charge a few of them, dodge away before their shots get too much damage in, and then continue moving up with my army. It's all about dodging as many shots as you can. That'll negate the damage here, and because Ulrich is trying to be the aggressor in this situation, I actually can return fire and get some pretty nice damage here. But one scary thing that we're seeing, there are quite a few squig hoppers here. Now, I do have my skin wolves. If I do go into a straight up fight against these guys, I'm honestly not too worried, as I do have Wulfric, and of course a ton of forces in general. Let's see here, these guys, they are moving in, sort of dancing back and forth, trying to get all of their ammunition used. I'm wondering if I should just weather the storm. That's a possibility for sure, as if I can manage that, then they'll be out of ammunition, and then in the late game, Wulfric will actually be quite beastly against them. The greenskins, they don't have too many other range units, so I feel like that's actually a pretty nice play. So it's one way of dealing with skirmishers, just sort of wait them out. Now, most of my infantry here, they don't want to be taking too much damage. I'm just trying to dodge as much as I possibly can. Spirit leeches can drop on the Fimir, but that's sort of it's not the greatest use of Winds of Magic, although Ulrich doesn't really have too many options when it comes to that front. Some skirmishers, they do move up. I want my berserkers dodging and avoiding confrontation over there. My skin wolves will just be getting picks where they can. Now these guys are going to be using up most of their ammunition. That's sort of the sucky part here. In fact, Wulfric, he might even take a pretty nasty volley. And let's see if I can pull him away into a safer position. My 2 casters are completely fine. And it looks like they're just going to be focusing on my own skirmishers instead. So I'll continue pulling over to the side, as we're just focusing on wasting ammunition at this point. And just making sure that these guys don't get too many cycle charges in. If I can manage that, I think I'll be okay. The army, it looks like it's a big gun army. That's where most of the money went down. Not particularly threatening, as my build is designed around using AoEs against them. So that should be fine. And yeah, we'll just be dancing around. A few of my skirmishers do take a bit of damage. But as long as I have some berserkers alive by the end of all of this, I think I'll be okay. Especially these skin wolves. It's going to be pretty important that they stay relatively healthy for this battle. Wulfric too. It's really going to be focusing on dealing with these skirmishers. Look at that, lots of shots coming in towards Wulfric. He can't dodge all of them, but he can actually negate the damage by about 50%, just with a little bit of juking. And once these guys are out of ammo, then that's going to be a really nice situation. Now, a bit of lag, not the worst. I can still queue up a few commands, and then I'm just waiting for the lag to subside before I continue to put in a different command. Now, hopefully it's not a full-on crash from Ulrich Wall. That would be rather unfortunate. We are still in the game based on the fact that I can move the camera, but... Oh, it looks like the internet is stabilizing barely. But it's chugging along at a really slow speed. Now, these cavalry forces, I do not want them causing too many problems for me. They could charge in towards my marauders here, and that's why I have the skin wolves at the ready to countercharge. I'm dodging as much as I can, and I want my skirmishers at fairly high HP so that they can keep on shooting on at Azag when we get into the late game. But man, yeah, slow mode activated. This is how I actually perceive the game. This is what allows me to micro, really. You just sort of have to you need to activate it, really. Now Ulrich Wall, he's typing 1 in chat. I typed in 1, but it's not showing up just yet. I don't know when he typed in the ones. Ah, there we go, there's the 1. So there's just enough bandwidth to send a couple messages in and to move at about a quarter speed, maybe even slower, but we will continue to bear with it as I micro as much as I can. And here we go, the internet is plugged back in and the map, things are speeding up. Now, skin wolves, they are going to be the tools to deal with the skirmishers. A nice counter charge here. I do actually catch a few of the squig hoppers. That is rather huge. My skirmishers moving up. I don't want Azag to cause too many problems. And Wolfric, you can start moving up too. Skirmishers moving up. They want to shoot at my berserkers. I pull them back immediately. Skin wolves, they make contact. Absolutely great. But no, the skirmishers were going after my skirmishers. And that's going to be a little bit painful, but I'm actually getting in some pretty decent trades right now. And the skin wolves here, well, they're going to be paying dividends in just a second. Let's go ahead and throw down a nasty giant overcast burning head down the pipe to roast all of these skirmishers. It looks like I don't hit as many as I would have hoped, but it still works out pretty well. In fact, Azag is getting a little bit bogged down in the skin wolves right now, which is a perfect time to send in Wolfric after him. I do lose 1 unit of skin wolves, but doesn't matter. Azag is now taking a beating. In fact, it's so bad that the chase on the skin wolves is bailed out just to try and save him. And we're seeing a pretty rough situation right now. Azag landing in to cause terror, actually ending up in a really bad spot. A big pendulum to rout off the squig hoppers, and then honestly, that might just be it. That is a huge loss, losing Azag like that. Just the slow from Wolfric, it's gonna be pretty brutal, and I just have to make sure that I finish him off. The skirmishers will be getting into position to chase him if he does manage to get out of there, and my infantry is going to be moving to sort of spread themselves out so that they can better hold up to make sure that my guys aren't getting charged in the back. But with the loss of Azag, that's going to be real brutal, and it's going to be a mass rout from the greenskins. Really, the savage orc big guns won't really play too much of a part here, as my single unit of skirmishers is looking like they may just be able to chase off the rest of the forces here by just running alongside them. Now, a couple fanatics have shown themselves. I'll need to be a tiny bit wary there, and I'm sort of just saving Winds of Magic for another burning head. I'm moving with my infantry, sort of keeping them split up as well as I can. And man, look at all those skirmishers getting chased off. That is absolutely brutal. A huge boat could clear things up, but it looks like that's not even needed. Oh my goodness. Absolutely painful engagement there on the skin wolves. I essentially sacrificed one of them to, I essentially sacrificed one of them to bait a huge charge and then just slam down with the AoEs. And that's basically going to be it. Now, I forgot to save the game again, the replay. Of course, it's auto-saved, so I'll rename that. Anticity vs. Ulrich Wall 2. There we go. And yeah, boat the blob. Oh my gosh, yeah. I totally forgot about the boat, but you know, it wasn't needed. I just had to kill Azag. It's fine. Yeah. So yeah, I was pretty confident there though. Just the loss of ammunition was really rough. The skirmishers are good, but they can't really win it all on their own. They just sort of run out of ammunition. Still though, I almost lost all of my skirmishers, and they would have, even a little bit of ammo is enough to kill off Wolfric. So you really have to try killing a few. It's always that one click that kills your lord. Yeah. That's that's a common theme today, I guess. Fat outplay, more of a misplay really. All right. So it's now my pick for against Ulrich Wall. He's played Greenskins and the Vampire Counts, which means I could probably play Greenskins myself. And then what would I be banning? The thing is, Ulrich Wall, he probably has a nice host of counters to Greenskins, and I want to leave them as a counter pick potentially. Let's see, what would be my next best faction? I could go for Wood Elves. Greenskins are out, which means I could play Wood Elves and ban could go Wood Elves and ban Empire and something else. Empire Bretonia. How do I feel about that? That seems like a nice counter to what Ulrich Wall would usually bring. Could go High Elves, maybe Lizardmen. At your service. Oh, I heard a follow. Thank you very much, good sir. Yeah. I'll go Wood Elves, ban Empire, Bretonia. This is a nice luxury pick. Let me look for map. Because essentially I have an extra ban here because I don't have to worry about greenskins. The map, I feel like I need a really large map here, like maybe Storm Demon. Let's see. I'll get to your comments in just a second so I don't have to keep Ulrich Wall waiting. Steps of Isha, Storm Demon. Yeah, this is a really large map, as we've seen. Very familiar with the Wood Elves. Maybe he'll play High Elves. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, this map. Let's see. Jacko Nadal, thank you for following or subscribing. Sorry, I'm in Twitch mode right now. But yeah, so here's the map. It is set, and we have Wood Elves. We banned 2 factions that Ulrich Wall would be prone to picking. So I feel like we're good. Chaos. Bit of BM from Ulrich there. Not really. I don't think it was really directed towards me. So it's all good. Yeah, he's talking about himself. Yeah. Biblington's got it. You already figured that out in chat. Yeah. No one really likes throwing their lord away. Can I say? It's not the greatest feeling, as one can imagine. Not that it's something that we've seen exactly recently. Alright, let's go ahead and get the screen blocker up, update it to the new set. Look at that. It's been a pretty good tournament today. I think I might be able to qualify for the My Son tournament, but let's not let loose just yet. My first 2 picks are my strongest. After that, things can get a little bit sketchy, so I'm wondering what Ulrich Wall is going to do here. He doesn't have a pick yet, so it seems like my Wood Elf selection is going to be helping me out. That's a plus. I guess it's a little bit impolite. It's fine though. I got this. Okay. Okay, guys. So it's Wood Elves against High Elves. Now, I gotta say, we both just saw the tournament. We both bore witness to what just went down. on this map in this matchup. So there's a little something interesting for you. The question is, do I go the exact same build that Evenstar went? Do I? Is that the strategy? Wouldn't that be the craziest thing? I imagine I just lose with it though. Like it's not like just a clear cut thing. You would not pick Archmage of Fire. It does surprisingly well against Dryads. You would be mildly surprised. Let's see. How do I want to play this? Same build, please. That would be something. Yeah, that would be something. Let's see. I got some ideas. I got some ideas for sure. God, that'd be so silly. That'd be so silly if I went for the exact same thing. The thing is, without the pick, I don't know if that build actually works. You know, there's a couple styles that all of it could go that I'd be worried about for sure. All right. I think I have a decent base going on. Wood Elf builds in general don't really, there's not a ton of variety here. So I don't think there's a lot that I really need to worry about for setting up my own army, that is. Ulrich Rahl is going to be a little bit scarier to face though. And I'm really interested to see what he decides to bring exactly. It was a specific counter. Yeah, perhaps. So Ulrich Rahl's ready. He gives the have fun. I'm still setting up my build though. I'm really wondering what Ulrich's gonna do. I feel like a kite style is probably the most likely to come out of him. What else? What else would I really truly be worried about from Ulrich Rahl? Kite or Rush is the standard for what you might expect. Let's see. I guess if I get rushed, I'm not particularly worried with this build. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. And I need to figure out what type of magic that I want to use. Let's see. Sure, let's go for this. No, isn't the best form of magic. I'm not sure. Honestly, the spell singers aren't amazing here. Spoilers. But Ulrich's already locked in, and I don't think he's gonna be trying to cheese by looking up whatever I'm doing. Let's see, but cool. I think I have mostly my build is set up. I just need to do a bit of fine tuning and then I'll be good to go. I wonder. Is this suicidal? Oof. You know what? Let's try it out. I'm gonna do some weird strategies, but I think it may work out just fine. So let's ready up and dive on into the game. Probably Silverin Guard and archers, a few cavalry. Yeah. Silverin Guard are very common here. Cavalry, very common. And then this, yeah, you get a few spearmen. It's the quantity of archers that I need to pay attention to. You could go very heavy on the archers here. You might be expecting a possibly a rush, but I've gone for a kite style this time around. Oh crap. Oh my gosh. Crap. Rule break. Let me put a unit in the corner. Crap. This bad boy right here. You see the circle? Oh my gosh. The Glade Lord, the buff giving them 360-degree fire, actually nerfed my build. Oh man. Let's see here. Yeah, 360-degree fire is limited to 6 total. Oh, darn it. All right, well, this unit's going in here. All right. Yep. All right. So we got one of the Glade Riders in the back. Big F. All right. So that's not good. I really did need the Glade Riders to deal with the cavalry, but now that I only have one, it's a little bit bad. Now, that's not the end of the world, as I've said many a time. Misplays are usually. All right. Misplays are usually done like at a 1,000 gold deficit when you make a misplay. You go the same build? The madman, he went the same build. Does he have a flyer? Is his lord on foot? I feel like his lord is on foot. Anyways, misplays are usually worth about 1,000 gold, like the biggest ones. So what I have going right now is just fine. I'm gonna move my archers along the left flank. My lord is going to be picking off a target. We're seeing Alariel the Radiant. Nice magic damage against my forces here. And she's just going to be, my lord, she's going to be picking off some dragon princes to start off with. I'll be kiting back and then getting my archers into position here. If I can snipe out a lord, that would be amazing, but obviously no guarantee. There are only 5 archers, so the goal... Oh my gosh, Fire at Will is on. I just gave away my position. That's 2 misplays back to back, but it's still not over. We're going to begin the kite game now. So my archers, they want to be sniping out Lothar and Seaguard. My lord, just sniping out these guys. And we could see Alariel throw down a Tempest on top of my guys. We'll have to be wary of that. My lord, wonderful stagger animation, saves her life. And now I can use my ranged units to start picking away at a few of these archers. That shouldn't be too difficult, as they now pivot around. My spears need to come in to support my archers now, though. And the second volley should be able to take out the Lothar and Seaguard. No problem. Sylvan Knights will be running interference. And then my archers, they need to take out... Ooh, actually, they might be able to take out Alariel. So Alariel's now netted. My archers are going to be firing in, and she's the only magic damage that I really have to worry about. Let's go ahead and throw an Arrows of Kurnos onto her and just focus on these archers. Killing her off. Come on. Oh man, she's really low. So Alariel's really low now. That's definitely a plus. But I need to actually chase her off now. That's going to be the ultimate priority, as my archers now get dived in on by some dragon princes. My lord is getting a bit low, but she can juke and dive and get into a safer position. Let's get these spears in over, and then get a big heal onto my Sylvan Knights. Alariel needs to be chased off and finished off as quickly as possible. And she's going to be stuck in her dragon princes, so I need to really micro this to keep her routing. That is like the ultimate priority here. If I can do that, then I am just fine. The dragon princes have taken a lot of damage too. So that's going to be absolutely huge. And my lord, she's actually going to fly over to kill Alariel now. The dragon princes are taking a lot of damage. Alariel is extremely low. And the Sylvan Knights are going to be hard carrying here, I think, as Alariel is actually the main source of magic damage. So like clockwork, it seems like we might have a repeat of the previous scenario. Dragon princes now running away from the Sylvan Knights. That is absolutely amazing for me. My lord now moving in to finish off Alariel. I need to dodge to make sure that she doesn't take too much damage. Sylvan Knights will be moving on up. My lord just continuing to dodge. Let's get a heal on top of her. And then, yeah, just keep Alariel at bay. Now, my cavalry is more mobile, and the Sylvan Knights, of course, are still going to be a big problem. My archers are I'm gonna turn off Fire at Will just to save ammunition on them. And while the dragon princes are busy, I'll be able to use the Sylvan Knights to kill off all these archers, no problem. So that should work out pretty well. Alariel, She's getting really close to the edge of the map now. My Lord can now move over to jump on top of her. And then my archers are just repositioning into a better place, but... Oh, man! Look at that. Look at that. So, yeah, like clockwork, we had a match against Ulrich Wall. I forgot to save the replay. I just gotta rename the autosave again. Ulrich Wall 3! So GG! Now, yeah, essentially it was just a net on Alarielle that was absolutely huge. She was the only source of magic damage that game. And then the Sylvan Knights carried out the rest. Yeah, losing the Lord 2 times fast. Indeed. That's gonna be that's gonna be really rough, but it happens. And after the long day, I think we managed to qualify for my son's tournament. Thank goodness. A 6-hour and 30-minute stream. We've had some people that have been in chat for basically the entire stream. Flying Taco, Biblington, and anyone who I might have missed. Thank you very much for sticking around and watching. And yeah, that was pretty fun. ODM, good showing today. We had ODM in 4th and 3rd place, 2nd and 1st, although mine is obviously much less important than the others. So with all that out of the way, thank you very much guys for watching, and I'll see you hopefully next tournament. Also, by the way, YouTube, when I end the stream, it sometimes cuts me off, so I just need to wait a second and then close it.